Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Was Aizawa's Secretary story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Chapter 1, It's a Hobo. It's a hero. It's the temporary principle of UA. Shota let out a hot breath of air as he hid his face deeper into his capture weapon, long black hair curling around his head and shoulders in the process. Sure, his makeshift scarf provided at least some solace from the low temperature that came with early January, but it still wasn't enough to completely shield him from the cold. And the air conditioner in Nezu's office that kept blowing more air into his face certainly wasn't helping. He crossed his arms and sunk a little deeper into the plush green chair. It's only been a few minutes since he was called into Nezu's office, but he still doesn't know the reason why he's here in the first place. He'd never say it out loud to the mouse, bear, chimera. He'd never say it out loud to his boss, but for a genius with a quirk like high spec, he made some pretty illogical decisions sometimes. It was currently 7:08 in the morning on a Monday, a time when he would usually be taking his pre-class nap, but instead, he's been dragged into this jasmine tea-smelling room to discuss God knows what. If he doesn't get at least 15 minutes of sleep before having to deal with his hell class, his mood will be even worse than it normally is, forcing everyone around him to deal with the fallout. And Nezu should know better than anyone that a person should never want to be caught in the crossfire between Shota and his sleep-deprived antics. The last time it happened. Well, he won't go too much into detail, but let's just say that by 2:45, multiple glass windows had been shattered as a result of a chair barreling through them, and Vlad King ended up needing a few sessions with Hound Dog. Shota was still thinking about the traumatized look on Vlad's face when a clinking sound broke him out of his stupor. A cup of steaming Earl Grey tea was placed in front of him along with a small plate of lavender shortbread cookies. His favorite. So Nezu taking the bribery route today. Interesting. The underground hero narrowed his eyes as his boss hopped onto his chair, sitting directly across from him behind the desk. His boss took the time to straighten a stack of papers before finally speaking. Aizawa-kun. Nezu chirped, nodding his head in greeting. Shota grunted in return. I assume you're wondering why you were called in here today, right before you could take your morning nap. Oh, so he was aware of the risk he was taking, good to know. Shota gave another grunt. I suppose I've already wasted enough of your time, so I'll just get straight to the point. The Hero Commission called me yesterday afternoon, organizing a meeting with me tomorrow to discuss the funding and budget of UA with all of its donors and alumni. Unfortunately, this event will be held in an off-site location outside of Musutafu, thereby requiring me to take an untimely business trip. Normally this wouldn't be a cause for concern, but in this case, the event is a week-long matter, due to a particularly stubborn hero, and I won't be able to look after UA until my return next Monday. Therefore, Nezu trailed off, unsaid words still floating the cold air around them, but Shota didn't care. He didn't need to hear the rest of the Chimera's sentence to know exactly what he was implying, and that he sure as hell didn't like it. No, Shota stated, not bothering with an explanation. Because Nezu sure as hell didn't need one to understand, either. I truly do apologize for the inconvenience this may cause for you and your students, but I really have run out of all other options. The rat stated, not looking apologetic in the slightest. None of the other staff members would be fit for the role of the temporary principal besides you, Aizawa-kun. No. No way. No way in hell was he going to take over this job, even if it's just for a week. He's seen his boss on multiple occasions typing at the speed of light on his computer as well as signing hundreds of forms and letters in a single day. There's no possible way for Aizawa to handle that workload on top of his own lesson plans, teaching, and patrols. Are you absolutely sure about that? Shota pressed in a slightly pleading voice. What about him? He would throw too many parties and nothing would ever get done. Midnight. There would be too many SXL harassment lawsuits. Fair enough. He still doesn't know why she's allowed around teenagers. Vla, no, not him. Shota scowled. He would rather give up all his naps than live to see the day where Sekijiro-kan of all people became his superior. Snipe. The Erasure hero was leaning forward, eyebrows furrowing as his hands gripped the arms of his chair so tight that his knuckles turned white. To anyone who paid close enough attention to details, it wasn't hard to sense the man's desperation for a way out. Unfortunately for him, the only one in this room who fit that description was Nezu, a well-known SDST that made Shota seem like some merciful Holy Spirit in comparison. Not emotionally available at the moment as he is currently battling his romantic feelings for Kiyomi-san. Shota shot back down. For the love of God dash. As you can see, me appointing you as principal is the only logical decision available, Nezu said, eyes gleaming with ruthless satisfaction at the hero's suffering. Logical, Shota mentally sneered. How dare he throw his own words back at him? And that's not even the worst part, no. The worst part about all of this was that Nezu was completely and utterly right. He always was, and that's what Shota hates most about him. It's just Shota sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You've seen what happens when I miss a single nap. Do you really want to see what I'm like when I cut out over 3 more hours? UA will feel his wrath and burn to the ground, that's what'll happen. No, I do not. And we won't have to. With that, Nezu lifted a single piece of paper with his paws and slid it over the desk to Aizawa, whose eyes scanned over the contents of the page. This would be your new schedule this week, should you take my offer. Some things stay the same, but it's mostly a complete reorganization. You won't take this job because it would be too much to juggle on top of your hero patrols and teaching. His quirk is high spec, not psychic. How does he always manage to know what people are thinking? It aggravated the underground hero to no end. But things can be arranged to lighten the load. Class 2A's heroics class would be merged with Class 2B, much like the joint training session you guys had last year, except for a week. Therefore, you would only need to manage your class during homeroom, and lesson plans and assignment grading would be left to someone else. Who? Shota dared to ask. Nezu's face broke out into a sinister smile that screamed tales of agony and pain. Vlad King. God freaking damn it, this was getting to be too tempting. Nezu knew exactly what he was doing by assigning the work to Khan, but Shota refused to take the bait. Furthermore, your duties as a principal would differ from what I usually do. I may be miles away from the Musutafu district, but that will not prevent me from making the usual calls and sending out my usual emails. All you would need to do here is check up on other people's work and make sure that everything is business as usual. Sure, you might need to handle the disciplinary actions for students who get sent to this office, but I doubt that'll be too difficult for you. Okay, so maybe he was taking the bait. Shota's slowly crumbling resolve must have shown on his face, despite his best attempts for them not to, because suddenly Nezu became even more chipper than usual as he began to cackle madly, tea spilling everywhere. He shivered. Is this what his students feel like whenever he flashes his logical ruse smirk at them? Wonderful! He feels dead inside. I'll inform the staff of this recent development and leave it up to them to tell their respective classes. In the meantime, I suggest you start preparing your new courses of action. Pardon? New courses of action. He grumbled out, words slightly muffled from underneath his scarf. This may be a temporary position, Aizawa-kun, but it still grants you all the powers I would usually have in the day-to-day affairs. For the time being, you're allowed to manage this school in all the ways you see fit, with little need to refer to your co-workers. Or should I say, inferiors. The heroics teacher microscopically perked up in his seat, a gleam of interest entering his charcoal-colored eyes. It was at times like these when the attendants of UA High School were able to see the similarities between the grumpy underground hero and the evil genius that was Nezu. Both of them had signature smiles that could put the fear of God into anyone it was aimed at. Both of them would do whatever they needed to accomplish their goals, barreling through obstacles like a sadistic bulldozer. And most importantly, both of them could analyze words and situations with an inhuman amount of precision, calculating every possibility and loophole available to them. The last of which Shota was doing right now at this very moment. Nezu said he would be given all the powers and superiority that came with this new position, and he knew full well what that statement entailed. Question is, how far did Nezu expect him to take that power? How far could he take that power without getting fired and having his teaching and hero license revoked? He wasn't aware of what he was limited to, but that didn't mean he was going to outright ask the Chimera. Not asking questions means not getting an answer, but in this case, that answer could go against everything Shota was hoping to achieve with this new development. So he stayed silent. Now then, any more questions? Nezu hummed. Yes, actually. I have 3. Nezu nodded his head, signaling for him to proceed. First off, when exactly are you leaving for your trip? Nezu checked his pocket watch. In exactly 16 minutes, 46 seconds, and 13 milliseconds a car will arrive at the gates of UA to take me to the airport. Nezu held out his hand and gestured to the opposite side of the room, where a single miniature suitcase rested beside the door. As you can see, I'm already packed. Shota sighed for the 15th time today. Of course, Nezu called him in here on short notice, already knowing that he would take the job offer. He chose to push down his irritation with his boss and continue. Second, is it too late to go back to sleep? Yes. Well, at least that's out of the way. Shota paused before asking his next question. Depending on the rat's answer, this week could either be a lot easier or a lot harder. My hypothetical new courses of action would require a lot more time and effort than usual, but I'd like to get it done as quickly and efficiently as possible. Therefore, I'm thinking of taking someone on as a secretary of sorts to help out. God, he hopes this isn't the biggest mistake of his life. I'm assuming it didn't take you any longer than 2 minutes to arrange a new schedule for me. Would you be able to do the same for a student? Nezu grinned, baring his sharp teeth, and hovered his pen over a new, blank sheet of paper. All I need is a name. Yeah, this was definitely the biggest mistake of his life. Furious smiley, from the moment Izuku stepped into class, he knew something was wrong. But he seemed to be the only one that noticed it. He can't exactly blame the others, though, to the untrained eye it looked completely normal. Ida was reprimanding his classmates, as usual, chopping his hands up and down in frustration as they refused to get into their seats. Ashido, Zero, and Kaminari were throwing Vine references back at each other, pointedly ignoring Ida. Hagekyo, Tsuyu, after much insistence he finally calls her that, and Uraraka were busy discussing the latest chapter in some shoujo manga. And Kirishima was retelling a manly story to Kacchan with tears pouring down his cheeks as the explosive blonde's hands sparked in anger. Like he said, completely normal. But there was something off in the atmosphere of this room that he couldn't quite place his finger on. Izuku quickly made his way over to his chair, politely asking Mineta to not sit on his desk. As he had been doing recently, he didn't want to be rude, he really didn't. But he'd rather shut it down now instead of seeing it become a habit. Before sitting down, the strange feeling still hadn't gone away. He'd taken a head count and everyone was present in class today, so it couldn't be any of them. Did they have a test today in English? Or was that next week? Was there homework he didn't know about? Oh God, he picked the wrong time to lose his planner. Usually, he had no trouble remembering things, but this morning had him feeling all paranoid. Are the legs on his chair uneven? Is the temperature slightly colder than yesterday? Goddammit, stupid Deku. Shut the hell up. Izuku flinched, silently apologizing to the blonde before sinking deeper into his seat. Kacchan certainly got a lot calmer compared to middle school and their first year at UA, but old habits die hard. Or in this case, old habits die after Kacchan beats them to death with a stick slowly and painfully. His short-tempered classmates still couldn't stand the sound of his endless string of mutterings. Or his obsessive note-taking in his hero analysis notebooks. Or his face. He basically couldn't stand the concept of Izuku in general. Midoriya, a low voice said, and he perked up his seat to face the culprit. You seem to be quite fidgety today. Is anything amiss with your spiritual aura? Izuku ignored the language used, far used to his Tokoyami's antics by now. The green-haired teen gave a wobbly smile and sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed to know that someone had noticed his odd behavior. Sorry about that, Tokoyami, just one of those days, why you know. For all Izuku knew, that could have been the truth. But even if it wasn't, he didn't want to make his friends worried by sharing his own unreasonable concerns. Thanks for asking, though. Tokoyami nodded, but still seemed unsatisfied with his answer. The silent consideration in his classmates' eyes seemed familiar, though. In fact, it reminded him a lot of Mr. Aizawa. Oh. Izuku whipped back around to face the front of the classroom, eyes scanning furiously over every little detail because this had to be it. This had to be what was bothering him all morning. He knew 𝐻𝐻 was giving him the side eye, but Izuku couldn't seem to care right now. He had more important things to do than worry about whatever was bothering him now. Finally, his searching stopped as his gaze rested on his dry-eyed teacher, who was currently leaning against his podium and waiting for class to start instead of in his signature yellow sleeping bag. For any other teacher, this would be considered normal, more than normal, but this isn't just any teacher. This is Aizawa Sensei. A man who cherishes peace and quiet above all else, perhaps even his own life, and second only to cats. Aizawa Sensei wouldn't dare not take advantage of spare time to get a quick nap in. After all, that's what he does every day. The one time he hadn't taken his morning nap was during their first year, the 22nd of April, to be specific. The only reason Izuku even remembers the exact date is that he'd written down all of the events that transpired that day in hopes that it would never happen again. Honestly, he's never been more terrified of his teacher than he was during homeroom that day. And he thinks he can speak for everyone when he says that he does not want a repeat of that occasion. But just because he doesn't want it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Is this innocent Monday morning going to be as disastrous as the last one was? Should he start running to Nezu's office and call another window repairman? Or should he just head back home and pray that Aizawa Sensei's wrath is limited to a single building and not the entire district of Musutafu? Before Izuku could dwell on it any further, the school bell rang and his classmates scattered into their seats. The ninth user of One for All made a silent prayer to whatever god was listening and waited for all hell to break loose. Class, his grumpy teacher began, today's lesson will be a little different. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he knew it. He has to warn the others, but how? Should he pass around a note or would that be too obvious? Maybe he should try out some Morse code and pray they know what SOS is. And that's because I won't be the one teaching it. Come again. He saw his classmates looking confused at the statement, and he couldn't help but relate. I won't be available during any other class besides homeroom, so you'll be doing joint training for the week with Vlad King and Class 2B for heroics. He grumbled out, and Kirishima raised his hand. Hope you don't mind me asking, but why won't you don't be available? Apparently, that was the wrong question to ask because the nonchalant expression his teacher had on his face faded into something reluctant and pained. Usually, Aizawa Sensei wasn't this easy to read, so his answer must be something pretty serious. Maybe it was the reason why he skipped his nap. Izuku placed his hand on his chin, a habit he developed whenever he was deep in thought. I suppose it's better you asked now rather than find out later. What did that mean? Nezu's going on a week-long business trip with the Hero Commission and has asked that I take his place for the time being as principal. The underground hero spat that word out with so much loathing and disgust it made Izuku wondered what made him accept the job in the first place. However, this is Nezu that asked him to be principal, and it was foolish to think there was ever another option besides yes. So I won't have time to teach you guys at the same time. In the middle of his mental rant, it finally occurred to Izuku. Aizawa Sensei was going to be principal. Principal. He saw Ashido's and Kaminari's eyes widen in fear, and had to agree. God have mercy on the poor souls that get sent to his office. Oh, and that reminds me. Izuku snapped out of it and looked back at the teacher, who just happened to be staring directly at him. The green-haired child flinched. Why was he looking at him? Oh my god, did he say that mercy part out loud? Is he going to be sent to his office now? He whipped his head around in every direction, trying to determine by his classmates' expressions if they had heard him. Midoriya, you're also excused from every other class besides homeroom. Ha! Lucky yesterday. Mido whattt. So manly. I knew the aura was off. Izuku froze, his brain short-circuiting just like Kaminari when he reaches his voltage limit. He was out of it enough for the only reply to come out of his mouth being, here. Is this some sort of suspension? No, that couldn't be it, or else he'd be banned from everything. Aizawa Sensei shows no mercy. So what exactly was he being punished for? Nezu and I have decided that as long as I'm principal, there needs to be someone who can keep pace and document everything that happens down. We have agreed that someone is now you. 𝐼𝐵 Izuku sputtered, still not understanding a single thing that was being said as he frantically waved his arms around. The only thing he could comprehend right now was his friend's incredulous looks, Uraraka especially, all directed at him. Nezu left 30 minutes ago, actually, Aizawa said, checking the clock on the wall, and we need to get started right away. So it'd be appreciated if you could get a move on. Like hell. Why was he of all people chosen? Sure, he takes a lot of notes, quite obsessively according to Uraraka, but quantity doesn't equal quality. Ida would be much better for the job, Momo too. They are some of the top students, after all. And besides, his notes are limited to schoolwork and hero analysis, not whatever this is. How could they possibly expect him to do a good job on this when he has no experience in this topic? While Izuku was muttering, he didn't notice the gray capture weapon shooting towards him and curling around his torso, effectively picking him up out of his seat. He also didn't notice said capture weapon floating him out the door and down the hallway with Aizawa-sensei leading the way. He only became aware of his surroundings when he heard the sound of the door shutting behind him and his feet making firm contact with the ground again. He looked up to see Aizawa-sensei staring down at him, hand outstretched towards him holding a fresh notebook and a brand new mechanical pencil. The kind of pencil you would stare at in a store but never be allowed to buy because, despite its good quality, the packaging was just too expensive for your shopping budget. Izuku stared at the items before reluctantly taking them inside. Why couldn't his teacher just throw a chair through a window and call it a day? Furious smiley, Shota watched as his student took the items, seemingly resigned to his fate. And he accepted it a hell of a lot faster than the underground hero thought he would. Not that he's complaining, though it would have been plenty inconvenient if Midoriya had refused the position. Not that he really had a choice in the matter, but arguing back and forth about something that could only end in one way would waste even more time. Simply put, it was illogical. So, Midoriya's eyes snapped back up to look at him. Good, he's already attentive. I said you would be documenting everything that happens while I'm principal, but that's pretty vague all things considered, and I imagine you'd want a more detailed description of what your job is this week. Midoriya nodded so fast it seemed like his head would fly off. Shota delved into an explanation. Nezu has stated that although this position is temporary, I will be given all the powers he would have on a regular basis. Therefore, any changes I wanted to make with this school that I couldn't accomplish as a teacher is now available to me. You're not going to expel students from other classes, right? If Shota was that emotionally stable, he might have laughed at the pure seriousness in Midoriya's voice as he asked that question. But laughing would be as good as a no, and he's not so sure it's a no. It most likely won't be necessary. They both knew that wasn't an actual answer, but neither chose to acknowledge it. A smart move on his student's part. Then, what changes are you gonna make? Shota gave a sadistic smile and immediately noticed how the curiosity pooling in Midoriya's green eyes quickly contorted into fearful anxiety of what was to come. The gruff teacher couldn't blame him. That's where you come in. Even more anxiety. I already have a few ideas in mind about what's wrong with UA, but I'm about 80% sure that you do, too. The green-haired child began waving his arms around, attempting to cover his face like Shota and the rest of the class had seen him do so many times before. It's a common occurrence to see Midoriya panicked about something. What do you mean? The kid yelled out, way too loud for this time of day and making Shota cringe from the noise. There's nothing wrong with UA. It's amazing here. All Might is a teacher and alumni here. UA was named the #1 hero school in Japan in every ranking magazine and website. As well as Best Business Course, Support Course, General Education Course, Best Cafeteria Menu, Shota held up, effectively silencing the chatterbox from spiraling into another rant. Yes, I'm well aware of the rankings UA has. But there are many factors pointing to the magazines being biased. Do you think any tabloid company would risk their reputation by stating that UA, the alma mater of the symbol of peace, is only second best? Well, Midoriya looked down, deep in thought. Another good trait, his taking this seriously. Exactly. And while UA is no doubt worthy of its prestigious title, there are still many things that can be improved. Don't you think that saying UA isn't at its current best will lead to the school receiving public backlash? Midoriya asked, concern clouding his features and bleeding into his voice. It's a possibility, but I sincerely doubt it. By acknowledging this school's flaws, we're showing that we're open to change. Shota assured him. Change? His student muttered. The underground hero gave him a weird look. Midoriya didn't sound thoughtful when he said that, rather a bit dreamy, if that's the right word. And Shota wondered what kind of experiences the kid must have had to say it with that kind of emotion. Midoriya quickly schooled his expression before continuing. So I write down changes that this school could make. Absolutely no limits. Once again, Shota gave him a weird look but nodded nonetheless. Unfortunately, being principal doesn't automatically make me omnipotent, so I'll still have to discuss these decisions with the staff and school board. It is during those meetings that your note-taking will come in handy. Midoriya nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Much like a court clerk, you'll be taking record of everything everyone says, as well as any other observations you notice about their behavior. It may seem excessive, but documenting their dialogue and reactions can help us see who agrees and disagrees, as well as giving clues as to why they feel that way. After that, we can decide the best courses of action to change their minds or change the decision in general to make a compromise of sorts. This will prevent any hypothetical backlash or outrage that will arise within the hero community. The bush-haired student finished, caught up in his own mind, and oblivious to the sleepy man in front of him. Against his will, a steady stream of pride flowed into Shota's chest for his student. He knew Midoriya's analytical abilities were exceptional for his age group. They had to be, judging by his rapid note-taking in almost every class but this. Wow! It made him wonder why the kid didn't show this side of himself in heroics training. It was obvious to Shota that Midoriya was trying to replicate All Might's fighting style, but in reality, they were nothing alike. Of course, on the outside, they seemed like carbon copies of each other. They both had that unwavering heroic spirit, they both smiled like the sun even during the hardest of times, and they both had no sense of self-preservation. Hell, they even had similar quirks. But while All Might chose to power through things with brute force, Midoriya had the ability to devise a flawless plan and analyze every possibility for the best outcome. He just wished he would use that ability. Maybe this whole secretary thing would help him realize that. Precisely, the teacher said instead. Now, once the job starts, we won't have another break for a long time. So is there anything else you need to have with you before we get started? Yeah. I'll take my payment in the form of packs of fancy mechanical pencils. Midoriya started, causing his teacher to quirk an eyebrow in amusement. I'm also gonna need, for more notebooks. Aizawa grinned sadistically. And for a second, the twitch of Midoriya's lips suggested he wanted to, too. Interesting. This was gonna be one hell of a week. Shota gripped the mug of coffee with both hands, relishing in its warmth and breathing in the fumes of the steaming black coffee. One upside of being principal. Access to Nezu's private kitchen, equipped with the best tea bags and coffee grounds known to man. The black-haired man wasn't so bold as to use any of Nezu's antique china, but raiding his cupboards felt like a big enough power move to satisfy him. Sure, Nezu would kick him out of his office next Monday, but he'll be DM'd if he doesn't take the drinks with him. He'll enjoy it while it lasts. And it seems as if Midoriya had the same idea. From where he was currently seated behind Nezu's desk, he could see the child scribbling down all the brand names he saw to reference at a later date. Shota will have to ask him for a copy of that list later on. Shota. He turned around to face the speaker, and was met with the sight of Nemuri, wrapping the end of her WHP around her fingers before unraveling them and repeating the process. I'm really digging the whole blooming romance you got going on between you and your caffeine addiction. He scowled, but in case you haven't noticed, I still don't know why I'm in here. No, he was absolutely aware of that. This was simply another power move. And maybe, just maybe, if this was him taking his petty grievances against Nezu out on his co-workers, well then. Nobody had to know. Nonetheless, Shota straightened in his seat and reluctantly placed down his mug, diving into the conversation. It's about the first new course of action, he stated simply. I've decided to finally change the design of UACE entrance exam. That way, applicants with mental quirks or just less flashy quirks, in general, have an equal chance at passing as the others do. Or the quirkless. Midoriya muttered to himself, still jotting everything down, and Shota froze as he was the only one who heard the little comment. Quirkless kids. In this day and age. It was unlikely, but not entirely impossible. Most of the quirkless population was made up of senior citizens, the ones born before the rising of quirks, so most people brushed them aside. It was cruel, in Shota's opinion, but that's beside the point. Quirkless kids had essentially the same chance of becoming heroes as quirked children did, if not a little disadvantaged. It was fine, though, nothing that couldn't be solved with intense training and some support items. That's how it was for Shota. After all, he basically fought quirkless against his opponents. The only thing his erasure quirk did was level the playing field, mutant quirks excluded, so yeah, he agreed, this entrance exam leveled the playing field for all types of quirks, and those born without them. Oh, Nomirai breathed out, a little shocked at how fast he was moving forward with this project. Okay, then. But why are you only telling me this? Why not tell the whole staff? You're going to need their assistance and majority vote if you want the school board to even consider whatever your plan is. Shota smirked and snapped his fingers to point to his right, where Midoriya was currently perching on the kitchen countertop. Nomirai flinched. Did she seriously not notice him sitting there this whole time? Midoriya lifted his head out of his notebook for the first time in ages and delved into a detailed explanation. You're one of the only teachers besides Aizawa-sensei that could properly advocate for this change. Your quirk, Somnambulist, enables you to release a purple substance that has effects similar to that of sleeping gas, except without the toxic chemical properties. It causes anyone who inhales it to pass out for a specific PRD of time, working better on males than it does on females for unknown reasons. And, of course, absolutely useless on robots. You, much like Aizawa-sensei, require a human target to properly use your quirk. This is why had you taken the initial entrance exam, you would have failed. The only reason Aizawa-sensei was admitted into the hero course was that he came in first place during the sports festival of his first year. And according to school records, he was the only general education student able to do so in the history of UA. Meaning that unless you tore apart the robots with your bare hands or got a ridiculously high amount of rescue points like me, you got in through recommendation. You didn't even bother with the robots, because you knew it would be a meaningless fight. Therefore, you know firsthand how unfair the entrance exam is, and can attest to this new course of action. Of course, Aizawa-sensei could, too, but everyone already knows his opinions on the matter. Another jab from him at the test's design wouldn't even make a dent. That's why you need to be the one to do it. Ah yes, another pro of being principal. He has a secretary like Midoriya to thoroughly explain things instead of waste time doing it himself. Nomirai was gobsmacked, jaw hanging open and so wide it could catch flies. Clearly, she had underestimated how much the bushy-haired child could ramble, which was a lot. Although, using the term ramble made it sound like pointless chatter with no end goal in mind, which this was anything but. It was a focused, thought-out, and sophisticated report. How did you Nomirai stuttered, incredulousness lacing her tone, and Aizawa held up a hand to interrupt her. Nope. He's not done, yet. Shota smirked even wider at Nomurai's pain. God, this was more entertaining than watching All Might use flashcards when presenting a lesson. Finally finding an opening, Midoriya continued. Judging by the videos I found online of you fighting, a frequent technique you use against villains is drawing them in with faux friendliness and then attacking them with your quirk and support weapons once they are within range. You convincing the other teachers of UA would essentially be the same thing. Midoriya hesitated for a second before continuing. Except they aren't villains and you won't be physically attacking them. Well, Shota butted in, desperate times call for desperate measures. So just put attacking them in the gray area between psychological warfare and physical harassment. At first, Midoriya looked like he wanted to protest, but after a second of consideration, seemed like he actually agreed. And Shota didn't know whether he should be concerned or proud, perhaps both. Nomirai gave them both a look that screamed, "What the actual hell is wrong with you people?" but his green-haired student was already explaining the second portion of the plan. In a sense, this could be considered psychological warfare. 𝐿𝐿 vaguely heard a soft "I can't handle two of them in the same building" come from the purple-haired woman, but chose not to address it, for the time being, trusting that Midoriya would write it down for him. But I think a better and much lighter term would be just a slight emotional manipulation of peers. Midoriya cheered. A friendly smile and welcoming eyes on his face that didn't quite match his words. 𝐿𝐿 found himself holding back a snort at the kid's antics and what he considered better and lighter. If anything, he made it sound way worse. Hey, wait a second, since when does he have the urge to snort at things? Midoriya's eyes suddenly took on a new look, darkening and contorting into something a tad bit feral. Once again, 𝐿𝐿 found himself intrigued at the immediate change in personality. And once again, Nemuri looked 5 seconds away from either having a mental breakdown or fleeing the country, whatever's more financially convenient. According to recent observations, your relationships with your co-workers have become fairly obvious. Your hero art history class takes place right before lunch, and you can usually be seen walking off with Pro Hero 13 holding your lunches when the bell rings. Therefore, I can safely assume that you two are close enough to share lunch breaks 2 to 3 times a week. The photos on your desk depict images of your high school years with both Aizawa-sensei and Mic-sensei, suggesting that the three of you have been friends since high school and have not broken the bond since. Vlad-sensei, too, but one time I saw you, Cementos, and Ectoplasm having tea and holding 3 copies of the Book of Mice and Men, suggesting you meet at regular times for a book club of sorts. Oh, and everyone can see that Snipe-sensei has a crush on you. Your responsibility would be to schedule regular meetings with those you have bonds with, as subtly but frequently mentioned topics that include the following. Midoriya took a deep breath of air, and suddenly it occurred to both teachers that the student hadn't taken a single breath during his other reports. The hell kind of lungs does this kid have? Quirk discrimination, childhood friends you used to know that had dreams of becoming heroes but didn't have the chance, tests, school board, the importance of democracy, robot sci-fi movies, wiring -h. How would I casually bring up wiring in a book club meeting? Nemuri rasped out, looking worse for wear. Midoriya didn't even hesitate before responding. Spill some tea on your phone and loudly exclaim how you might have to get a new one because the liquid will mess up the wiring. Then complain about how if you could fix the wiring yourself, you would, but you aren't strong enough to rip apart that kind of advanced technology. Oh. Doing this repeatedly will guarantee that these thoughts will be stuck in their heads. That way, by the time Aizawa presents the new entrance exam design, they've essentially been buttered up and will be more open to it. They sat in silent anticipation for a few seconds before Midoriya finally realized what was going on and spoke up. Oh. Yeah, I'm done. That was a lot. The spiky-haired woman choked out hoarsely. But sure, I think I could help out with that. And if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is the new plan? Oh, 𝐿𝐿 could answer this. There's 2, whichever one works best is what we'll go with. The first one is making everyone fight robots, but permitting certain applicants to use support items, depending on their quirk status and the support item they chose. For example, a pipe or bow staff to mess up a robot's wiring and shut it down would be okay, but requesting the use of a flamethrower wouldn't be allowed. It might be absurd to suggest that a student would go so far as to bring that kind of lethal weapon to an exam, but judging by that handsome girl in Class 2H, it sounds like a pretty reasonable concern to him. The second one is once again keeping the robots, but giving applicants the option of requesting to fight a member of staff or third-year students, depending on their quirk status. It'd give them a chance to show either their exceptional combat abilities, the usefulness of their quirk on the job, or both. So kind of like how students in other courses can use support items during the sports festival but hero students can't. It's just making up for their disadvantages in certain departments. 𝐿𝐿 nodded, but Nemuri still had something on her mind. You know Vlad's gonna try his hardest to fight you on this thing, right? Done it before and he'll do it again. He's narrow-minded when it comes to these things. It's not going to be easy, or maybe even possible, to convince him otherwise. We have a plan, 𝐿𝐿 and Midoriya said perfectly in sync, with the same intense determination on their faces and seriousness in their voice. And they did have a plan, one that involved a particular lavender-haired child that is currently transferring to the hero course and a mad inventor that could bring the world to its knees. And even if the plan fails and Vlad-sensei doesn't change his opinion on the matter, as long as you keep others from listening to him, it won't change a thing. Majority vote wins, after all, and in the end, he's basically useless. Midoriya stated while grinning, oblivious to how badly he just roasted Vlad. Shota found himself unable to hold back a fond smirk at that, which earned him a weird look from Nemurai. The R-rated hero looked back and forth between the new principal and his green-eyed secretary, an expression on her face that Shota couldn't manage to read. She must have been thinking of something pretty amusing, though, judging by the mischievous smile that left her face as quickly as it had appeared. Shota didn't know why, yet, but something about her suspicious smiles rubbed him the wrong way. Finally, Nemurai spoke. Is this a common occurrence with you, Shota? Do you influence your students to share your hate of Vlad King and make plans for his downfall? First off, I wouldn't call it influencing so much as bringing along a spiritual awakening. Second, yes, I do make plans for his downfall. And third, no, this was all him. So far it's the only proof I have that generations are mentally evolving as time passes. Shota stated with a straight face, causing Nemurai to let out a loud cackle. Midoriya just tilted his head, looking eerily similar to a confused puppy. Or rather, a confused kitten. The boy was a genius at analyzing everything and everyone until it came to himself. Nemurai cooed at the boy's obliviousness before standing up and heading to the door. But before she could fully step out, she turned around to say one more thing. By the way, Midoriya, your essay on Gothic architecture is due tomorrow. The child gave a firm nod. Also, Shota, you never gave me a limit to how far I could go when convincing Snipe. Therefore, all hypothetical lawsuits that come as a result of this psychological warfare now rest on your soldiers. Have a fun day you two. Nemurai cooed at them after dropping that whole bombshell, walking out the door and moving to close it behind her. The last thing the R-rated heroine heard before the two's discussion became muffled was a boyish voice screaming, slight emotional manipulation -- furious smiley. So, there are two ways we could go about this. Izuku stared up at his teacher, hanging on every word. He may not have wanted to do this job in the beginning, but fortunately, there was a lot more strategic planning involved than he had originally thought. He supposed it would be good practice for his analysis skills, so he wasn't going to slack off. Not that he would have slacked off either way, but now was especially motivated not to. Not that he isn't always extremely motivated, but we could either do your plan or my plan. Take a pick. Right. He was supposed to be planning right now. He did find it kind of strange that Aizawa-sensei trusted him enough to let him pick the plan, though. This seemed like a really meaningful cause to his teacher and he didn't want to risk ruining it. Might as well give it his all. Midoriya held his hand to his chin, deep in thought, and began to mumble. According to Midnight Sensei, Vlad Sensei has repeatedly shut down all your attempts at changing the entrance exam design, meaning that at some point he has already heard all of your pieces of evidence and reasonings and completely ignored them. In Izuku's opinion, it seemed greatly prejudiced, but it'd be rude to talk about his teacher, a pro-hero, that way. So he kept that little thought to himself and hoped that he'd never accidentally blurted it out to anyone. So it'd be a waste of time to try and start with your plan. I say we start with my plan, get him all freaked out with the drama, and then you start your statistical report during the actual vote. Izuku hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. Also, Shinso's already here and I won't be happy about having to wait any longer. Aizawa gave a firm nod. Sounds about right. Feel free to get started then, but try not to break too many bones, or else Recovery Girl will have my head on a platter. Recovery Girl. That's another problem he'd been meaning to discuss. Once Vlad looks like he's at his lowest emotional point, you three can evacuate the area and pretend you're going back to the support lab or something. With that, Aizawa-sensei slipped into the shadows like an alley cat, disappearing from sight. Izuku shifted from side to side on his feet, the feeling of Mai's prototype red shoes against his skin grounding him to the situation. He tried hyping himself up, telling himself that there was no way he could possibly mess this up. After all, he'd gone over it like a million times in his head and had been planning it ever since Aizawa-sensei told him about Vlad's hard-headed opinions. 𝐶INSO had memorized his lines, Mai had already convinced 𝐺𝑒𝑟𝑎𝑙𝑜𝑎 to not expel her for this, and Izuku was about 70% sure this wouldn't end in an explosion, which was pretty impressive given Mai's reputation. Ironically, the only other thing at stake here for Izuku was his reputation. Finally, as soon as the green-haired child saw the red of Vlad King's suit make its way around the corner, he took a deep breath and had only one thought on his mind: it's go time. Izuku kicked the heels of his red shoes together, just like Dorothy did from that really old Prequirk movie, and watched in fascination as two jets emerged from the bottom. Pushing down his uneasiness, Izuku waited for his target to get into the perfect position before blasting off with enough speed and force to dent a wall. Not that he wants to, but something a few notches under that should be guaranteed to catch the duo's attention. Wait, duo. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that there was another person standing beside Vlad King. Said person was much shorter and appeared to be wearing a Hero Corps school uniform. Said student also had vivid red eyes and ash blonde hair. 𝐻𝐭𝐻𝐿. But it was already too late to change his trajectory, and Izuku could only watch in horror as he collided with his hot-headed classmate, tumbling to the ground in a heap of tangled limbs. 𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐿 spat, trying to get his mouth out of Izuku's obnoxiously curly hair. What the hell, Deku? Do you regularly shoot across hallways or something? You get excused from classes just to pull this shit. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Izuku yelled, waving his arms around in the familiar frantic motion that ended up accidentally whacking 𝐻𝐻𝐿 in the face. Ah geez, today's the day he dies. Here. Tell his mom he loves her. Tell his dad he'd probably say the same if he knew where he was. Sorry for that too. Stop apologizing and just get off me, dumbass. Oh, right. Izuku rolled off the angry blonde and onto his back, the first thing he sees when he looks up being Vlad's stunned face staring down at them. And that was the moment the green-haired child realized that he was still in the middle of a performance and that 𝐶INSO and Mai were still eagerly awaiting their cue to come in. See, he can't mess this up now. His friends are relying on him. Aizawa-sensei is relying on him. Quirkless kids everywhere are relying on him. So without thinking of the consequences, Izuku hid his face from Vlad and gave 𝐻𝐻𝐿 the dirtiest glare he could. Like Aizawa-sensei said, desperate times call for desperate measures. Look, I'm really sorry for knocking you to the ground, but don't you dare get in my way. He growled out. Does he have a death wish or something? And since when does he growl at people? Luckily, it seemed like 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was too shocked by his outburst at the moment to formulate a proper reply. Izuku jumped right back into his role. No. God please no. 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 He screamed out in fake anguish. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was even more shocked now. It was a weird expression to see on the angry Pomeranian's face. Maido. A male voice called out, footsteps drawing closer. But Izuku didn't have to guess who it was. He already knew the voice belonged to a particular purple-eyed insomniac. He also didn't have to guess because he heard 𝐻𝐻𝐿 grumble something along the lines of 𝐈𝐵AGs, so it could really only be one person. I thought Mai warned you to control the shoe settings before blasting off. Demon, 𝐶INSO, talk about acting skills. I did. Izuku squeaked out, feigning panicked confusion. But then it started sparking and by the time I realized it was malfunctioning I was already airborne. Technology is just difficult to handle sometimes. 𝐶INSO gave him a fake dead stare. Seriously? You got defeated by a hunk of metal? 𝐶INSO asked snarkily, and Izuku squawked in offense. To be honest, acting like this wasn't hard, considering this is the tone and actions they would normally do. Excuse you, it's not a hunk of metal that can be shut down just by tapping it. See where he's going with this. As he said to Midnight Sensei, you have to subtly put the ideas in your target's head. The jet was just one of its settings, it still has 3 more. Hell, one of them even shoots lasers. Okay, so, Izuku can't really tell if that's being subtle anymore. But judging by the thoughtful expression on Vlad's face, the technique was working. Imagine how badly I could have been hurt if I just randomly started hitting it midair, and in the end, it would have been a useless effort anyway. You have that superpower quirk, don't you? Why didn't you just use that to make a blast of air in the opposite direction and even out the force or something? 𝐶INSO asked. And bring it home. You expect me to make a blast in the hallway? I've already caused enough property damage, 𝐻𝐿, I don't need any more of it. And besides, we aren't allowed to use our quirks outside of heroics class. So if you think about it, the tip of his mouth twitched, and he had to physically restrain himself from smirking. He's been holding back quite a lot of smirks this morning. Ever since he got the secretary job, is it a coincidence? I'm basically quirkless. Silence. Complete silence. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who looked like he was just getting over the shock of nerdy little Deku growling at him, seemed to be thrown back into another spiraling crisis, probably confused as to why Izuku would bring up that chapter of his life. He didn't know why it was so shocking, though. He may have won for all now, but it's not like that erases his past. Erases who he truly was at heart. 𝐻𝐿 didn't have as much restraint as Izuku did and was full-on grinning. And Vlad King. Oh boy. Vlad King was frozen, fingers, eyebrows, and nose twitching for some unknown reason. But he thinks he can speak for Aizawa sensei and 𝐻𝐿 when he says he hopes it's regret and realization. But the trio wasn't done yet. It'd be suicide as a quirkless person, or just anyone without an offensive quirk. Yeah, he's really laying it on thick right now. To try and go up against a death machine piece of robotics. Why even bother? 𝐼𝐵. A pink-haired girl with goggles and a belt full of tools bounded over to him and kneeled by his side. Not to check on him, though, but rather the prototype shoes. Hey, so my baby glitched out. She muttered, examining the sides. You don't say. 𝐒𝐿 gritted out. They all chose to ignore him, something that they would dearly pay for during their next meeting. I guess I could change up the design to make it more manageable for people, regardless of their quirk status. Vlad looked sick. Or maybe I could give you another device to shut the shoes down if it reacts this way again. Ha, a support item for a support item. Well, thanks for testing my babies out. Mai handed him his actual pair of red shoes and he quickly interchanged them for the ones on his feet, giving her the prototype back. Hopefully, he got to use it later, though it would be amazing to use once Mai figures out the logistics of it. For a few seconds they all stood in silence, 𝐒𝐿 surprisingly included. Although whether that's the result of a concussion, Izuku didn't know. He'll just enjoy it while it lasts. Finally, 𝐻𝐿 spoke up. Got to get to math. So. Right. Aizawa said to evacuate once Vlad looked bad enough, which he definitely did. Izuku didn't want to be cruel, but this is just his job as a secretary. He has no other choice and that's the only reason he went this extreme. Right. Hopefully. Izuku coughed. Yeah. I have, secretary stuff. So I'll see you guys later. Cool. I have to fix my babies anyway. Bye. Mai cheered, skipping off to class. 𝐻𝐿 soon followed, but with much less enthusiasm. Bye. Izuku spared none of them another glance and started speed walking away in the direction he knew Aizawa sensei was hiding in. As soon they were sure nobody could see them, his teacher left the cold comfort of the shadows and stepped out into the open, cringing at the lights in his eyes before turning to Izuku. On a scale of 1 to 10, how uncomfortable did Vlad look? The underground hero asked bluntly. Although, something about his teacher's slightly trembling lips suggested he was on the verge of laughing at something. But it most likely just Izuku imagining things again, cause Aizawa sensei never laughs. At first he was just shocked, so like a 2, but then when 𝐻𝐿 and I mentioned metal and technology, he rose to a weird and then after mentioning malfunctions, lasers, and property damage he was a but like as soon as I said quirkless he just shot up to A and then Mai laid it on thick with the topic of remodeling and support items so he's a solid 9 by now. He rambled excitedly, happy to know that his slight emotional manipulation was paying off. But also slightly scared. Great. Wow, Aizawa sensei said great. Usually, it's an adequate or okay or that could be considered logical, but never a great. Izuku started bouncing on his feet even more, but his teacher narrowed his eyes. Why are you more fidgety than usual? I'd pass it off as giddiness but you keep looking towards the hallway. You waiting for something? CRP, he noticed. The tired hero narrowed his eyes even more as the boy froze. Someone. Izuku twiddled his fingers looking down. I knocked 𝐭𝐻𝐿 to the floor when I was blasting in the hallway and I'm like 60% sure he has a concussion. But if I'm wrong, then I have about 10 seconds before he --Deku. Izuku sprinted to Nezu's office and didn't look back. Aizawa-sensei didn't need his help getting back anyway and they had a meeting to attend to. He'd rather get a pay decrease in his pens than deal with his explosive rival today. Furious smiley, Shota was once again reunited with his mug of coffee, except over 4 hours had passed and the warmth was long gone, replaced with an icy chill that replicated the temperature of his heart. But it was fine, at least he wasn't the only one suffering right now. Shota gave a sly smile as he looked in Vlad's direction. The man was an absolute mess. Now, Shota doesn't laugh. He doesn't. The last time he wholeheartedly laughed was during his second year of UA, and ever since then, nothing. The most he's been seen doing is a mischievous grin at someone else's suffering. But today, my God, he didn't laugh, because he's a pro hero and has learned about self-restraint for 3 years straight, but it was one hell of a close call. Any more of that incredibly scripted performance and Shota might have ruined his cold-hearted emo reputation. He'd be lying if he said it wasn't at least a bit entertaining to watch Midoriya and his ragtag group of friends give Vlad a run for his money. Even now the hero looked a bit green. Vaguely, Aizawa felt like he was influencing the next generation, sharing his wise knowledge with them about the world. But in this case, it's not the world so much as it is the concept of knocking some sense into that BLD-wielding knucklehead. He'll pass down his methods of psychological warfare, as Midoriya likes to call it, a slight emotional manipulation, just like Nezu did for him. Why does this sound like some demented family tree? Shota blinked hard, snapping himself out of his thoughts. Now was not the time to be thinking of pointless nonsense. It was illogical and he had better things to do right now. Better things such as starting the UA staff meeting, which they were currently waiting on Snipe and Midnight. He doesn't want to know why it was specifically them and only them alone to start. Shota lifted his head and gave a withering look to the 10 pairs of eyes that currently rested on him. Or rather, 9. All Might's attention was focused elsewhere. Young Aizawa-kun, he fixed his intense stare on All Might, enjoying the way the man seemed to flinch under it. If you don't me asking, why is young Midoriya here in the faculty room instead of English with the rest of the class 2A, right? No one besides himself, Nezu, Midnight, and class 2A knew about Midoriya's position. He would have told them, but he was already running on less sleep than usual and didn't have the time nor energy to worry about others. Now is as good a time as any, he supposes. Nezu and I agreed to make Midoriya my secretary for the week while I'm principal, to document observations and events, and assist with planning. He stated simply. Right. Midoriya exclaimed while slightly pumping up his fist, as excited as ever. If he listened really closely, he could everyone in the room coo a quick under their breaths. Typical, the green-haired child had the entire school wrapped around his finger. Not that Shota's complaining, though they had some pretty solid reasoning. The kid was practically a ray of sunshine. Secretary. Wait, does that mean I can give you my coffee order? Power Loader asked, surprisingly serious. What kind of question was that? Midoriya's job is to give professional reports, not be somebody's gopher. Get it yourself. Shota said at the same time Midoriya enthusiastically asked cream and sugar. He what? Shota whirled around in his chair to give Midoriya, who was currently sitting in the smaller chair next to him, an incredulous look. The kid in question returned the look with a confused one of his own. Did the kid actually think it was his job to run errands for the other teachers? Shota just silently shook his head and watched as his student made an shape with his mouth, nodding in understanding before flipping to a random page in his book and scribbling something out. Shota doesn't even want to know what he had written down. The gruff man gave another hard blink to snap himself out of it before facing his co-workers again and was surprised to see them looking back and forth between himself and the kid while narrowing their eyes. Well, actually, just like last time, All Might was ever the outlier, having a fond expression on his face. It's the same thing Nemurai did in his office when he and the kid were going back and forth about the warfare plan. Is there something he's not understanding or? The faculty room door burst open, drawing everyone's attention off of the principal and secretary duo, much to the underground hero's relief. Skipping through the door like some love-struck schoolgirl, 𝐒𝐿 took his seat, blushing all the way. And right on his heels was none other than Nemirai, a sly smirk on her face as she took the chair right of Shota's. He glowered at her and whispered, "The hell did you do to 𝐒𝐿?" Midoriya once again jotted his every word down, and this might have been the one conversation Shota wished he wasn't so diligent about. "Oh, you know," she waved him off, "a little wine and dine, the regular. You realize it's only 1:30 in the afternoon, right?" She gave him a sharp look. "Hey, anything in or near the P area is fair game." He rolled his eyes and did the same snapping, pointing gesture to Midoriya as he did that morning. Studies show that although drinking alcoholic beverages may delay the occurrence of a hangover, it's almost guaranteed that you will experience the aftereffects later on, perhaps even during your drive home. And if you had alcohol the night before, then even the slightest amount could put you over your limit, possibly causing a car accident. Doctors can also attest to the fact that people who drink early in the day, combined with an empty stomach, are more likely to develop alcoholic liver disease and alcoholic dementia. Midoriya finished reading from his book and looked up at both of them with big green eyes, practically begging to be validated for the report. Shota gave an approving nod in return, watching out of the corner of his eye as the kid shared a victorious smile with himself. Nemirai stared for a second before sighing. "I don't know whether I should be impressed that you just have that written in your notebook already for unknown purposes or very, very concerned." "Both," Shota and the bushy-haired child said in sync. What is it with them and speaking in sync? It's only been a few hours since Midoriya became his secretary. Nemirai was the one to roll her eyes this time. "Now I have to deal with 3 sadistic geniuses," she muttered under her breath. But whatever, it paid off in the end, didn't it? That psychological warfare / slight emotional manipulation / Midoriya's teacher breathed out a laugh. "Wait, what? Worked like a charm. We got 𝐒𝐿's vote in the bag," she whispered, giving a playful slap to Shota's arm before crossing her arms behind her head and leaning back to relax in her chair. Shota decided to turn a blind eye to whatever she and his co-worker did and just move on with the meeting. "So," he addressed the room, "I'll just cut to the chase. The first course of action I'm making as a temporary principal is the remodeling of the hero course entrance exam." An eruption of voices broke out and he activated his quirk, flashing them a glare with his scorching red eyes. The favoritism towards flashy, physical quirks has become prominent in hero society, and what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't fight back against that kind of bias? Damn Aizawa, kicking off your entrance exam advocacy on the very first day of being principal. Power Loader bumped his fist against his heart 2 times. Respect. Maybe Senpai starting this project. Today was destiny. 13 cheered, animatedly moving their hands as they talked. "I don't know about you guys, but I've been thinking about robots and quirk discrimination all day. Reminded me a lot of my childhood back when my classmates got freaked out by the fact that I didn't have a physical body. I think it's a sign." Ah, yes, quirk discrimination, something Shota can definitely relate to. If he took a nap for every time someone called him a villain just by seeing his quirk in action, his eye bags might have been a much lighter shade of purple. Agreements rose up from all around the table, all speaking of the similar thoughts they'd had throughout the day. Shota, Nemirai, and Midoriya shared a small smirk at that. But it left their faces just as quickly as it had come once Vlad spoke up. "You're kidding," Vlad said slowly, clearly trying, and failing, to keep the shock out of his voice at his co-worker's words. "Right." Shota tilted his head. "Whatever suggested that?" The underground hero prodded, and everyone soon came to realize that this was the calm before the storm. It's just that Vlad sputtered, ears tinging red in a mixture of both embarrassment and frustration. "There's no way you could just change the entrance exam. Fighting the robots is practically a tradition at UA, we've done it for years. Just because it's been done for years doesn't make it right. It can always be improved." Shota rebutted. Vlad was getting on his nerves with his narrow-minded statements. "Do you even have a plan for this? Or is this just another half-butted project with no real depth behind it?" Midoriya, the tired, but more annoyed, teacher snapped his fingers. "If you would." Midoriya flipped to a page in his notebook, his second notebook, might he add, and pulled out 11 sheets of paper, distributing them among the staff. They were the remodeling options that they discussed with Nemirai a few hours ago, only way more detailed. Aizawa-sensei has drafted 2 possible plans for the new hero course entrance exam, both of which have been reviewed and approved by the Fundamentals of Law teacher in 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐵 business course, 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲, who, by the way, has several PhDs and has been praised by Nezu himself for her published books. The sheets you have been given include the summary of the plans, how they would work, why they would work, and the funds needed to accomplish either of them. After emailing 𝐂𝐲𝐻 Accounting and Finance Department, we were informed that Nezu had been filtering 5% of this school's annual donations into a bank account that has increased with 1.5% interest every quarter for the past 50 years as a fail-safe of sorts. There's more than enough money to do either of these plans without even making a 0.1% dent in the net worth. All you guys need to do is vote on a plan, and it'll be mailed to the school board and Hero Commission right away for approval. Shota swore he could hear a pin drop from how quiet the faculty room was after Midoriya's lengthy report. He doesn't know what they were expecting his bright-eyed student to say, but he knows that no matter what standards they held for the kid, he surpassed it. He's been doing that a lot lately, and Shota's disappointed in himself for only noticing now, in his second year. "Hey, kid," a tight voice called out, and the underground hero saw Midoriya lift his head out of his notebook to face the speaker, which just happened to be Vlad King. Shota swears to God if he says anything rude to his student. "Why are you doing this?" His student looked taken aback at the question, letting out a quiet, "Yeah." I asked, "Why are you doing this? Is it for extra credit or something?" "It has to be because there's no other logical explanation for why'd you help develop this silly project." How dare the word logical fall from his lips? "You love UA, don't you? You like the way we operate here. So why fight against it?" It's not really fighting, is it?" Oh no, Shota could physically watch as Midoriya retreated back into his shell, self-confidence being doubted and questioned from Vlad's tone of voice. "Isn't it more like improving for the greater good dash the BLD bending pro hero cut him off. Greater good. UA already is the greater good, there are no flaws and nothing needs to be improved upon or changed. We have a system here and the system always works. It worked for you, didn't it?" Shota's eyes darkened. He didn't like where this was going, but if he stopped Vlad now it'd make him seem like he can't handle opposing views. "You took the entrance exam and got in fair and square, and now you're one of the star students. That's good enough proof that dash, but how many potential star students were turned away because of the horrible design of the entrance exam? Say there was a student who had a touch activation color-changing quirk, it'd be perfect for underground heroics and concealing her identity. But how is she going to get the teachers to see that when she isn't able to show her usefulness? You think making the robot blue is going to help anyone? And even if she had martial arts training, no one should expect her to be able to kick the head off a robot." Nemirai snorted at Vlad's scandalized expression but quickly passed it off as a cough, probably fooling everyone but Shota. Midoriya hadn't even said it in a rude way, just stated it as facts, which it was. And maybe that's what made it so important, because it wasn't just about his emotions anymore. Fine. He sounds like a whiny child. But so what if it's good for concealing identities? If her quirk isn't suited for combat, then she shouldn't be a hero. Does he even realize there are people around him with quirks just like the ones he's describing, the ones that aren't suited for combat? You, on the other hand, have a quirk that's perfect for heroics. You don't need to worry about others, because if they really wanted to be a hero, they would do it by themselves. So why even consider them? Meddling in matters that don't concern you is what makes a true hero. I'm helping this project move forward so others don't have to go through the same struggle that W's Midoriya paused, seeming as if he just became aware of how loud his voice was getting, not that Shota or anyone else here would blame him. Vlad King can't seem to form one sentence without sounding like a bigot. But what exactly did his student mean by the same struggle? Same as who? Shota promised himself that he'd find out later. The population of people with mental quirks considered villainous, or no quirk at all, have had to face more obstacles than you or anyone else could possibly know about. They don't have the resources or support to become a hero by themselves, which is all the more reason to make these changes. Shota wanted to get up out of his seat and applaud the kid, and he's sure everyone else here did, too. Well, except Vlad, that is. He just looked embarrassed beyond repair. Good. He had asked Midoriya if this was some extra credit project, and even if it really wasn't, there's nothing holding the proud teacher back from doing so anyway. Shota was already flashing him a wicked smirk and preparing to start the vote when suddenly everyone at the table realized something: Midoriya wasn't finished. It wasn't that he had any else to tell them, he'd said enough for everyone to know that he had won the debate. But if there's one more thing they all know, it's that actions speak louder than words. And Midoriya must have known that, too, since for the first time in ever, the kid leveled his eyes on Vlad's and glared. That's right, UA's resident sunshine child just glared at Class 2B's homeroom teacher, a pro hero. Everyone knew at the beginning of the debate that it was the calm before the storm, but they never expected Midoriya to be the storm. And it wasn't some pathetic dirty look you'd give to your friends when they sessed you off. This was the type of glare you'd give to your enemy, the type of glare a hero would give a villain. A searing pressure filled the room as venomous green eyes seemed to glow and crackle like lightning, waiting to strike its next victim the second they make a single sound. In this case, that victim was Vlad King, who wilted under the stare and tried to hide a gulp. And that's when it struck Shota that the boy beside him was no longer Midoriya Izuku, it was someone else. Something else. It was a hero. It was Deku. Then, almost like it had never happened, the pressure was gone. His eyes faded back to their usual forest green. The lightning had receded back into the soft clouds, replaced by a striking rainbow. And most importantly, the Deku persona was gone, leaving the Midoriya Izuku they all know and love in its wake. The green-haired child, as if he was oblivious to the situation, gave a cheery, kind smile and clapped his hands together. It's voting time. In the end, much to Shota's delight, or as delighted as someone that tired could be, the plan allowing applicants to request to fight a UA student or member of staff as the physical entrance exam had come out on top. And it was a unanimous vote. Furious smiley, Shota leaned against Hisashi's car as he waited for the loud blonde to finish grading the last of Class 2 CS assignments. His friend, not that he'd ever say it out loud, had offered to drive him to his apartment for today. And Shota, ever the minimalist, accepted, knowing that he would take any opportunity he could to save money on public transportation. The underground hero sighed while thinking over recent events. Today had been a productive day, a good day. Maybe even great. He couldn't describe what the light feeling in his chest was, but if he had to take an educated guess, he'd say it was content. He'd been trying to get one of these remodeling plans approved ever since he accepted Nezu's teaching position at UA, but every single time he'd been shut down. Now, on his first day as temporary principal, he was able to erase years of struggling in the span of just 6 hours. Is this what it was like to be in Nezu's position? Knowing that because of your superior status, the school, and possibly the future of hero society was at your mercy. It's like he was the puppeteer of this complex performance, the pillars of society attached to his fingertips by strings that he can fully manipulate, not that he would. And he could see why so many people in this corrupt world craved so much power for themselves, not that he'd ever be that selfish. But still, he wouldn't mind living life like this for more than a week. And he could honestly say that he was excited for whatever new changes tomorrow would bring. He could also honestly say that the same applied for having Midoriya as his secretary for more than a week, too. He turned his head to see the green-haired child in question still by the front steps of the school, jumping up and down as he chatted away, no doubt relaying his experiences as a secretary today to his friends. Shota then observed how Midoriya gradually stopped his jumping as his hand was slowly brought up to his chin and his mouth started moving a mile a minute, not even pausing to take a breath. The teacher, or he guessed principal, for now, looked away from the quartet of friends as he felt something fond shine through his chest, just like it had this morning when he had first pulled the kid out of class to assist him in planning. It was unfamiliar but in no way unwelcomed. Now was the prime time in Shota's life to experience new things, and he guessed that applied to emotions too. But he immediately snapped out of his trance the moment a pair of deep red sneakers entered his view, and Shota lifted his eyes from the ground to see Midoriya standing in front of him, acting unusually fidgety. "Problem child," the gruff man greeted, "do you need something?" Aizawa-sensei. Hi. I was just wondering. Midoriya hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, Vlad King isn't going to report metanezuon 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻. What? You're gonna have to slow down a bit for me to understand. Whatever you just said, Shota tells him, and Midoriya fidgets for a few more seconds before regaining sort of his confidence. Vlad King isn't going to report me to Nezu for what I did once he comes back. And try to expel me. Right. Shota, no. Don't do it. Don't you dare, he snorted. Just once. And to think a single sound from his throat was enough to scare the living daylights out of his student, judging by how Midoriya's eyes widened and he started fidgeting even more. No, problem child, he's not going to expel you. Mostly because I'm the only teacher Nezu gave that power to, and because he's too terrified of either of us to try that. Midoriya squeaked. What? Why would he be terrified of me? Is he joking? Shota gave him an incredulous look. Your glare lasted 5 seconds and you still managed to put the fear of God into him. Looked like he was on the verge of shitting his breaths. Shota stated amusedly, he wishes he had a camera to immortalize that moment. Oh! Midoriya exclaimed, surprise clear in his face and voice as he broke out into a smile, so it worked. He whipped out his notebook and scribbling something down. Except it wasn't any of the notebooks Shota gave him, but rather something called Hero Analysis Notebook number 14. So this was the one he was always hunching over in class. Shota had seen the way his classmates reacted to it. Uraraka tried to get as far away as possible and Bakugo attempts to blow it up, but has never actually seen what's inside. It must be pretty DMN detailed if Midoriya is writing it, though. But that's not important. It worked. Shota asked once the boy lifted his head, what worked? There are lots of people that use glaring as an intimidation technique during battle or in an interrogation. Endeavor, Bakugo, Miko, and Todoroki are the ones I've seen the most. It's a useful skill to have, so I figured I should try my hand at replicating it from a person I know. Midoriya explained, animatedly moving his hands around as he explained. Is this person Bakugo? Bakugo did glare a lot, and it would make sense if Midoriya took inspiration from him. But it still seemed wrong, in a way. Whenever Bakugo glared, it just got people to flinch and back off. When Midoriya glared. Oh, nah. Midoriya waved his guess off before replying. I learned it from my dad. He did it a lot when I was little and the first time I glared, my mom said it must have run in the family genes. Midoriya cheerfully recounted. Hey, interesting. Midoriya agreed, rapidly nodding his head. And that's when Shota had a not-so-moral idea. If you want to collect data about the way people react to your glare, you should try it on classmates and compare results. Start with Bakugo. Should he feel bad? Maybe. Does he? God no. The green-haired child looked at him like he'd just given him the answers of the universe and wrote it all down, mumbling the whole way. And it was only when the kid realized that ♀was calling for him that he packed up his book and yelled a quick bye. At Shota, sprinting away to the lilac-haired boy and disappearing out the gates. Eventually, Hisashi came skipping towards him with a greeting and unlocked the car, letting Shota get in, but Shota was still deep in thought. Midoriya's father, he must be one terrifying man. Izuku stared at his notebook, the one he was still writing in, by the way. Aizawa-sensei wanted him to write down all the problems he could find with UA, and unfortunately, or maybe fortunately now, there was quite a lot. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to accomplish these before next Monday, but if they worked hard, he's sure they could do it. His teacher plopping down into Nezu's, or is it his now? Lush leather chair and propping his feet up on the desk snapped Izuku out of his inspirational thought process. The gruff man took one look at the boy's notebook and sighed, but something about the way he did it made him sound almost fond. But that couldn't be right? Why would his teacher ever be happy about more work? And yesterday Izuku swore he'd heard the man snort at something he had said, but his teacher never laughs, either. It's only been a day and Aizawa-sensei is already acting much differently than usual. Although to be fair, Izuku could be considered to be the exact same. He growled at Kachin, even glared at him today even though it was purely for scientific purposes, and he called out a teacher for his stupidity. Overall, he doesn't know how he's alive right now. Or dead. But it was a welcome enough change. What's wrong with a little more confidence? He was going to need it if he wanted to be the new symbol of peace. Yeah, it was to be the symbol of peace. When I said not to hold back on UA's list of issues, I didn't think you'd go that far. Aizawa-sensei said, emphasizing his words, how menace on there. 20, 30, 38. His teacher let out a long whistle and Izuku immediately backtracked, flushing in embarrassment and waving his arms around. I mean, of course they're all, like, really minor. Just stuff I've noticed during my time here, but then again that isn't a lot. Only 1.5 years, I'm not even a third year yet. These probably won't change much around here, anyway. Sorry about that, I think I got a little too caught up in the smaller things for the greater good. I should have known it was just an expression and not meant to be taken seriously. Midoriya, his teacher cut in sternly, and Izuku halted in the middle of his rambling. No problem is too small when it comes to UA, everything here matters. And knowing you, it'll probably change a lot. Izuku didn't entirely know what his teacher meant by that, but it didn't sound like an insult, so he stayed silent. It's better we handle it now than watch it snowball and blow up in our faces later. Although Izuku was still a little unsure, he nodded. If his teacher chose to acknowledge everything he wrote down, then that must mean it had some value to it, right? He hoped so. So, Izuku started quietly, still confused as to how he was supposed to react to the encouragement. Praise. He didn't know what it was, but it certainly couldn't be that. His teacher rarely ever bluntly praises people. Sports festival for general education or connections? Both. If I have to meet with Power Loader, I'd rather we get it all done at once instead of dragging it out to 2 meetings. Plus, there's another problem you didn't write down yet about the sports festival that I plan on having another vote for. Wow, 3 changes at once, and he thought yesterday was a lot. He's not complaining, though, more changes equal more plans, and by God does he like making plans. Especially since it appears that Aizawa-sensei gave him permission to do more slight emotional manipulation. Although, when his teacher said those exact words, he started holding back laughter again. And Izuku doesn't know if he should be worried about why he's laughing at the term or the fact that he's laughing in general. Wait, Izuku muttered, what's the second vote for? Furious smiley. Shota stared at the fresh pot of coffee, once again drawn to the deep pool of bitter liquid that would scorch his tongue as he drank from his mug. Except this time, there were 2 mugs. One was white and filled with plain black coffee, and the other was exactly the same if you ignore the countless sugar packets dumped in and the way too much cream. By now, one can probably guess which belonged to Midoriya. He sat in Nezu's chair, just like he had during his meeting with Nemirai yesterday, as Midoriya sat in the smaller chair on the left side of the desk. The sound of the boy's unending scribbling in his notebook could have lulled him to sleep, and for a second, he almost forgot the real reason they were in here. Come on, Aizawa, the pot's right there. Power Loader whined, gesturing toward the sacred object as he sat parallel to Shota. Can I please just pour myself 1 cup? Just 1. The pro hero was practically begging at this point, and while Midoriya might have shown sympathy, Shota has none. Where was that pour myself attitude yesterday when you asked my secretary to get you coffee? He heard Midoriya choke on his drink. Power Loader, known to the rest of the staff as Majima, deflated and slumped in his seat. Shota smirked, serves him right for being an ignorant butt. Even if his green-haired student hadn't been offended, it sure as hell wasn't right, and the grumpy man wasn't going to let those kinds of questions pass as long as he had something to say about it. Precisely. Fine. But can you at least tell me why you called me here? 'Cause I have a feeling it wasn't just to call me out on the coffee comment. Majima huffed but still looked a little nervous. Once again, good. Yesterday it was Kiyama and today it's me. Are you planning on singling one of us out every morning for the next week? Because that's what it's starting to look like. No, he wasn't. But if that's what the others were thinking, then he wasn't going to step in. Intimidation techniques weren't limited to just glaring, after all. Shota quirked an eyebrow in interest. He should probably tell Midoriya to write that down later, as well as give him a few more examples of intimidation to try out. Not only would it be helpful for the kid's future career as a pro hero, but it would be amusing as hell. And he knew the boy would listen to him, too. During Class 2A's homeroom this morning, he'd walked in only to see the entire room stuck in chilling silence, the only sound coming from his forest-eyed student as he happily scribbled in his notebook with a smile. Every other one of his students was pale as a sheet of paper and had the most haunted looks on their faces. While it may have been a confusing sight to everyone else, it took Shota only 3 seconds to understand what had occurred. Midoriya had listened to his advice and ran a few more trials to test out his glaring skills, no doubt getting his ideal reaction results. And that's not even the best part. No, it was Bakugo that really topped it off. Shota isn't one to be petty if he doesn't have a reason, so thank God he had a reason. Don't get him wrong, it's nothing personal, but he's not the one that gets yelled at every day just for speaking by a blonde with anger issues. He should really discuss that issue later on. That's Midoriya. And everyone knows that Midoriya isn't one to hold a grudge, let alone take action because of it, although yesterday's interaction with Vlad had him questioning that fact, but the kid's little rivalry has gone too far. It would do more harm than good for Shota to step in himself, so all he did was give his oblivious student a step in the right, or he guessed petty direction. He thought it would teach him a valuable lesson about picking and choosing his battles. And my God, it absolutely did. Bakugo looked like he had seen a ghost, in by far the worst shape among his classmates. Opening and closing his mouth, finger shaking as he pointed to Midoriya, then himself, then Midoriya, then himself, and then just repeated that entire process all over again. Kirishima tried to comfort him, but there wasn't much he could do when he was just as scared. It made him wish he was there to see it all go down, but he guessed he could settle for this. And besides, after the voting process yesterday, he'd realized that Nezu planted security cameras in almost every office and classroom, so now he could just make the security feed of Midoriya his screensaver and the audio of Vlad getting roasted his ringtone. It was the best morning he'd had in a while. But back to the conversation. It's about our Majima lifted his eyebrows at the word for some reason, and Shota suddenly felt like he was the confused one in this room now. Second course of action. Aizawa. Starting your second project already. Majima lifted his fist to his chest and opened his mouth, ready to speak, but Shota cut him off before he could utter a single word. Respect. I know. The underground hero rolled his eyes at his co-worker's antics. It was Kirishima's manly situation all over again, and he'll be DM'd if he has to deal with 2 of them. Not to mention Tetsu. What does it have to do with me specifically, though? The plan, or I guess, plans, there's multiple directly affects the support corps students as well as your job. So Shota stopped short as he saw Majima wearing a fearful expression on his face. What? Are you firing me? Jesus Christ. No, Majima, I'm not going to fire you. The hell did you get that idea from? Nezu might have given him the go-ahead to teach his class as he pleased and expel who he saw fit, but that sure as hell didn't apply to his co-workers. And besides, Shota sticks to his word, he won't be petty if he doesn't have a reason to be. Nezu gave you complete power as principal, you expelled your entire class 2 years ago, last week I spilled coffee on your sleeping bag and didn't wash it out that was you. And you and your secretary destroyed Vlad yesterday and made Midnight walk out of this office looking like death itself. You two are practically bulldozing through this school, and I thought I was your next target to run over. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose with both index fingers, inhaling and exhaling deeply to try and keep his bubbling rage from exploding. Contrary to popular belief, he does take good care of himself. He keeps up with daily personal hygiene, he gets at least some sleep every day, he always has proper calorie intake, and he washes his belongings to keep them clean. Personal belongings such as his yellow sleeping bag. And yeah, it wasn't that hard to wash out the coffee stain, but that didn't mean he enjoyed the midday surprise the hot liquid left for him when he tried taking a nap. Now he really does have a reason to be petty to Majima. But he's nothing if not tolerant. Midoriya, he breathed out, not even bothering to do the snapping gesture that he'd grown so fond of in only a single day. Explain the first plan to Power Loader before I really do hit him with my car. The child gave a nod of understanding. Since when does he understand the urge to hit people with a car? Whatever, either way, he agrees and continued without question. The first plan is actually quite minor on your part, but it could possibly help a lot of students. During the annual UA Sports Festival, almost every course has a specialty or role. The Hero course has advanced training in combat and quirk use. The support course is able to bring support items as long as they design and construct them by themselves, and the business department can use this as an opportunity to scout future members of their agencies or for their legal dealings. But GE has none of those roles or advantages, and as all those students said, they're pretty much just there to make the Hero students look good. Of course, a lot of them are trying to get into the Hero course, but there's only ever one spot available. And it would be cruel to suggest that everyone wants to be heroes anyway, so much so that would want to get out of GE as fast as possible. So they would need other goals that don't insult their school course in order to have a good time and stay motivated. Therefore, we were hoping you could help give them a chance to have a role or just a real shot in general. How long, on average, do you think it would take for one of your students to build a few functioning support items? Midoriya asked, before adding one more comment. Oh, and please don't include Mai in that average. Ah yes, a very reasonable request. Majima thought it over a bit before answering. About a week, give or take, since they only get about an hour a day to work on personal projects. Good, then starting next year, would you consider leaving your lab open for about an hour each day for a week after school for some other students to come in and develop their items? As soon as Midoriya asked his question, Majima's fearful anticipation was gone. Now it's just fear. You're kidding, right? Shota rolled his eyes. What is it with his co-workers and thinking he's kidding? Does he honestly look like the type of person to tell a joke, let alone laugh at anything? Yesterday excluded. Hatsume's a support course genius and she still blows up the lab every other day. Can you imagine what an inexperienced student could do? Unfortunately, yes, but that's where you come in. Mai doesn't allow anyone to monitor her project's development because she thinks it dilutes her creative genius, but she's pretty unique. With these other students, you can make it a requirement for them to allow you to overlook their progress and work, that way you can verify their safety. Also, they wouldn't be completely inexperienced. Another requirement we were thinking of adding is making any student that wants to design a support item for sports festival use fill out an assessment, to see if they have enough knowledge and experience about the topic before being allowed to work. If you deem them unfit, then you don't have to let them in. In the end, it's all up to you, since you get to decide how many and which students can be in the lab after school. Midoriya finished explaining the first plan to Majima, looking hopeful. So, would you be willing to do it, then? Majima still looked a little unsure, but after hearing all the precautions they came up with, a lot more open to the idea. Finally, after thinking it over and getting puppy eyes from Midoriya, Shota swears those are lethal weapons. It's never been used on him before, but he saw the effects it had on Shoji once he gave in. Ah, okay, you got me. Can't say no to those eyes. Midoriya tilted his head in confusion. You're only proving his point, Shota thought in fond exasperation. But on one condition, I get the final say on whether or not their product is good to go. I don't do this with my own students, but that's because I know for a fact they can handle themselves. With these kids, if there's even the slightest chance of failure in their items, I'll be forced to reject them. But if it's safe, I'll give my stamp of approval. Can't be too safe, you know. I don't want these kids getting injured on my watch. And just like that, Shota saw Majima in a new light. His co-worker was childish and valued humor above his own paycheck, but he was responsible. The guy's been a hero for years, he's seen how badly civilians and heroes alike can get injured in freak accidents, and he doesn't want the same thing to happen in a school where the kids are supposed to feel safe and protected. He may talk like a surfer, but this is something that Shota would always respect him for. Especially after the USJ disaster last year. Of course. Midoriya's cheery voice brought him out of his mind before he could continue down that train of thought. Majima released a breath that nobody knew he was holding, his relief palpable for some reason. Oh, thank God. I was worried you were gonna go all Aizawa on me like you did with Vlad. Did he just use Shota's name? And to describe an action his student did. What exactly was Majima suggesting? Hey. The green-haired child asked, what do you anyway? Shota was not letting the kid continue that thought. He might not have known what it meant, but judging by Majima's stupidly smug smile, it must be annoying enough for Shota to want to avoid. On to the second change. Problem child, if you will. Right. So, it's known worldwide that UA offers multiple courses: hero, support, business, and general. But even though they're all in the same building, they're mostly kept separate. And, unfortunately, this leads to a lot of bad BLD between the departments. Just last year, a lot of students were cessed at us first years in heroics because all of the constant villain attacks were annoying them. The problem was only solved after everyone got to know each other in the school festival. But school festivals only happen once a year. Meanwhile, the departments could get into heated battles with each other at any time and have no means of working through them. Just the other day I saw Ayano from business throw a banana peel at Monoma. He deserved it, but that's not the point. In a few years, all of the departments are going to be working together as professionals. Hero students need to be scouted by pros and business students working at agencies, support technicians need to be hired by said hero students for equipment, and general ed students are just of wildcards for potentially great connections to have. But none of them are going to be happy about that if they all despise each other. Keeping them separate and unable to interact and personally understand one another is just setting them up for failure in the future. Therefore, the kid gave a dramatic pause as he whipped out a piece of paper that had an interior design remodeling of the cafeteria on it. Yesterday during lunch I made a few observations about the atmosphere in the cafeteria. Something I've just noticed is that even though we all have the same lunch PRDs, departments are kept separate by a bunch of retractable barrier posts. In order to merge the sitting area together to get all of them to interact, I thought about just removing the barricades, but then I realized that'd never work. Majima cut into Midoriya's explanation. Here. Why not? Might as well give the kid some breathing time and answer the question for him. Once teenagers find a group of friends and a table to sit at, they tend to stick to that area for the next 3 years. Barriers won't change a thing. Majima gave him a weird look as if wondering why he knew that. What? He was a teenager once, too, despite apparent popular belief from his class. MHM. So the only other option is to literally force them to move to the same area. Students are possessive of their seating areas, they don't want to sit anywhere other than the table they're used to. If you sit in their seat without permission, they'll most likely kick you out, or just use their quirk to shove you off. Midoriya muttered that last part, but Shota's training as an underground hero has allowed him to hear even the faintest of sounds. He knows for a fact nobody has ever used their quirk to fend someone off from their chair. Sure, they might have politely asked them to move, but quirk usage outside of heroics is strictly prohibited. What kind of school did Midoriya go to that let their students mercilessly run wild like that? It was something Shota would have to say for later, though, because the green-eyed child perked back up from his brief solemn state to continue his rant. Therefore, I suggest we just scatter the arrangement of the tables, and they'll know we did it since they all have numbers on them. The preparation isn't complicated at all, it's their reactions to it that matter. I've made sure to keep certain groups separate, since they may cause more problems in close proximity to each other, and I put others together that I think could get along or at least have a mutual understanding. For example, the Baku Squad, the what? They have group names now. And Monoma are as far away as possible, along with all of Monoma's friends. Ida is out of Mai's range since he's still a little salty about last year's festival. And ♯and 𝐼𝐸 are separate for the exact same reasons. However, there are also examples of friendly relationships. Kendo is close to Monoma, to drag him away from bothering others, and she's also close to Momo since they have a nice rivalry going on. Yes, that's a perfectly healthy example of a rivalry. Take notes, Midoriya. Kirishima and Tetsu, they are clones, Tokoyami and Kuroiro over their mutual love of darkness, Ayano and Ashido, Rumiko and Mai, Mafuyu and Hagakure, and so on. Hopefully, with this, they'll build a few friendships and make promises to work together after graduation. His bushy-haired students paused a bit before continuing. Or just tolerate each other in general. Majima flipped through the paper that now rested in his hands. Well, you've certainly thought this through. But aren't you worried about all the confusion this is going to cause as soon as lunch starts? Shota's eyes darkened, and to all of their surprise, so did Midoriya's. The black-haired man opened his mouth to reply. Yes, actually, very. But it's a risk we're going to have to take if we want a positive outcome in the end. I only hope that they keep property damage to a minimum. He sighed. Property damage. Bakugo. One word is all it took for the support hero to immediately understand. Perking up, his cheery student spoke. That reminds me. I've already asked Cemento-sensei to start moving around the tables now, so we don't need your help in that department, but you do have a big role in this. So small yet so big. And what's that? Prevent Mai from testing out her inventions on other students during lunch. Shota's not gonna lie, that's probably one of the hardest jobs in this school. Hatsume isn't even one of his students, but she might as well be, given how much stress she gives him. Last week she upgraded Bakugo's grenades, which then proceeded to malfunction and destroy half of a building in training ground beta. And the girl didn't even bat an eye at the destruction she caused, only pouting at her baby before cackling madly and running to her lab to improve them. He has no problem with the mad cackling, he just hates what comes after and the sleep he loses because of it. There's no doubt in the Erasure hero's mind that given the chance, she'll make grenades for everyone in that cafeteria. Majima didn't seem to be faring too well, either, since he's had to deal with her every weekday since last year. The principal and secretary duo just hoped the man wouldn't accidentally get himself blown up in 30 minutes. But let's be honest, that was never an option to begin with. Furious smiley, Izuku dug his teeth into the shiny red apple as he stared across the cafeteria, savoring the taste of the juice and the crisp crunch sound it made. Lunch Rush had also offered Aizawa-sensei an apple, but he opted to go for another one of his juice pouches today. He always thought those things would have tasted like, well, nothing. Just flavorless, gray mush that served no other purpose than to keep a person healthy. Because that was the kind of person he'd always seen Aizawa-sensei as, a person who gets nothing but basic necessities and does nothing than the basic necessities. His office desk was devoid of any personal items, he only slept for the minimum requirement of hours, and of course, digests nothing but juice pouches, water, and coffee. But one look at the front of the pouch, the words Mango Edition written across it, had him second-guessing everything he thought he knew. Oh. So you're trying to merge the departments together during lunch PRD? Aizawa-sensei paused in his slurping to glance at the lunch hero. And then he went right back to slurping. Nice. I always love it when new friendships are born. Izuku heard a dreamy sigh through the hero's mask. I hope the arrangement was thought out though. It'd be a shame if this whole mixer-his grumpy teacher mumbled out a quick mixer was ruined because a few students decided to have a squabble. The hero in training flashed a bright smile. We did. I made sure to match them up based on personality traits, reasons for choosing the academic path they did, hobbies, whether they think the dress is black and blue or white and gold. Favorite. Izuku was cut off by a loud, yet nervous, laugh. Well, aren't you a thorough bunch? Unfortunately, there are some occasions when great friendships can cause great problems. The chef said with a sigh, oblivious to the panic he has just caused. Izuku and his teacher turned to share a look with each other, eyes wide in fear of what that statement implied. Wasting no time, the green-haired child turned to the chef. What problems? Which friendships? He was just about restraining himself from shaking the older man's shoulders to get an answer out of him, but he figured it would be perfectly justified. Just the slightest mishap in the next 4 to 5 minutes could cause everything to come tumbling down. He had to destroy this hypothetical problem before it got the chance to plant its seed. Here. Oh. Kirishima and Tetsu. I love their dynamic, but Jesus Christ, the others' reactions are a pain to deal with. What? Izuku yelled, because that's absurd. Those two are amazing together. Their quirks are similar, they both love the word manly, they both interned for fourth kind, hell. They even have the same teeth. How could that bond lead to anything but the manliest? Oh God, that word has officially ingrained itself in his brain. Friendship in the universe. Oh yeah. The hero stated matter-of-factly, they're so alike, they are practically clones. But that means it's basically double of every part of them. Double worshipping of Crimson Riot, double the word bro, and double the manliness. The chef shivered, and that's when Izuku realized the word manly was ingrained into everyone's brain now. Personally, I think it's adorable, but I can imagine how the boy's friends may find that extremely annoying. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But at least it's their friends, right? And that means they cherish them enough to tolerate their little habits. It wouldn't cause a big enough problem to start a whole fight, right? Because what kind of psycho would resort to violence for something as simple as that? Oh. Izuku's stomach dropped and his head whipped back to face Aizawa-sensei, who seemed to have realized the exact same thing he did at the exact same time. They both know what kind of psycho would do that. They have to deal with that psycho every morning. Kacchan. The explosive blonde would no doubt resort to violence the second Kirishima and Tetsu did their new secret. It's hardly a secret anymore given how often they do it handshake. He could see it now, the explosions, the fire, the property damage, everything. The one thing he and Aizawa-sensei promised to do was keep school destruction to a minimum, and look at them now. He should have known it was an impossible dream to have. But still, Izuku is nothing if not determined. There's still a way to fix this, he knows there is. All they have to do is rearrange about 2 to 3 tables and problem solved. Sure, the tables are a bit heavy and he might scratch the floor a bit, but there's nothing a little full cowl can't handle, and the green bean more or less heard them before he saw them, their loud footsteps speed walking towards the cafeteria doors and ready to burst through them and scatter at any moment. The door was about 10 feet from the closest table, though, and they seemed to be about halfway down the hall to the door if his hearing was good enough to go by. He'd say they had a solid 30 seconds to fix this mess before anyone would get suspicious and they would miss the reactions to new table placements. You take Tetsu's table and I'll take Bakugo's, was all he heard from his teacher before they both shot in different directions, Izuku activating full cowl at the highest percentage he could handle to lift up the steel boy's table and sprint to the left. Once he was about 4 seating areas away from its previous spot, he kicked a few tables apart and shifted them down to make room for the table he was currently holding. Relieved that he completed the job, he turned to see if Aizawa-sensei was done yet, but his gaze shifted to the man just in time to see his capture weapon shoot out and wrap around the table, gripping it. His teacher then yanked on his scarf to pull the large object towards him and made contact with it just to slam it into the newly available space on the ground. Far away from Tetsu's spot. Holy CRP. What's the tensile strength on that thing? Izuku asked, his fanboy mode activating. Scratch that, how do you even control it? Someone once told me that it was connected to your brainwaves, which I guess would explain how you're able to dictate where it goes midair, but how could carbon fibers and a metal alloy manage to pull that off? Whenever you activate your quirk, your hair floats, and maybe that's the reason your scarf does, too. But does that mean it's laced with your DNA somehow? Oh my god, can you float yourself if you try hard enough? Have you had a minor telekinesis quirk this entire time and never told anybody because of underground hero secrets? Your eyes glow red to float your hair and scarf. Could you move that red light down the rest of your body and even spread it to other objects? This time, it wasn't another person that cut off his rambling, it was Izuku himself. And that's already a rare enough occurrence. The reason he cut himself off wasn't that he realized the students were still approaching, it wasn't because of embarrassment, and it wasn't because of the stunned or awed. What is he talking about? That's impossible. Look on Aizawa-sensei's face, either. It was because he had just noticed where his teacher placed Kacchan's table. Aizawa-sensei. The hero trainee pointed a shaking figure towards him. You placed Kacchan's table right next to mine. And just like that, their stomachs dropped 10 stories further down. Kacchan and his friends couldn't sit anywhere near his table, or else it'd just be another screaming match between them that'll last the whole period. They had to move the Baku squad's table somewhere else and they had to do it fast. In a split second, Izuku had entered analyzing mode. Minoma was a no-go. Kacchan still sessed at Mai for the malfunctioning equipment, but that's mostly because he wasn't aware of it the first time. He would gladly demand her for more grenades the first chance he got, and for the sake of Power Loader he couldn't let that happen. He knows Koda and Kacchan won't bother each other, but the animal hero generally didn't like loud sounds, and the Baku squad is nothing if not that. He needed someone who was quiet enough to not get on the explosive blonde's nerves, but chill enough to deal with constant memes and crackling. And that's when it hit him, the table of emos. Jiru, Shoji, Tokoyami were the foundation of the table, with Momo making an occasional appearance from time to chat with Jiru. The girl with 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐺 could already be considered as a member of the Baku squad. Shoji rarely ever spoke or picked arguments with people, and Tokoyami mostly minded his own business aside from talking about MCR with Jiru and speaking of darkness with anyone willing to listen. They were perfect. But the students were practically right behind the doors, so he had to get this done now. Izuku sprinted to the emo's table, kicking and shoving the objects around it to make enough spare room. Finally, when he was satisfied, he turned back around to face Aizawa-sensei and held up his arms. He attempted to communicate with his eyes, and even though he knew it probably looked ridiculous, his message managed to come across. Aizawa nodded silently and activated his quirk, causing his scarf to once again float in the air and shoot forward, wrapping around the table and aiming it towards Izuku. The approaching students halted and he heard the door creak open. It was now or never. But before the plan was put into motion, his teacher told him one thing. A wise statement that he would carry with himself into his career as a pro hero and for the rest of his life. Break a bone and I'm disowning you. And that's when several things happened at once. First, Izuku wondered if there was an actual will he was a part of in the first place. Second, the doors burst open, revealing his entire class confused expressions, Bakugo especially. And third, Aizawa-sensei held the table towards him, his scarf fiercely unraveling with a snap. The students' eyes followed the speeding table as it collided into him, fitting perfectly between arms. And they all watched as Izuku immediately slammed the heavy object into the ground, resulting in a few spiderweb cracks to form in the ground. Arg, property damage. Silence filled the room, and the temporary principal and secretary turned to see hundreds of teenagers staring at them with slack jaws and wide eyes. Ida looked like he didn't know if he should risk lecturing a teacher, Kirishima looked like he wanted to yell about manliness, Ashido was recording the whole thing, and Kacchan looked really scared for some reason. But that can't be true, because when is he ever scared? The last time he saw anything close to that was during Kamino last year and the sludge incident the year before that, and nothing since. He was acting like he thought he was going to be slammed into the ground next, and now that the one for all user thinks about it, he looked like he had this morning when he glared at him. Oh, thank God. That all but confirms he's not scared. Because when would Kacchan ever be scared of him? And that's when he realized that he still had to get out of this room in one piece with Aizawa-sensei. He looked to his teacher in support and found absolutely no mercy, just a SHT-eating grin as he enjoyed the boy's pain. Izuku pouted, but his mood severely brightened once he saw his teacher realize that he was also the subject of attention. Why are all of you just standing and staring? Oh, so he was going with the feign ignorance technique. Tactical move, he should write this down when he gets back to the office. Lunch already started. You want the food to get cold. That subtle threat sobered them up, all right, and suddenly the duo were forgotten in favor of lining up for their meals. Izuku didn't know whether to be relieved or insulted, but he'll settle for the former. As silently and inconspicuously as possible, Izuku and Aizawa-sensei hopped off their tables and made their way to the door, almost making it out without anyone seeing them. Almost. Right as they were about 3 feet from the door, Kaminari popped up in front of them with an incredulous but highly amused expression on his face. Why were you guys here way before us? He asked, and Izuku froze. God, freezing is just more suspicious. And why does he keep acting like he's doing something illegal? Ashido popped up right beside him as she typed on her phone. It's honestly pure luck I was already recording when I came in here, just sent that video to like the entire class. She giggled. I'm sorry, what? She sent that to the class. Why, though? Did it look more embarrassing than he had originally thought? Oh Lord, imagine if Kacchan sees it and laughs. Imagine if Monoma sees it and laughs. He'll be destroyed. And why did Aizawa-sensei just yeet a table at you? Kaminari pressed, seemingly oblivious to Izuku's inner meltdown. Maybe the meltdown was the reason for what he did next, though, not being in the right headspace and all that. Not thinking clearly enough to understand the consequences a single sentence would bring him in the future. And because of that, he shrugged and replied, the beach was empty. Kaminari glowed. Furious smiley, Shota thought he couldn't possibly be more disappointed in his students, and once again, he was proved wrong. It took 5 minutes, 5 goddamn minutes, of talking before he and his secretary could finally escape the iron clutches of Kaminari, Ashido, and their endless Vine references. Whatever that thing was. The grumpy teacher had heard things he didn't expect nor want to hear. His eyes already have chronic pain, and his students managed to give him ear pain now, too. It was a cultural reset that made him realize just how much he hated dealing with today's youth. 69 cents, Ms. 𝐤𝐸𝐲, Jared, burnt chicken nugget, and so much more. All of which made absolutely no sense to him, but perfect sense to Midoriya. The green-haired kid managed to understand and reply to everything that came out of the electric blonde's mouth. Was it some sort of secret language they developed when talking around adults? He didn't know. One thing he did know is that this might be the first time but definitely won't be the last. It was only when Shota saw the other UA students' expressions morph to confusion at the new seating arrangement, and when he heard Midoriya say something along the lines of adult version, that he decided to step in. Shota shot out his capture weapon, making sure to cover the kid's mouth with the scarf, effectively picking up and silencing the green-eyed child. Mido, no. Come back. Kaminari yelled, dropping to his knees and clutching his heart as Ashido splashed water on his face to replicate tears. What the actual hell is wrong with his students? Is this how other classes act, or is he just eternally cursed to handle these demon spawns? Rolling his eyes, Shota dragged the floating Midoriya out of the hallway and into the faculty office, only letting him down once he was sure the door was closed and they could no longer hear the blonde boys shouting of memes. Work ahead. Ah yeah, I sure hope it does. The underground hero gave him an incredulous look. The very first thing you say. He breathed out. Vine! Exclaimed a voice from behind him. Power Loader halted in the middle of photocopying documents to stare at them. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Chris, is that a no? He was not going to have a repeat of that awful experience. He inwardly smirked as Majima shivered from the intensity of his bright red gaze, slithering back to the photocopier like a snake. It was at that moment he noticed the exact documents the man was copying in the first place, the ones for plan. He turned around to face Midoriya, who by the way looked a little downtrodden at the missed opportunity of having a horrible conversation with the support hero. Problem child. The boy perked up, getting right back into business mode. Good. Gather all the teachers in here. I'm gonna get this vote done as quickly as possible so we can observe the cafeteria. And he snatched the stack of papers from Majima, handing them over to his student. Give them all one of these to look over. Right. The boy did a two-fingered salute and ran off to God knows where on a mission to track down all of his co-workers. How did the boy know where all of them were during their lunch break? He didn't know, and he also figured it was better if he never found out. Shota sighed and plopped down in his original desk chair, the one he had before becoming principal. It's only been 2 days, but this feels strangely foreign. Which was odd, considering he's sat in that one for years. Maybe it's because as soon as he got a taste of something bigger, something more powerful, he didn't want to go back to what his life was before. He could only imagine how annoying it's gonna be next Tuesday when he gives up the position forever. In all honesty, his new melodramatic attitude about this job was seeing him off. Did he somehow forget the fact that he never wanted this in the first place? So what if he doesn't do this kind of thing ever again, or if he never gets another chance to freak his co-workers out by singling them out in meetings? And so what if Midoriya never gets to be his secretary again? Both of them knew that their roles this week weren't intended to be permanent. So why does he feel disappointed? What's got you all down in the dumps, senpai? Shota was shaken out of his stupor by the cheery voice of 13, skipping through the door. Technically no one could ever know if they were really happy since their black hole body didn't allow them to show any facial expressions, but it was pretty easy to assume. Midoriya must have found 13 first in the tea parties he mentioned, meaning that the next person would probably be Shota's just having an existential crisis now that he's accepted fatherhood. Nemirai chimed in, a sly smirk on her face. Okay, first of all, he's always having an existential crisis. That shouldn't be news to anyone in this room. Honestly, The number of times he's contemplated his reason for his pitiful existence on this earth should be concerning. And second, the hell did she mean by fatherhood? Excuse me. Nemuri opened her mouth, probably a snarky reply at the ready, but she never got a chance as the door burst open again, drawing all of their attention to the remaining staff that just came in. How did Midoriya know about our book club meetings? Cementos whispered to Ectoplasm. Lunch Rush told me about that stunt your student pulled in the cafeteria today. Toshinori, you better than the gods that you finally taught him how to use his strength without breaking all his bones. Recovery Girl chided, lightly hitting All Might's arm with her purse as he let out a loud choke of BLD. Shota cringed. Why is no one addressing how much BLD the guy is losing? The guy's a cough away from death at this point. Someone needs to tell him to lay low on stressful activities. He expected the students to not understand, but Recover Girl. Surely she's discussed this topic with him, right? Unless she has too much on her plate. That's not a good sign for anyone in this building. Is she overworked? Should they? No, 3 plans is enough for one day. He'll settle this new development with Midoriya tomorrow. He knows the nurse's office better than anyone at this point and no doubt has some insider info. Aizawa-kun. Shota broke away from his thought process to stare at the source of the voice, Vlad King. The man with sharp canines gave a nervous, wobbly smile as he attempted to give the underground hero a friendly wave. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. If that guy says anything rude to him or his student today, he'll strangle you with my scarf. See, he said that out loud. Hizashi let out an ugly snort and tried to cover it with a cough. Absolutely no one bought it. Vlad flinched with wide eyes and gave a fearful laugh, inching into the farthest corner to go unnoticed. Once again, it didn't work. But it was a pitiful enough effort to get the annoyed teacher to look away and face everyone else in the room. Most importantly, Midoriya, who was currently doing the bouncing thing he did so often as he bounded around the room handing out the papers, finally pausing to stand next to All Might. Because of course. As much as I'd rather go through with this by myself, I am required to hold another vote. Immediately, the temperature in the room felt like it had dropped several degrees as a chill went down his co-workers' spines. No one would dare suggest such a thing, but Shota had a feeling it was because they all remember what happened yesterday. None of them wanted to be his or Midoriya's next target to verbally destroy. Quite a shame. That might have been the one thing he was looking forward to. All of you can calm down, it's not as serious as yesterday's course of action. Just a small change that I think everyone would appreciate. He gestured to the paper and watched as they all began to read it over, scanning every line with their eyes. Snipe was the first to speak up. It's a permission slip. But for what? Shota felt like he could have explained. It was a simple answer, and even with his recent decrease in sleep, it wouldn't have been a hassle for him. But then again, he really liked having the power of choosing not to. Therefore, the black-haired man inwardly smirked as he snapped his fingers and pointed to Midoriya. Cue the ranting. Basically for everything. Off-site training camps for heroics, field trips to labs for support, and visiting hero agencies for business. All of them have the potential to be extremely dangerous. Any student faces the risk of being hurt during those events. And just last year we got quite a few complaints from parents about not being made aware of our traveling. Therefore, for everyone's peace of mind, it would be better to send out permission slips before the staff randomly ships their students off to these locations. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure why you guys didn't do this in the first place. Shota nodded. It was such a simple task, yet none of them had ever suggested it to Nezu. His co-workers lowered their heads and the underground hero watched in amusement as they were chastised by a student. But anyway, as you can see in the third paragraph of the front side, it states that UA is not liable for any items the children lose, any consequences the children might face from the location's employees for their misbehavior, and of course, any injuries they may sustain. However, the paper also says that that doesn't mean the school won't help out. For example, every single member of staff here is certified in medical training, and sometimes even Recovery Girl joins for extra precautions. Midoriya's volume lowered to the same one he used while muttering. But that means there's no actual nurse in this school during those periods of time, which is really bad, actually. Oh, so Shota wasn't exaggerating when he said Recovery Girl was overworked. He finds it hard to believe that everyone, including himself, ever questioned the lack of medical staff in this school. Shuzenji's quirk is remarkable, but it's not all-powerful. There are times when her quirk is probably the most unsuited for certain injuries. And if they have no one else to take care of the injured student or hero, then it was a scary thought, to be honest. Oh, and by the way, this applies to in-school events too, such as the sports festival. For support, some general education, and most hero students, it's a good chance to get noticed, but to others, it's like the worst thing ever and they shouldn't be forced to participate. One reason is that everyone hates a school that forces physical activities, another reason is that it's useless to business course, and the third reason is that it poses a great risk to those aiming for the underground. Here, Midoriya's going off script. Either that or there were actually 3 pages worth of his speech in his notebook instead of the 2 pages that Shota saw. Take Tokoyami and Shinso, for example. Last year, Tokoyami's one-on-one battle with Kachin revealed his weakness and sensitivity to light. If any of the villains were watching and paying close attention to him, they'd realize that all they'd need in the future to take him down is a flashlight. For Shinso, his quirk entirely depends on others not knowing how it works, or else it's once again useless since all they'd have to do is keep their mouth shut during the duration of the fight. So specific students should also be able to opt out. The jumpsuit-clad teacher suddenly tensed as his mind raced. Why hadn't he thought of those risks before? Shinso, Tokoyami, and even Todoroki had some of their weaknesses and trade secrets exposed at the festival when really it should be kept on the down low. Was this the same danger he himself had faced in his first sports festival? Back then, the only way for him to get in was to be the center of attention and score first place, no matter how much he hated it. Back then, he didn't have his support items. Everyone could see how his quirk was activated, the side effects of floating hair, and the drawbacks of his dry eye. To think that there might have been a villain out there watching and waiting to strike. He needed to take care of this. It's a good point, Snipe pointed out, but the whole purpose of hero students competing at the sports festival is to show off what they've learned to the heroes and agencies. If they don't participate, they won't get noticed, and that'll set them behind not only for internships but for work studies later on, too. Students who choose to opt out, and even those who don't, should also be given an ulterior way to show off their skills and potential to heroes and agencies for internships. A way that doesn't involve broadcasting it for the whole world to see. Shota droned, his bored voice contrasting his deeply attentive eyes. They all saw what happened with Momo last year during her fight with Tokoyami. The people watching weren't able to see how useful her quirk was, how she mastered the use of several weapons, and how quick-thinking she was. He wants all of his students to have the best opportunities, so he'll never let something like that risk their careers ever again. Sometime this week that'll have to be handled, he said to himself, but noting the way Midoriya wrote down every word. Good. Anyway, everyone in favor of permission slip say aye, everyone in opposition say nay and sleep with one eye open. Once again, it was unanimous. Furious smiley, Shota chewed on his pencil as he waited for the final bell of last PRD homeroom to ring, deep in thought. Today's lunch scheme had been a success, even better than he had expected. On his way back to the classroom, he'd noticed a few support students making friendly small talk with 2B, and he even saw some of his own students making plans with business and general ed kids to hang out at the mall this weekend. It was all very social. And while that's a great accomplishment on his and his secretary's part, he still doesn't understand how these kids are able to easily talk with each other without awkward silences and dirty glares. He's only able to do that around a few people, like MIC. Once again, Hisashi had told him he'd drive him back home. He appreciated the thought, but he didn't know why his friend kept offering if he knew he had paperwork to handle before he left. Not that the underground hero minded, though, it was no trouble to wait a little longer for the guy. But he didn't want the loud blonde to try and rush his work. Speed doesn't equal quality, after all. That's the same thing Recovery Girl told Tensai back in their second year of UA after he'd ended up in her office for the 3rd time that week. Recovery Girl. That reminds him. It seemed that with each new problem they solved, another one popped up in its place. Or rather, 3 more popped up in its place, judging by the list in Midoriya's notebook. Shota's not gonna lie, he's pretty disappointed in himself and the school board. Everyone in the media painted UA as this Golden Gate paradise of society, occupied by the brightest minds that are brimming with potential. And while they aren't exactly wrong, they were also pretty ignorant. When you're presented with an establishment that's got such a positive light shone on it, you tend not to question it. You take what you get because you know that the moment you look too deep into it, you'll never be able to enjoy it the same way again. And no matter how much he hates to admit it, Shota fell into that same trap. This whole society turning a blind eye might have been in UA's favor when it came to public relations and donors, but he knows it won't stay that way for long. He doesn't know who, and he doesn't know when, but someday, someone too curious for their own good is going to come along and they're going to tear that carefully constructed image to the ground. Shota took the pencil out of his mouth, eyes lifting to stare at Midoriya as he conversed with his friends. Maybe that person is already here. At least, if it's Midoriya, the gruff teacher knows that no matter how far the boy tears it down, he'll put just as much determination into building it back up. Bigger, brighter, and so much better than it was before. And he can't wait for the day when everyone else realizes that too. Honestly, how hasn't anyone else seen it? It's right there. An incredible mind sitting right under their noses. And that's when it occurred to Shota that Midoriya, in a way, is just like UA. Hero worshipping, shining, and strong. That's what everyone sees. No one sees what's underneath. He hates this horribly cheesy expression, but that kid is just a happy-go-lucky onion, he's got layers. He thinks he has a pretty good idea of what's underneath, though. Undying loyalty to his friends and family, even a random stranger on the street, that causes him to desperately protect them with his life, ignoring how injured he gets in the process. An insane ability to empathize and understand the struggles of people around him, never downplaying the physical and mental tolls those struggles took on them and defending them with a passion that'd almost make you think he was speaking about himself. Finally, a calculating mind to analyze everyone and everything around him. He grasps a good enough understanding of a person's emotional state to accurately determine how to manipulate them into doing what he intends them to. He notes down the atmospheres, behavior, and past actions of a person in order to predict the exact move they'll make next in a fight, and find the best way to take them down because of it. And most importantly, his need to understand the complex workings of any quirk he comes across. Just over an hour ago, Midoriya had asked him questions about his quirk, more questions than anyone else had ever bothered to ask about something so bland and boring as erasure. The kid considered things he'd never even given a second thought to. A minor telekinesis quirk. Floating his entire body. Being able to wield red light and float objects around him. It all seemed so crazy, but he definitely had the urge to test it all out now. Still, he wondered why the green-haired child felt the need to analyze quirks in the first place. Don't get him wrong, it's a very valuable skill to have as a hero and one he wishes his other students had, too, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a little unusual. Most kids his age, when thinking about becoming heroes, only focused on their own quirks, never anybody else's. Their only concern was getting stronger and punching harder, nothing more, nothing less. And with a quirk like Midoriya's, one that was so eerily similar to All Might's, he would have thought it'd be the same case. The tired teacher sighed, mentally promising himself that he'd ask that question to the boy's face one day. Then a bush of green hair popped up in front of his face, and for the first time in Shota's life, he questioned if Midoriya had a minor psychic quirk, too. Aizawa-sensei. His student cheerfully exclaimed, a megawatt smile on his face that put Kaminari to shame. Problem child. You know those questions I asked you in the cafeteria? How could he forget? I have another one. Shota's not one to be curious, but... Shoot. He flipped his pencil around his fingers. What would happen if you activated your quirk while staring into a mirror? Shota tensed. He was expecting a wild question, yes, but he didn't know it'd be a question he already had an answer to. Back in high school, Hisashi had dared him to do this exact thing, and the next thing he knew, he had a concussion. Making direct eye contact, a high-pitched whining sound will gradually increase in volume over the span of 5 seconds. The mirror will start shaking until eventually, it cracks. And finally, a red flash of light will shoot out and give me a concussion. He grumbled out his explanation just to see Midoriya staring at him with wide eyes. That's really specific. And the next thing Shota knew, his student had his notebook out and was furiously jotting this new information down. The black-eyed man watched the pencil fly across the page and determined whether or not it would be a good idea to his next question. He decided he'll deal with any hypothetical consequences later. Say, problem child, green eyes lifted to meet his, why do you analyze quirks? The eyes flashed with an emotion he couldn't determine, but the hesitation told him that the kid was still unsure if he should answer or not. Eventually, he did, much more honestly than Shota expected him to. I was a late bloomer. Like, really late. When I was 4 I was, falsely diagnosed as quirkless. Oh, that's why he was so adamant about quirkless heroes. But just how late of a bloomer? And everyone told me to give up on trying to be a hero, but I still thought that even without a quirk I could do it. So as soon as I learned how to read and write, I started making hero analysis notebooks. I'd find their weaknesses and strengths so that I could determine a way to exploit or replicate them, either with a support item or with my own brain and fighting skills. I figured that if I didn't have a quirk of my own to work with, I could work against everyone else's. An admirable strategy, one that would most likely work, too. But the phrasing is what made the tired man just a tad bit unsettled. Exploiting the hero's quirks. Working against them, it also sounded very. Yeah. Don't get him wrong, it's stupid to suggest Midoriya would consider being a villain. With a heart of gold like that. It's DMN near impossible. But just because he wouldn't, doesn't mean he couldn't. Shota knows how the quirkless are treated in this society, even the elderly. They're neglected, outcast, abused, anything horrible you can think of is what happens to them. It's almost like having a quirk that's considered villainous, only way worse. At least with a villainous quirk, people know not to mess with you, they consider you dangerous. But no quirk at all. You aren't even good enough to register as a threat. You're nothing. You're worthless. Of course, Shota knows that's complete CRP, but others aren't as bright when it comes to this subject. In any case, that's not the point. The reason there are so many villains is that they felt like they had no other option. Society abandoned them, so they turned to the dark side, a side they knew would never banish them, and would welcome them with open arms. If Midoriya hadn't been as selfless and heroic, or maybe hadn't worshipped All Might as much as he did now, and if he had to live the rest of his life being shunned by the rest of the population, then he didn't even want to think about what could have happened. A brain like that and a strong motive. The world would fall to its knees. But of course, I ended up getting a quirk. The green-haired child chuckled while rubbing the back of his neck, although his voice seemed to have a new edge of sadness to it. So I guess the analysis was pretty much useless in the end. Hell no. Absolutely not. Shota stated, not even a smidge of uncertainty in his voice. Just because you have a quirk now, doesn't mean your analysis notebooks don't have extreme value. If anything, it's your strongest advantage. I suggest you start thinking of it as such. His student looked at him like he'd grown a second head, numbly nodding along to his words. Well, that's progress, at least. I also think you should consider analyzing villains' quirks, that way you can exploit the weaknesses you find in battle. He paused a bit before saying the next part. And maybe try converting your notebooks to an original coded language. You never know who might end up taking a look at the information in there. Right. And just like that, the regular Midoriya was back, writing down his suggestions in his notebook with a look of awe in his eyes. But just when he thought the conversation was over and done with, especially considering the fact that the bell had already rung a few minutes ago, the forest-eyed boy lifted his head. Oh, I forgot to mention the second reason. His teacher nodded his head, signaling for him to elaborate. My dad's also really interested in quirks, he thinks about them even more than I do. He's actually the one that bought me all my notebooks and novels published by famous quirk analyzers, sometimes he even reads them. If he didn't already have a job, I'd say he was one of those. It was that moment that Midoriya noticed the empty classroom, face flushing in embarrassment as he realized just how long he'd been talking. Yelling out a sorry, bye, and sprinting out the door. Shota was left frozen, staring at the spot his student was just standing in. This enigma of a father kept making appearances in his students and his conversations. And the more he learned about him, the more curious he was. A guy with a glare more petrifying than his sons, and an even better analyzer. The man got more terrifying by the second. Strongest advantage, that's what his teacher had called his hero analysis notebooks. The notebooks that he had worked on for over 10 years, that he had been ridiculed, burned and attacked for being called his strongest advantage as a hero. It didn't make any sense to Izuku. His classmates said the notebooks were stalkerish and creepy. His teachers said it was some sort of coping mechanism that he started as a way to ignore reality. And even his mother, no matter how much he loved her, got this horribly sad look in her eye whenever she used to see him writing in it. It felt like a knife twisting in his gut, knowing that people hated his notebooks, but he's long since accepted it. He's come to terms with the fact that nobody beside himself understood the value that each page held, and they never would. So why did Aizawa-sensei? Not only had he praised him for it, he even gave suggestions on how to develop it. And the suggestions were thought out, too, not like the ones 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 used to make about feeding it to the dogs because at least then it'll be useful. Izuku hates to say it, but for a split second, he almost listened to the blonde-haired boy. All he wanted was for his analysis to help him be a hero, to help save others. If he had fed it to the dogs then, well, it'd have some worth. And back then, he'd take what he could get about having worth. But Aizawa-sensei said it already did. And, in turn, that he already did. All in all, it was a very jarring experience. It felt like getting cold water dumped on his head after 10 years of agony in a scalding hot ocean of his tears. Talk about poetic. It was so different than what he was used to. He thought his gaining of one for all would be the missing piece he needed that made him a hero, or just the trust of the number one hero himself. So to hear that the piece he needed was tightly clutched in his hand all along. Holy! Izuku heard a loud snort behind him and whipped around in his seat, coming face to face with a snickering Kaminari. Oh Lord, did he say that out loud? It was at that moment he realized he was completely surrounded by over half the class, all of them staring at him with varying expressions. The Baku squad and Emo squad were looking at him with mirth in their eyes and barely concealed laughter. Izuku's closest friends were all shell-shocked as their jaws hung wide open, as shocked as Todoroki could look, and 𝐒𝐿 just looked very, very pale. Strange. Sorry, were you guys saying something? He asked innocently, desperately trying to fight that growing blush on his neck that came from the embarrassment of not paying attention to his surroundings as well as openly cursing. It couldn't have been too bad, though, right? Yeah. Uraraka choked out, still at a loss for words. Emina sent us the video she took yesterday during lunch and we were wondering why you and Aizawa-sensei were throwing tables around. Ugh, CRP again. It's not like he can tell them the truth. If he and Aizawa-sensei wanted this whole merging departments plan to work long-term, nobody else could find out about it. Especially not the students themselves. He could always come up with an excuse, but let's be honest, his lying skills will land him in an even worse situation. Wincing, he replied with the only answer he could. Ahaha, about that, it's sorta kinda maybe. Classified. Jiru raised a brow. Is that a question or an answer? A very subtle threat. Izuku didn't know when he started subtly threatening people, but it was probably around the time this secretary thing started. Listening to Aizawa-sensei's constant snarky remarks against Vlad-sensei was getting to him. Sometimes he wondered whether snapping at the BLD hero was just a natural reflex for the man or if he stayed up the night before writing all of his insult ideas down. And honestly, he wouldn't be surprised either way. Come on. There must be some things you could tell us. Kaminari whined, trying and failing to achieve puppy eyes. Even Jiru rolled her eyes at his awful attempt. Still, despite the lack of persuasion from the electric blonde, Izuku knew that Kirishima and Ashido wouldn't leave him alone without at least some details about his temporary position. Sighing, he gave in. I guess so. What do you want to know? Not even a second after he uttered those words did a devilish grin spread over the faces of his classmates. Izuku froze as an ice colder than Todoroki's right side spread through his veins, the regret of his question setting in. Zero was the first to speak. When the rest of us leave for first PO, where do you and Aizawa-sensei go? Oh, well, that wasn't as bad as he was expecting. Oh, we go to Nezu's office. His computer has access to the most important files and he also has really nice coffee. Ida slightly narrowed his eyes. Oh God, did he already say something incriminating? You drink coffee. I thought you preferred tea. His friends noticed his beverage preference. Izuku felt a warm, tingly feeling bubble up in his chest, proof of his appreciation for that little detail. In any case, he answered. I do, but after watching Aizawa-sensei drink coffee a lot I figured I should give it a try. It's pretty good if you add a bit of sugar. And it was also pretty good without sugar, which Izuku found weird since he usually disliked bitter drinks. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Todoroki choke and tense up at the statement before grabbing a notebook and writing something down. Hey, how strange. But before the green-eyed child could question it, Hagekyo was already asking the next question, the shifting of her uniform telling him that she was waving her arms around. 2 days ago I saw Aizawa-sensei chilling in the shadows and smirking at something in the hallway. I didn't question it at first because hello, this is Aizawa we're talking about. Every one of his classmates gave a nod of agreement, not even needing an explanation. But then I heard a crash and a bunch of cursing that could only come from bakubronchitis. The hell did you just call Emmy? And I was just like, beach what? So after a few seconds, I rounded the corner and you know what I saw. You tackling Boom Boom Boy to the ground and Vlad-sensei standing there in horror. Just like, why? Izuku could ask her the same question. He knows for a fact that before he and Aizawa-sensei acted out their plan, they had checked for witnesses and spectators, and they had seen and heard nothing. He would have remembered if he saw a floating uniform anywhere. So the only conclusion that the green-haired child could come to is that Hagekyo regularly walks around the school naked to maximize her invisibility quirk. Why? Is it for pranks or something? In any case, he answered the best he could. A persuasion technique. They all gave him a blank stare as he wilted. Was he not specific enough? He opened his mouth to speak again, hoping that saying a slight emotional manipulation sounded better and not totally psychotic. Shut your mouths, extras, I'm asking next. Izuku flinched at the sudden noise, flipping his head around to face the explosive blonde. Kacchan huffed a bit before giving his full attention to Izuku, glaring at him, and eyes widening a bit when realizing he got no reaction. Shaking off the shock, he spoke. Since when does a useless nerd like you attempt to glare? The forest-eyed child gasped. Attempt? It didn't work. And he was so confident in his results, too. See you. This is gonna be a hassle to deal with, isn't it? Now I have to start the experiment all over again. Kacchan sputtered as the boy reached for his analysis notebook. What experiment? Here. Oh. The intimidation experiment. He replied cheerfully. During Monday's vote I glared at Vlad-sensei and it must have been pretty effective because he ended up listening to me. He also shivered a bit, which is kinda strange since it's a grown man pro-hero teacher being slightly scared by a teenage student. You Vladicich! Ashido shrieked, slapping her hands on her cheeks. I know right. And then after that, Aizawa-sensei told me that while my glaring is effective, it can't hurt to practice more. Izuku pressed a finger to his cheek in thought, much like Zu. In fact, he's the one who suggested I try it out on you guys. Especially you, Kacchan. The smiling boy said it so happily and innocently, and so painfully unaware of the scheme their teacher was pulling. Or as he would call it, a logical ruse. Kacchan glared at the ground as if it had personally offended him, but knowing the explosive boy, it probably did somehow. DMN hobo BSTRD. Izuku paid the words no mind. He even gave suggestions for other types of intimidation techniques. He thought he heard Momo mutter something along the lines of "oh no" behind him, but he brushed it off as his mind playing tricks on him. Because how could these new lessons be a bad thing? Such as having the person meet you in a place that you are familiar and comfortable with, that way they know they're in your territory and you have all the power. Deliberately making a person wait for you to speak so they know your time is more important than theirs. He actually did that yesterday morning. Another one is forcing you to make an important decision before you're ready to, and using dark humor to poke at your flaws. Izuku paused for a second in thought, oblivious to the extreme crisis his classmates were going through as they started to put all of Aizawa-sensei's intimidating puzzle pieces together and figure out the big picture. He knew there was one more technique that his teacher told him to use, and one that he favored and did most often. Strength in numbers, raising their voice, threatening to walk out. All were great, but they still weren't the skill he was looking for. And that's when it hit him. "Oh right," he exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to him. That's what the last tactic was. All of their stomachs dropped, filling with unbridled fear. Reluctantly but bravely, Ida asked what they were all thinking. What was it? The green child smiled. If someone were to not comply with their wishes, they would threaten them with unreasonable consequences. The classroom door burst open just as the bell rang, and the teacher they all know, love, and slightly fear stalked in. The underground hero left a familiar trail of confidence and conviction behind him, dark eyes gleaming with appraisal as he gazed at his students. However, there was something very different about him. He looked professional. Not that he doesn't always have an air of professionalism around him, but today it seemed that he dressed the way he acts. And now that Izuku thinks about it, he looks quite similar to how he did during the Kamino press conference last year, except slightly less depressed. He had a white button-down shirt and a light blue tie with navy blue stripes. He had a black blazer strung over his arm. He had dress briefs and shoes, and his hair was pulled back in the same style as last time. Hey, wait a second. That looks a lot like the hairstyle his mom uses. The child was pulled out of his thoughts by the sound of his teacher's gruff voice. At least that's the same. Get to class or you're expelled. Of course. We all know it's an intimidation technique by now, but even so. Kaminari let out a sigh that told a tale of both awe and pain. Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow, but Ashido and Kachin beat him to the punch. I didn't know you were capable of dressing fancy. Why do you look less like a homeless person than usual? Both very different statements, but implying the same confusion nonetheless. His teacher rolled his eyes. Classified. Another choking sound came from Todoroki, and Izuku had half the idea to offer him a cough drop at this point. Now are you going to sit there and stare, or do you actually want to be on time for class? MIC's not a yeller, but he will give you a very disappointed stare. That statement alone was enough to snap the rest of Izuku's class out of their shock from his outfit, all of them deathly afraid of disappointing the most enthusiastic teacher at UA. Not even 5 seconds had passed before all of them were already out the door, Aizawa-sensei and Izuku being the only ones left in the classroom. Without wasting any more time, as usual, the grumpy teacher huffed and turned to the boy, handing him a brown messenger bag. A bag he couldn't help but notice looked quite similar to the one Aizawa-sensei had. The bushy-haired child graciously accepted the item and immediately moved to view its contents, unable to control his curiosity. Much to his shock and delight, he found 2 brand new notebooks inside, as well as a pack of 0.5mm mechanical pencils, lead and spare erasers included. God, he'd forgotten how amazing new pencils were, as well as the fact that this was what he required as his payment 2 days ago. Wait, how many pencils does he get paid in again? What's his pencil per hour rate? Somehow you've already burned through the last 4 notebooks, so I figured you needed a new supply for today. Izuku stared up at his teacher in awe, barely restraining himself from jumping with joy. He was just about to thank the man, and most likely ask him how he'd known the best brand of pencils, when he realized he had just ignored several strange things. Wait. Here. Then he realized how rude that sounded and started waving his arms around in a panic, as he usually did in embarrassing situations such as this. I mean, thanks for the notebooks. And pencils. Especially since it included not just spare lead but extra erasers too, which is pretty weird since I've never seen that in other packs before. It's pretty useful. But that's not the point. Wow, he sure does love getting off track here. I was just wondering. What do you mean for today? Today's a tighter packed schedule than usual. Only one plan to take care of, but it's a lot more complicated and will most likely require you to write more. Might as well be prepared. Oh, well that's okay. Personally, Izuku has never had a problem with busy schedules. In fact, He loved them. It made him feel accomplished, and like he wasn't wasting time. Like he wasn't a waste of time. But despite that, he was still a little confused. Oh, okay. But then why the new bag? Not that he was complaining, it did have quite a lot of useful pockets. It's lighter to carry around for long periods of time compared to your other bag, which for some reason still has all your textbooks and binders. Aizawa-sensei gave him a suspicious look and Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his neck and holding the bag in his other hand. Just in case I needed it. But also, long periods of time. Izuku looked at his teacher's outfit and gasped, "Is that why you're wearing a suit? Does one of the plans require going to someplace fancy? Is it a hero agency? A birthday party? Or, oh my god, is it a funeral? Should I change dash?" The underground hero held up a hand, silencing his ramblings. "First off, you're right about me needing to change my attire for today's plan." Judging by the annoyed expression on his face, he wasn't too happy about that. He thinks he gets why, though it must be irritating to transition from a loose black hero costume to an uncomfortable button-up. But it's not fancy as much as it's a professional setting. Musutafu General Hospital. Here. The boy asked dumbly, eyebrows knitting in confusion. Recovery Girl's one-woman job shtick has gone on long enough, it's time to get her some co-workers. Wait a second, does that mean you're doing job interviews? He screamed in amazement, no longer able to hold back his jumping. It's not like anyone can blame him, though. He's always seen job interviews on TV but never in real life, and he didn't know if they were even remotely similar or if the recording studio made it too dramatic. The whole idea in general may sound boring to others, it sounded like paradise to Izuku. Asking questions about their motivations to pursue their dream job. It's very nostalgic. I don't know what kind of job interviews you've been to, but I can guarantee you it's not that fun. His teacher gave an amused huff and made his way out the door, Izuku following closely on his heels as he continued the conversation through the hallway. It'll be pure luck if you can avoid the interviewee's wrath from rejection, if there even is interviewees, that is. No one applied for the job. That didn't sound right. We can't be sure till we get there. I sent out an email to the hospital telling them to inform their staff that there would be about 5 positions open, and that it would be reviewing any applicants. Normally you wouldn't be able to hire straight from a hospital, but I guess UA has some privileges. That's a bit of a downplay. UA could practically do whatever they wanted and get away with it. Not that they would, but there's been a few instances when you could see the raw power they have. The school has partial guardianship over hero students, they somehow got the approval for the 0-pointers in the entrance exam, and their budget is out of this world. But then again, it was a last-minute kind of thing, and they most likely hadn't had the time to gather a lot of people. Plus, a lot of people ignore the injury part of being a hero and don't think the medical department is all that important. And because of that, we'll probably get about 15 people at most, and only 3 that are competent enough to live up to UA's insane standards. Well, that SCKS. Izuku would have suggested to his teacher that they wait a little longer to hatch this plan, but he knows that's impossible. If they don't do it today, it'll never get done. They have a week to be the all-powerful principal and secretary, and a small part of Izuku wished it was just a little longer. But enough negativity. 3 is better than nothing, at least. If there's any possible way to take some work off of Recovery Girl's back, we should take it. Izuku thought he felt Aizawa-sensei staring holes in his head, but it must have been his senses playing tricks on him. I think the stress of having to take care of reckless heroes and hero students is starting to get to her, or at least getting to her more than last year when she told me she'd stop healing my broken bones if I didn't learn how to control my quirk. So this could really help her. The child had said the words so giddily, but the smile was wiped off his face at the sight of his teacher's expression. His black eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at him, mouth opening and closing like he had no idea what to say. Izuku couldn't quite place the emotion on his face, but he was 100% sure he didn't want to find out. It was the middle ground between shocked, confused, and worst of all, angry. The green-haired boy felt his heart stop. Was his teacher mad at him for suggesting Recovery Girl couldn't handle it all? Oh no, that sounds so rude now that he thinks about it. He opened his mouth and lifted his arms, ready to wave them around and spit out endless apologies, but Aizawa-sensei beat him to the punch. She said what? He asked darkly. Oh God. Izuku looked like a deer caught in headlights. She said she would stop healing my quirk injuries if I didn't learn how to control it. But that was her decision, not mine. She totally could if she wanted to. Her quirk is extremely powerful and yes, she is powerful. She's as powerful as her paycheck is big. And that would mean that she has no excuse not to dash. Whatever the black-haired man was planning on saying next was cut off by a particular loud blonde. And no, not Kachin, the other one. Shota Presentamisi yelled, a dazzlingly bright smile on his face as he stood before the duo, seemingly unperturbed at the deadly vibes Aizawa-sensei was giving off. And the green bean himself. How ya doing? Izuku's relief was palpable, finally an opportunity to inch away from the annoyed underground hero. Great. Horrible. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm not a monster but I have the strange urge to talk to an old ladish. His teacher suddenly cut himself off, sniffing at the air before his eyes locked on the item Mic-sensei was holding. Said item that had scalding hot liquid inside of it and smelled like heaven. Coffee. In the blink of an eye, the cup was out of the voice hero's hands and gripped between Aizawa-sensei's. He heard Mic-sensei mutter as soft like a moth to a flame. Mic-sensei. What are you doing here? Izuku asked cheerfully. Oh doing my daily patrol around the building to make sure this grumpy goose dash. The loud blonde playfully hit Aizawa-sensei on the arm, getting a low grumble in return, doesn't scare the students and teachers more than he already has. That sounded like a reasonable concern, honestly. But the other man wasn't buying it. Vlad deserves whatever happens to him. Also, you had no way of knowing if I would walk the same route, so why are you just randomly carrying around a cup of black coffee? You don't even like black coffee if you weren't going to drink it. Mic-sensei gave a loud chuckle and landed another playful hit to the man's arm, and Izuku was suddenly reminded of the fact that these two knew each other during their UA years. They must have been pretty close, too, since it seems like present Mic is one of the only people who would dare try to be playful with Aizawa-sensei, the other one most likely being Midnight-sensei. Can't I just do it out of the kindness of my heart? Aizawa-sensei grumbled again, earning another laugh. I'd love to chat more but I gotta get back if I don't want to be on the wrong end of Koda's disappointed stare. I'll see you two hooligans later. Toodles. And with that, the voice hero was sprinting to class and out of sight, leaving the principal and secretary duo in his dust. The hallway was filled with silence, but it wasn't awkward. Mostly because he was pretty sure that both of them had no idea what to make of the interaction. The silence remained all the way until they got into the UA-owned car, with his stoic teacher sitting in the driver's seat and Izuku rushing to claim shotgun even though no one else was there to fight him for it. He knew the man was probably still caught up thinking about the coffee, or maybe even thinking about what they're gonna do about the low number of applicants, but there was something he had to say to get it off his chest, something of great importance. And because of that, he turned to face his teacher and said, with the most serious voice he could muster, "Are Koda and Mic-sensei really not aware of the effect their disappointed stares have on each other?" And that was the last silent moment they had the whole drive. Furious smiley, Shota trudged down the pathway to the hospital's front doors, his bright-eyed student bouncing along beside him. In the end, they had concluded that no, Hisashi and Koda aren't aware of how their stares affect each other and even the people around them. Although, they also decided that it would be wise for the two to never find out, or else they'd be an unstoppable force. Both of them were dead serious on the matter, but Shota seemed to be the only one who noticed the irony. Midoriya of all people had no right to talk about the effect of other people's stares when he was still somehow oblivious to his own. When he glares at someone they act like Medusa just turned them into a petrified statue, when he gives someone puppy eyes they automatically lose their so-called unbreaking will, and his smiles can make even the most stoic person light up. Shota excluded. Because on the emotionless spectrum, he's at the highest, most unattainable level, so don't even mention the flukes of him laughing. But honestly, that's the closest Todoroki and Tokoyami have ever come to full-on grinning. It's almost scary how the school unintentionally revolved around the kid, not that he was complaining. It was all the more reason to have the kid as his secretary. because no one would dare question the kid about having notebooks of information on them. Shaking himself out of that thought, 𝐿𝐴 focused on the matter at hand. The hospital. He wanted more medical staff, but he really hated the interview process. Actually, he hated socializing in general. So he guesses that's one upside to having a low amount of applicants. He can go home a hell of a lot faster. Sighing, he reached out his hand to grip the door and open it. Except he didn't. Before he could make contact with the handle, the doors burst open and a tall man with heterochromatic black and gray eyes with hair to match pushed through, grabbing 𝐿𝐴's hand and shaking it rapidly. Pretty roughly, too. 𝐿𝐴 found that he didn't like that. All the underground hero could do was stare in shock and wonder who the energetic man was. What the hell? Ah, hello. You must be Aizawa 𝐿𝐴. And you. The man turned to face his student, who looked just as disturbed as 𝐿𝐴 but still managed to summon a wobbly smile. Now that took skill. Must be Midoriya Izuku. A prized UA student. When I checked my email last night only to see that the man in charge of UA was coming to scout my employees, I knew I just had to greet you two myself. Once again, what? Man in charge of dash. Oh. Right, he forgot he was legitimately responsible for the entirety of UA now, and not just some tired schmuck who ran around traumatizing his co-workers. But that didn't explain how this man knew Midoriya. He remembered stating in his email that he'd be bringing a student secretary along, but not once had he mentioned his name. 𝐿𝐴 suddenly froze. Did this man do research on them before they arrived here? Unfortunately, he wasn't given any more time to think it over, as the man was already dragging him by his wrist through the hospital, Midoriya flanking behind them with his notebook already out and pencil scribbling away. By the time 5 minutes had passed, 𝐿𝐴, Midoriya, and Hiranori Hekima, as his badge said, were seated on one side of an obnoxiously long table. Midoriya had his notebooks out in front of him as well as the list of questions to ask that 𝐿𝐴 gave him. Hiranori had a gavel for some unknown reason, and the heroics teacher himself just had the pitiful empty cup of what his black coffee used to be. I only received the email yesterday, so there wasn't much time to gather up applicants. Yep, that sounded about right. But since UA is an establishment of such great prestige, I knew I couldn't settle for a measly 12. Come again. 𝐿𝐴 straightened out of his slouching position to face the man. Please let this not mean what he thinks it means. So instead of just sending a staff-wide email about the interviews happening today that most of them probably wouldn't see that late at night, I proceeded to personally call each employee repeatedly until they picked up the call, allowing me to tell them a complete rundown of job. I sent you that email at 12:30, a time when most of these people are sleeping. The black-haired man breathed out, disbelief lacing his voice. But Hiranori was unperturbed. Oh, I know. That's 'cause they were sleeping. But don't worry, I made sure all of them were wide awake to receive the information you provided in the email. Oh my god, 𝐿𝐴 has become the one thing he vowed to destroy, a person who interrupts sleep. The employees here are already overworked, yet last night they had to listen to an overly enthusiastic man rant about UA's prestige and summarize the 5 paragraphs of information 𝐿𝐴 had originally written to him. What kind of monster would do that intentionally? Oh, that's right, Hiranori Hekima would. But there's one thing that's nagging at him. You called every employee. The man happily nodded, unaware of the fear that was climbing its way into the underground hero's gut. Then, how many people are here to apply? Even without the man's response, the Cheshire Cat smile that slithered onto his face was all 𝐿𝐴 needed to know that this was going to be a horrible day. 50. 𝐿𝐴 gave a blank stare down at his coffee cup, and a knock was heard by the door, and that's the first one now. He slammed his head down against the table, because at this point it might be the only thing that shocks him out of his self-pity and back into work mode. Hiranori flinches at the sound, but Midoriya doesn't bat an eye, and he guesses that's good since they both need to be functioning for this new plan to work. Midoriya, he grumbles out, a little muffled from the table, do you remember every intimidation technique I told you about? Yes. Good. Finally something good. He sat up and gave the dirtiest glare he could at the door. Good cop, bad cop. Freak him out. Analyze. It's the only way to get through them fast enough. The only people we'll hire are the ones who have credentials to make up for their weird habits, or best of all, have credentials and no weird habits. But what counts as a weird habit? Yes. Shota provided no other explanation and gave Hironori, the BSD, a nod, signaling for him to open the door and let the first one in. Well, let's get this show on the road. And may God have mercy on our souls. Furiously, Shota stared down the man before him. Aquamarine hair spiking around his head, short in size, and lime green eyes. But other than that he was relatively normal. Well, besides the 6 blue lines that curled around his nose like whiskers on a cat. The gruff teacher had half the sense to hire him just for that, but unfortunately, he realized the irresponsibility of that decision. Sighing, he proceeded with the regular questions. Name. 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 smirked. He's a smug one, isn't he? Shota gave a subtle glance to his secretary and was pleased to see the exact same observation already written down on the man's page. As well as 2 other paragraphs. And an incredibly realistic sketch. What the actual hell is this kid made of? Quirk. His green-haired student was vibrating in excitement for the awaiting answer. Whisker. I can telepathically remove the lines from my face and make them pick up the items around me all at once. Well, he guesses the smug smirk was at least partially earned. It was one hell of a useful quirk. But still. Mentally smirking, Shota watched as his student began the act, trusting Midoriya knew what to do. That's an awesome quirk. Imagine how useful it'd be at a time when you're required to hold multiple items at once. I bet you could even stitch up a wound with that. So many possibilities. Feed into the ego. Midoriya's bright smile suddenly took a sharper, darker turn. And go in for the kill. But what are its limitations? Limitations. 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 tilted his head, confused but keeping up the smile. How many whiskers can you use at once? Is there a maximum amount of weight you can hold for each one or just in total? Is there a range for how far apart the whiskers can be from you at all times? What are the consequences of going past your limits? And a lot more. Shota told him passively, picking at his nails like he'd rather be anywhere else. That last part wasn't an act, though. Well. I think the underground hero didn't let him finish. How complex can the actions of your whiskers be? And depending on the complexity of the action, does it get sloppy? Slower. He could go on, but he's starting to analyze almost as much as Midoriya. Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck, a telltale sign that he was nervous and stalling an actual answer in favor of protecting his pride. I never really thought about it before. Probably because you were too careless to consider the idea that you're not indestructible, and that your quirk isn't so special after all. Probably because it's such a powerful quirk to have that you only looked at the general summary. I know plenty of heroes who do that too. It's a good strategy when clearing your mind and relieving stress. Shota's student cheered. 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 looked back and forth between Shota and Midoriya, between overwhelming praise and intense criticism, with wavering pride and wide eyes. The underground hero rejoiced at the whiplash he must be feeling right about now. Right. Now it'd be weird to assume that you would already have a resume ready, so you can just state your qualifications. The aqua-haired man opened his mouth, and we'll background check it later. His mouth shut. Are you kidding him right now? I got some bachelor's degrees from Aichi Medical University, then got a job here right after. This guy couldn't be any older than 27, so he must have been here for about 4 to 5 years. Good, some information he can use as ammo. Right out of university, here. What's that, 4? 5. 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 gave another proud smile. Months. The smile fell just as fast, and Shota heard a choked sound come from his secretary. No. I've worked here for 4 years. The blue-haired man said awkwardly, and Shota faked a shocked look. Years. Jesus, my bad. I assumed it would have taken you 8 years to get those degrees, meaning you'd have only been working here for a short amount of time. Emphasis on the you. God, he loves destroying their dignity. You must have been a fast learner to have blown through your studies so fast. What is it with his students being such great actors? First ♀, now problem child. Yes, blowing through them and not taking the time to develop any knowledge you may have gained from that university. Fast doesn't equal good, after all. And just think of the experience. Midoriya exclaimed happily. Orokai suddenly stood up, the sound of his chair scraping against the floor resonating around the room. He had a bewildered look on his face as his head whipped back and forth between the principal and secretary duo until finally, his features melted into something pitifully blank. I think I'm gonna go. Thank you for putting yourself out there to apply. What matters is that you dared to try. Have an amazing day. I would say the ends justify the means, but your means were pathetic and your end shows your lack of determination. Please, never curse my eyes with your presence ever again. The green-eyed man then slowly shook his head, turned around, and walked out of the room, leaving amused silence in his wake. It took about 5 seconds for his student to speak up. While I appreciate the running commentary of good cop bad cop, so did he, to be honest. Why are we doing it again? Well, there are several reasons. One is that if they can't handle anything I say to them, they won't last a second with any harsher students. Or just Bakugo in general. At least I have the sympathy to filter out my XPLCT cursing. Midoriya nodded at that, well aware of his explosive classmates' habits when it came to roasting newcomers. The second reason is that if they actually gave a DMN about this job, they would have the sense to fully prepare. Orokai couldn't even give the names of the kind of degrees he supposedly earned. He thought dropping the name of some random college would be enough. And what kind of professional doesn't test the limits of their own quirk? Finally, he sighed, the more criticism I give, the faster they leave. And in turn, the faster I can go home and sleep. He hadn't had the chance to use his sleeping bag for the last 3 days. How is he functioning? He doesn't know. We can't make all of them leave, though, so we'll eventually have to hire someone. In which case, what traits are we looking for? Shota thought for a second before replying. Someone who knows the specifics of their quirk. Someone who can specify all of their credentials and experience without me having to go at them on. And someone who realizes the job is more important than getting obsessed about someone's opinion of them. Midoriya nodded, writing every word down, but he wasn't done yet. The underground hero turned to face the bushy-haired boy with an exasperated look on his face but serious nonetheless. But most importantly, someone who doesn't refuse to treat a student's injuries. Midoriya choked. Well, let the interviews begin. Furious smiley, no, I think I'd just like to move on to bigger and better things. Aniko Bashae said dreamily. We're flattered you consider UA to be bigger and better. If you don't mind me asking, why exactly would you call it that in comparison to Musutafu General Hospital? Midoriya asked. Oh, well that's easy. Here we just get some regular old patients, nothing too exciting. What exactly is supposed to be exciting about an injured civilian? But at UA, I bet there are tons of gruesome medical cases for such a famous, powerful school. That's not a good thing. Did this woman become a nurse practitioner just because she hoped to see a crippled hero one day? I can picture it, already. An arm broken beyond repair, a leg that needs to be amputated, extreme burns that cover so much of their body that their family can't even identify the dash. I'm afraid we're going to have to turn you down. And I recommend getting a psych evaluation before the day is over. You've worked here for 10 years. Quite an impressively long time, if I say so myself, and so much working experience. You must love it here. You must never want to leave. And I'd hate to be the person that takes you away from your personal paradise of surgical masks and Clorox wipes. Shota mustered up the most realistic sympathetic frown he could give after Midoriya's statement, which wasn't easy considering he rarely ever pities the fools with no potential. Oh, please. By all means, take me away. Renzo laughed, although there was an edge of pleading to his voice. Take you away. Forget what the kid said about personal paradise, this is probably your prison cell. I'm guessing you hate all of your co-workers and superiors. I recommend you flee the country. The applicant with metallic nails looked shocked by the complete 180 in his interviewer's analysis. Was Shota milking it? Probably. But he couldn't find himself to care. Ha, flee the country. Such jokers you got there at UA. And, well, I wouldn't exactly say prison cell but… Oh. Both Shota and Midoriya quirked an eyebrow, prodding him to continue. Which, after a sigh and a couple of laughs, fell right into their trap. You're completely right, the people here are awful. Aniko is an obsessive fangirl, Kaida won't shut up about the lack of quirk discrimination laws, and… Renzo leaned a little too close, an evil glint in his eyes that neither of the interviewing duo was comfortable with. I'm technically not allowed to tell you this but… Last week this patient, Tiger Kaio, got sent here after his quirk came in. Some disgusting little power that allows him to pull off his body parts like Lego pieces. Anyway, this brat pulled off his toe, had no idea how to put it back on, and threw the most annoying tantrum. Whining, crying, so goddamn pathetic. Shota didn't let him finish. It's clear you have no respect for doctor-patient confidentiality, nor the privacy of your co-workers. And who calls a panicking toddler that's just had their life turned upside down pathetic? I'm going to have to ask you to leave. So basically my quirk is called Ice Pack. Nariko restated quietly, curling her snow-white hair around her fingers. I can use the moisture from my hands to make a hand-shaped slab of ice wherever I place it. Although, recently I've discovered that I can make even smaller pieces of ice using just the pads of my fingers. The ice sticks onto the place I put it, but how long it stays there depends on the temperature of water used. Hot water will only last about 30 minutes, but ice-cold water could last for hours. You're hired. Shota stated, getting a shocked look from the female applicant and a seriously look from his student. He turned his head to address the scribbling boy. What? Certain exceptions can be made. Do you know how much money we waste on kids who took ice packs and never gave them back? Besides, it's clear she has an advanced understanding of the limits of her quirk. If Nariko left that room not only with a business card and an orientation appointment with Nemurai tomorrow for her first day, but with a beaming smile on her face and a rare confidence boost, well, then nobody had to know. Working with heroes and hero students just sounds so amazing. Sachihiro Akio gushed. Hair, another fanboy. Shota has no problem with it. Look at Midoriya, for Christ's sake, as long as they're not excited about the possibility of seeing a hero on the verge of death. Knowing that just by helping them I'm being a hero in my own way. It's better than any paychecks I could receive. I completely agree. Midoriya exclaimed, but judging by the way tears of joy were beginning to sprout in his eyes, Shota had a feeling he wasn't just saying that for the good cop bad cop routine. Sighing, he spoke. Ah, yes. Pro-heroes. Hero students. Support course kids who accidentally blew up a bomb in their faces and need the soot cleaned off. Business course kids who got an unhealthy amount of paper cuts and need a minuscule band-aid applied for each one. General education kids that have a simple cold, but sneezed so hard that their porcupine quirk activated and repeatedly pierced their classmate, and now need to have each quill carefully removed, which takes hours by the way. Janitors who are permanently psychologically destroyed after falling into a garbage can full of whatever Mineta just disposed of. Let me tell you, being their temporary therapist is not easy, and so much more. Shota leaned forward, waiting to see how this man would react to his horrifying ramble. Jesus Christ, since when does he ramble? Of events. Well, Sachihiro gave a shrug, still engrossed in his heroic fantasy. As long as I get to help others, I don't care how much time and effort it will take. Now that's what he calls an employee. You're hired. Midoriya sobbed, frantically wiping the tears away from his eyes before they could roll down his cheeks. Fumero Itsuki rolled his eyes as he kicked his feet up on the table. Now, Shota didn't like Hironori, and he didn't like the table either, but that's a little rude. Especially for a job interview. Why do I want to leave this shithole for UA? What a stupid question for such an obvious answer. The heroics teacher felt his eye twitch. UA wouldn't accept no third-rate chumps, people there are the elite. Working there would mean I would finally be able to stop treating those disgusting people with the ugliest, villainous 𝐤𝐸𝐽 get out. Shota turned to his student, only to be met with a chilling sight. Midoriya was intensely glaring at the man, and suddenly the scene was almost the exact same one Vlad experienced. The same suffocating pressure filled the room, preventing the quirkist applicant from breathing. The black-haired man suspected that the only reason he was able to take even the shallowest breath was that he wasn't the intended target. His student's scarred hands were curled into tight fists, nails digging so hard into his palm it looked like it was about to shed blood. And worst of all, the kid's eyes had changed from the usual kind, forest green, to a predatory toxic green. The suit-wearing hero couldn't help but be proud of the whole thing. Midoriya was the kind of person to settle an argument through the use of logic and facts, with an occasional sprinkle of inspirational quotes, and it was rare to see him so fed up with a person that he'd immediately shut them down with righteous indignation. Personally, he thinks the kid should do it more often. Shota does it daily, and he could say with 100% certainty that it sure as hell speeds up the argument process and gets him 10 times more respect than he used to. But it's okay if he doesn't. Mixing up techniques is a technique on its own, after all. But that brings him to the second problem. Why is Midoriya such a passionate advocate for quirk equality? Not that he shouldn't be, but based on everything he's seen from the boy in the past, it seems like there must be some important reasoning and history behind it. Could it possibly be related to what he said about being a late bloomer? About not being treated with respect as a quirkless child? And if that's the case, then Shota is forced to ask the same question he did yesterday. Just how late of a bloomer was Midoriya? And what kind of toll did it leave on the kid? But back to the present. The glare his student gave was strong enough to paralyze anyone it was directed at, but he guessed Følsorå's pride wouldn't let him fall into that category. The bigoted man managed to shake himself out of his frozen state, and he immediately returned the glare, going so far as to snarl at the kid. "Excuse me. Something you want to say, Følsorå? Spit it out or get out." The applicant flinched behind the power of not one, but two intense glares coming from the duo in front of him. Luckily, before he could dig an even deeper grave for himself, he made the wise decision to keep his mouth shut and leave the room. Not without dragging his feet, stomping, cursing, and slamming the door, though. How extra. The gruff but attentive teacher quietly turned his head towards his student, if only to check in on how he was doing. Gone was the bone-chilling pressure, the piercing glare, and the clenched fists. All that was left was a child. A child whose sagged shoulders and dreary eyes told him all he needed to know about his tired state. It was more than concerning to know that a single interaction with a hostile doctor had greatly exhausted Midoriya mentally, and it made the underground hero even more curious as to his stance on quirk equality. But despite all the questions for the kid that were burning in his throat and sitting on the tip of his tongue, just begging to be let out, he knew that this wasn't the right time. No matter what, his student's health came first. And right now, the only thing Shota could do to help the kid, his kid, was give him a well-earned break. A chance to do something just for himself, and not for his new job as a secretary. And Shota has just the right thing in mind. Clearing his throat, he drew Midoriya's attention. "We've got about, 4 hires so far?" The green-haired boy nodded. "Oh geez, he doesn't even have enough energy to give a verbal response. 10 more to pick the last one from and we'll be pretty much done, so I might as well take care of them myself. In the meantime, they've all got very different and very complex quirks. And while they've shown to have a good enough understanding of them, I'm sure they missed a few things." Slowly but surely, Midoriya's dull eyes began to glimmer with interest and hope. "So do you think you should spend the rest of your time here analyze-yes?" All traces of fatigue had immediately left the kid. Now all that was there was pure giddiness at even the suggestion of doing his hobby. But still, he couldn't have anyone thinking he did this out of the kindness of his heart, because he didn't. Don't give him that look, he didn't. It's stupid for anyone to suggest he even had a heart in the first place, let alone a spot in there for kindness. Only because if they want to use their quirks for medical assistance, they're going to have to know every detail to get the best quality out of -YUP. Didn't even let me fin dash. Judging by the mischievous look in Midoriya's eyes, he was doing this on purpose now. Shota gave an amused huff and wished he still had his capture weapon with him so he could hide the way his lips twitched into an almost smile. "Because he does not smile, thank you very much." Yeah. Cheeky brat." He rolled his eyes. "Grab your notebooks and head to the waiting area out front. Just make sure to tell Mr. Hiranori where you're going. I don't want him to have a heart attack because he lost track of a prized UA student." The kid snorted and the underground hero was left wondering when he had ever started cracking jokes. God, if Fukukado could see him now. With an enthusiastic goodbye. And a wave so aggressive it had sparks of green lightning crackling around it, Midoriya left the interview room and skipped off to his quirk analysis heaven. It was at that moment Shota realized he couldn't do the whole good cop bad cop routine as a single person, and that he actually had to conduct regular interviews now. It was a sad fate to resign himself to, but he didn't regret it for a second. Knowing that what he just did made his students' day even the littlest bit better was all he needed to not completely despise the inevitable torture of 10 boring interviews. And no, it is not because of his bleeding heart. Furiously, Shota trudged out of the interview room, exhausted and wanting nothing more than his yellow sleeping bag. He knew it was ugly, and he knew it made people think of a demented caterpillar, but it was comfortable nonetheless. It was also the only known cure for his insomnia, along with cats. Rounding around the hospital hallway to the front desk, the underground hero was immediately ambushed by an energetic Hiranori, guaranteeing that his torture and suffering were not over yet. Mr. Aizawa. You've finished the interviews already. The hell does he mean already? This took hours. As expected from the leader of UA. I trust you found a few employees that lived up to your standards. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes. And it took a hell of a lot longer than it should have. Hiranori looked awkward at the jab, gently pulling at his tie to loosen it. Taking pity on the man, for the first time ever, Shota decided to lay off a bit. But the ones I recruited are certainly worth the praise. I'll be taking Nariko Ri, Sachihiro Akio, Fuyuko Cho, Hina Keiko, and Mikato Fudo. They'll be starting at the earliest convenience. The other man looked absolutely thrilled that Shota was taking a good handful of his employees, but he still looked a bit confused. What about Fumero Itsuki? What? What kind of fake personality does that JRK show around his boss for him to personally ask about him? Or is it just his quirk? He never got to ask what it was, but if both interactions were anything to go by, I recommend you educate him on the laws of quirk discrimination in the workplace. He needs it. Hiranori stared at him with wide eyes, mouth opening and closing, but Shota didn't give him another chance to speak. Now, where's Midoriya? Midoriya? Oh. A grin broke around the peppered-haired man's face and he turned to face the corner of the room across from them, where a commotion was beginning to form. At some point, he ran out of hires, so he started asking my other employees if he could get a demonstration and rundown of their quirk and analyze it. They must have been very flattered, cause the next thing you know, he's at the center of a mob. Hiranori looked back to him with a soft smile. He's a good kid. The underground hero watched as his student animatedly talked to each employee, writing faster than what should be humanly possible with stars in his eyes. If this time is anything similar to the other times, then the green-eyed kid must be spit-firing questions at all of them about their quirk, questions that they most likely never considered. And judging by the employees' reactions sheepishly rubbing the back of their neck, faces heating up, and shining grins, they appreciated his efforts, too. Midoriya likely had no idea how much his good deeds affected others, how it was enough to turn a bad day into a great one, and that's what made it all the more heroic. Yeah, he is. And if Shota forced himself to put up with Hiranori's constant praises of Fumero for a few more minutes just so Midoriya could have a little more time to analyze quirks, then it still wasn't because he had a heart. Furiously, Shota once again sat by the window of his classroom, listening to the white noise of his students' chatterings as he stared at the cloudy, blue sky. He would have preferred to brood in the faculty lounge, but a teacher's duty calls, after all. Lately, he's been doing more of this, whatever it is, that causes him to tune out of his surroundings and just reminisce about the day. It was quite peaceful if he was being honest, and he wondered if this is what Midoriya experienced whenever he entered his analysis zone, as he heard Shinsu call it once. The Erasure hero had already discussed the new employees with Recovery Girl about 10 minutes ago, but apparently that was too late of a notice. For her liking. He guessed he should have seen it coming, but that didn't make him any less zest. She had the nerve to go off on him about not asking her in advance when they both knew that her permission wouldn't have mattered either way. He so badly wanted to return her favor, confront and yell at her for what she said to his secretary about not healing any more of his injuries. He understands that it used to be frustrating when the kid kept breaking his bones, but that's no excuse to leave him hanging. Still, he didn't address it. After all, it happened a year ago, and she might have already realized the error of her ways. And it's also not the wisest idea to PSS off the person that heals all your extreme injuries. So instead, he chose to present her with the facts. And maybe a bit of passive aggression. He said it wasn't only for her sake, but for the students of UA. Whether she likes it or not, she can't take care of all of them. Because frankly, that's naive and impulsive, not that he'd ever say it to her face. It all worked out in the end, though, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in seeing the Ice Pack Girl's quirk in action. Speaking of quirks, Midoriya probably filled up both notebooks with all the notes he took on the employees. He's gonna have to get him some Mo Aizawa-sensei. Shota's head whipped around, coming face to face with Todoroki. The red and white-haired boy usually had a blank expression on his face, but today he seemed a little contemplative. He was obviously trying to look bored, but the way his eyes darted around every object on Shota's desk told him he was obviously planning something. The question is what? Todoroki. He greeted back in his regular deadpan voice. Do you need something? The boy's heterochromatic eyes gleamed, and suddenly Shota was rethinking all of his life decisions. The boy whipped out his notebook and immediately began speaking. Over the last 2 days, I have conducted an investigation of great importance, one that pertains specifically to you. And now, with all of my collected research, I have decided to finally present my conclusion to you. Jesus Christ, if this is one of those theories that Ashido was talking about. He grunted and took a sip of his new coffee, signaling his student to continue. Todoroki shoved the notebook in his face. Is Midoriya your secret love child? Shota spat out his coffee right back into the cup, earning a couple of weird looks from his students. But he couldn't care less about that right now. What? This has to be a joke, right? Todoroki's been spending some time with Kaminari lately. Is this some sort of prank the other kid devised? Shota desperately searched his student's eyes for any sign of amusement or mischief, but all he found was ice-cold seriousness. I used to think that Shinso Hitoshi was your son, but a week ago he dragged me to meet his parents at the front gate just to prove me wrong. Of course, there's always a chance he hired those adults on Craigslist, but I doubt he'd go that far. Did this kid think he had 2 illegitimate children? As for Midoriya, I used to think he was All Might's secret love child, and part of me still does, but your case provides more evidence. No. Absolutely not. He will not be put in the same position as All Might. Todoroki, there's no evidence-exhibit genetics. Oh God, please no. As anyone can see, Midoriya takes after his mother with green eyes and green hair. Except, his hair isn't green. Contrary to popular belief, it's green and black. I checked. Who has black hair? You. Like millions of other P-. Your quirk is erasure, it erases someone's quirk. Midoriya once told me that he was a late bloomer and considered quirkless for a while. I assume that people with erasure quirks create the risk of their children being late bloomers or quirkless. First of all, quirks aren't passed down like that. And second, Midoriya is no longer quirkless, therefore your argument is invalid. Whenever Midoriya is powered up, his hair begins to float. Who else has floating hair? You. It floats because of the electricity. Exhibit B, traits. Todoroki turned the page, and Shota sputtered. He's just now getting to B. Did they not already get to D? No, scratch that, he doesn't want to hear any of his evidence in the first place. But how much evidence does he have? This morning before you came into class, we asked Midoriya questions about his job as a secretary, and I noticed some questionable details. He drinks coffee just like you now, instead of tea. You taught him the same intimidation techniques that you use on others, specifically the glare. You both have the same bag now. And most importantly, a shadow passed over the boy's face. You both said the word classified. Shota looked at the boy, really looked this time. Part of him was still grasping onto the hope that this was some weird prank, another part wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the accusation, a third part wanted to ask when Todoroki had the time to put all of this together and what kind of data he had in that notebook of his, but the final part just wanted to bash his head against the wall and curse the gods. He settled for secret option number 5, logic. Todoroki. No. The dual-haired boy opened his mouth, probably to protest or spout more evidence, but Shota didn't have the energy to live through another rant. The underground hero silenced him with a look and dragged a hand down his face, continuing, Midoriya is my student, not my secret love child. I think I'd know if I had one. Also, I'm 31 and the kid is 16, the timeline doesn't match up. Not to mention his mother is over 10 years my senior. And just so we can settle all of this now, Midoriya isn't All Might's child either. If he was, he'd never shut up about it. I don't think Midoriya would be the type to brag about All Might being his father. I know, I meant All Might would never shut up about it. It's common knowledge around here that Yagi sees Midoriya as his son, and he's pretty damn proud of it, too. So if it was official, All Might would make sure to let the entire school. No, the entire country of Japan know. Now I need you to tell me you know that Midoriya is not my secret love child. Todoroki hummed, his head hanging low, and Shota rolled his eyes. Todoroki. The dual-quirked boy let out a quiet sigh of defeat before doing as told. Midoriya is not your secret love child. Shota leaned back in his chair with closed eyes, his relief palpable, and breathed out a soft thank you. But if All Might's not his dad, and you're not his dad even though you both act like it, the heroics teacher's eyes shot open, then who is? Deciding that the specific phrase he heard Todoroki say was just his ears playing tricks on him, he gave the best answer he could. Unfortunately, I don't know, even though I'd really like to. And he did. He's heard so much random information about the man that he can't get a clear picture of his personality. But despite that, I'm not going to conduct research on Midoriya to find out, because that's not right and it's an invasion of his privacy. Todoroki wilted. Then how am I supposed to find out? Well, you could ask him, although I doubt he'd give anything other than a cryptic answer that just leaves you with more questions. That's what happened to him, at least. Either way, my main concern here is making sure you don't make any more theories on your peers. You may have good intentions, but rumors can spread in ways you never imagined. I don't intend to share my theories with anyone other than the subjects of them, but even if I did, I know for sure that not all of them are just rumors. Geez, well now he's just grasping at straws. There has to be some theories in here that actually have some depth behind them. Shota sighed. Yeah. Which ones? He didn't like the idea of hearing rumors about his students, but it's better if he shuts them down now than watching them snowball later. Todoroki got the same evil glint in his eye as he flipped to another random page. Momo is in some way related to Fat Gum. Shota already regrets this. Tamaki Imagiki is Midnight's son. Toga Himiko is Vlad King's daughter. Hawks and Tokoyami are also related in some way, my best guess in cousins. Darby is my older brother. I'm sorry, but what the hell? Shigaraki and Midoriya both shop at the same clothing store. Todoroki, why the hell do you think Darby is your brother? You said you only had 2 siblings. He knows they both have fire quirks, but still, that's kind of a stretch. I actually have 3 siblings, or I guess, had. Shota furrowed his eyebrows at the phrasing, concern lacing his features. My older sister, Fuyumi, my older brother, Natsuo, and my eldest brother, Tuya. Hesitantly, the gruff teacher asked the inevitable question. What happened to Tuya? He didn't want to overstep his boundaries, but this felt like something Todoroki needed to let out, even if he didn't realize it yet. And he obviously didn't, judging by his emotionless expression. When he first got his quirk, his body couldn't handle the flames. It was powerful, strong enough to cremate anything it touched, but my father deemed it useless, so he moved on to me. What did that mean? I was pretty young at the time, so I don't remember exactly what happened, but Tuya died in an accident regarding his quirk. Shota felt his body tense up and his breaths get shallow. They never found his body. I'm sorry for your loss, he said carefully, unsure of Todoroki's mental state at the moment and what could potentially send him into a breakdown. So you can imagine his surprise when absolutely nothing about the boy changed. Don't be. I hardly remember him, anyway. Still. Point is, I'm not so sure he's dead anymore. Shota still doesn't feel comfortable with this, but it's not about what he feels, it's about Todoroki. How did it get from Midoriya being his secret love child to this? We never found his body, we just assumed he had burned to death, but after seeing Dabi, it's a real possibility that it had been faked. Recently I've discovered that with enough concentration, my fire can turn blue, the same shade of Dabi's fire. Dabi's fire can also decimate any obstacles. The scars on him also suggest that his body isn't suited for his quirk, just like Tuya. His eyes are blue just like my father. And Dabi specifically targeted my father during his fight with Hawks against the Nomus. There are too many coincidences for it not to mean something. Shota hates to say it, but it made sense. And he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. On one hand, great. The brother he believed to be dead for the majority of his life had actually survived, and they may have a chance of reuniting. On the other hand, SHT Todoroki's brother, the son of the #1 hero, faked his death and became a villain. He doesn't care so much that he is, more about why. He's met Endeavor on several occasions, and he can say from experience that if he had to sleep in the same house as that man, he'd throw himself off a building. But it's clearly more extreme than he'd originally thought if it was enough to motivate Tuya into teaming up with the League. He would have to look into it this week no matter what. He may just be a teacher or principal, but these students are his responsibility, and he'll do whatever it takes to make sure they are safe. Midoriya, Todoroki, and whoever else needed it. Shota then realized that the dual-quirked boy had finished his explanation and was now waiting for an actual answer. Yeah, he'd help these kids, but right now he had to find the least awkward way to end this conversation, encourage Todoroki, and find out how to help them. I see. You do have solid reasoning for this theory, and I don't doubt you have more for the others, too. But unfortunately, there's no way to be 100% sure unless you get undeniable evidence. So I suggest you start with that. God, this better not backfire. Although you shouldn't try getting more information on Dabi, you should practice getting info on another theory so you can have an easier time doing the same with your brother's case. I think I get what you mean. Does he? Shota really hopes there are no misunderstandings, or else he might just end up getting burned to death. But which theory should I use as practice? Toga Himiko being Vlad King's daughter. He replied with no hesitation. This may be the one decision that is made in the last 10 minutes that he doesn't regret. Todoroki gave a firm nod, seeming to have forgotten what the topic of this conversation was originally about, not that that's a bad thing. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Godspeed. And with that, the boy shot off back to his desk and resumed his scribbling. Only then did Shota release the tension that had been building up in his shoulders ever since the name Tuya was mentioned. Okay, so, list of things to manage. Todoroki's emotionless state when discussing his maybe-dead maybe-villain brother. The way Endeavor manages his household. Midoriya's sensitivity to quirk discrimination and his devotion to the quirkless. And finally, the best way to make Vlad's life a living hell. Yeah. It sounded like a lot now that he put it all out in the open. He's going to have to be smart about this. If he's too straightforward, he'll scare off his students before he can identify the problem and solve it. If he tells anyone, specifically Midoriya, what his new list is, and how he's included in it, he will no doubt reject formulating a functional plan. And Lord knows he needs Midoriya to make the best plan possible. Oh. Shota smirked. So that's what he'll do. A few minutes later the bell had rung, the students and teachers had left the building, Hisashi dropped Shota off at his apartment, and the tired man was left by himself with nothing but a computer, coffee mug, and notebook in front of him to hatch his next course of action. Or at least, the course of action for making the next course of action. God, this is too complicated. But yeah, he'd help his students, alright. And he'll do it not just as the new principal of UA, but as the scheming underground hero he is. 5 minutes later it occurred to Shota that his student had legitimately asked if Midoriya was his son and that he'd never be able to look Mrs. Midoriya in the eyes ever again. Shota knew what he was getting into as soon as he chose to be an underground hero rather than a spotlight hero, even if he didn't really have a choice with a quirk like his. He knew that he wouldn't be dealing with those big flashy villains that flew around with capes and shot lasers at people like the ones in the movies, or rather, the ones All Might used to deal with before 𝐭𝐽𝐻. After all, what's the point of operating in the dark when the person you're chasing is trying to shine as bright as a nuclear bomb? Still, that's not to say he doesn't get his fair share of criminals. He wouldn't call the night shift police officers friends, but they were far from strangers. He'll bet that by now, all of them have seen him trudge into their station at 2 a.m., hunched and breathing, dragging in a bruised and unconscious body of a villain. Twice. He doesn't want to know how each of them felt the first time they saw it happen, but he guessed it must have been pretty disturbing. But that's beside the point. Deli robberies, alley muggings, attempted murder, actual murder, and even vigilantism, he's seen it all. He works under the cold blanket of the night, taking care of all the nitty-gritty crimes that daytime heroes can't be bothered to think about. That no one else seems to think about, either. And despite how the crimes all differ from each other, 𝐻𝐿 knows the culprits all share one thing, a motive. No one does something for no reason, there's always some sort of butterfly effect going on in their lives that led them to that moment. The man robbing the deli because his boss screwed him out of his job and he needed money to support his children. The teenager who held a knife to a woman's throat and screamed for her wallet because he was kicked out of his home and he hadn't eaten in 2 days. The young girl who swung a bat at her stepdad's head because he had been nothing but abusive ever since he moved in. The teenage boy that grabbed a hoodie and a mask to fight crimes on the streets, all because he had no chance of becoming a hero with a quirk like his that society just can't seem to accept. And Jesus Christ, 𝐻𝐿, just shut up. But yeah, you get the point. And even though all of this doesn't make what they did right, it does help a person understand that at the end of the day, they are just humans. Humans who made a mistake when they were backed into a corner and left with no other options. Of course, one could argue that this only applies to small-time villains, whatever they consider small, that is. And that the major ones who manage yakuzas and blow up cars in a traffic jam just for the hell of it, are simply psychotic. And you know what, he agrees. It's psychotic and scary. But still, one has to ask the question of why. Why did they go insane? What was the last straw? Who made them snap? They are uncommon questions, but questions nonetheless. Important ones, too. And 𝐻𝐿 wished more people would ask them instead of completely bypassing them and jumping to conclusions. He wished the victims themselves would ask the questions, too, since apparently, no one was going to do that for them. They need a push in the right direction to do it, though, 'cause it's harder than most people think to get the help you require. Hopefully what he's doing today is the little shove that these kids need. But anyway, it's not like he can blame society for not asking. After all, it's how the majority of the population was raised. They grew up believing that the word was just black and white. Good and evil. Hero and villain. And they refuse to have their beliefs shaken because they know it'll only cause themselves harm. It's kinda like what he said a couple of days ago, during his inner monologue. You take what's given to you and you don't question it, or else you'll learn the dirty little truths that your conscience tried to shield you from. However, beyond the dominating yins and yangs, there lies a small little space in between, the space he's talking about. When he mentions all of these motives. A grey area that the not-quite heroes and not-quite villains toe the perimeter of. He wanted more people to pay attention to that area. To look not only at the big picture but at each pixel that makes it up. More people like Nezu. Like 𝐻𝐿. A scribbling sound from the left side of his desk draws the underground hero's attention, and his left staring at the scene of his green-eyed student, jotting notes down in his 7th notebook with his tongue poked out in extreme concentration. More people like Midoriya. Young Aizawa. Jesus Christ, he can't have a moment of quiet, can he? Puffing out a hot breath of air, 𝐻𝐿 turned to the former symbol of peace. When Kiyama and Majima told me you were making your way around the staff room for one-on-one meetings, I didn't quite believe them, but... A bead of sweat rolled down All Might's face and the Erasure heroes slightly smirked. Is he scared? How interesting. Making my way around, here. Yeah. Anyway, All Might tensed at his lack of an answer. This meeting isn't actually related to you at all, we just need to talk through you to someone else. No matter how much the blonde buffoon irritated him, he can't deny that the man definitely had connections from his time as the #1 hero. A single bad review from the guy could ruin your entire career, maybe even your family's, too. Not that he would ever do that, though the guy's too nice to realize his own power. Oh, his relief was palpable, but Shota could tell he was trying his hardest to hide it. He guessed he should be flattered. Well, in that case, who is it? The underground hero side. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴ₐ. Truth be told, he could always just talk to the man himself. After all, every time he dragged said criminal's body through the doors of the police station, 𝐒𝐭𝐴ₐ was the one who made sure no one mistook him for the villain instead. Being the underground hero he was, half of his job included some things a little more major than regular petty crime. And during all of those instances, whether it be party-crashing a drag raid or infiltrating a corrupt company with a false identity, 𝐒𝐭𝐴ₐ was usually the one by his side. So yeah, they definitely had a strong work relationship that was built on mutual trust and respect. But that's only when it came to hero work. When it came to more complex matters, like I don't know, tearing a hero school to the ground, the detective made it as clear as possible that he wanted nothing to do with Aizawa and whatever logical ruse he was planning. But All Might. The two were besties. He didn't exactly know why, but yeah. Naomisa. C. First name basis. His plan is working already. I don't understand, don't you interact with him almost every week? Well, someone was bound to ask. Yes, but unfortunately, he wouldn't go near my request with a 10-foot pole. You, on the other hand. Is he being manipulative? Yes. Does he care? Slightly, but only because he knows the detective is gonna get petty revenge on him if he ever finds out what he did. What exactly is the request? Yagi asked in a wavering voice. I need access to a specific type of criminal files, as much as he can offer without making it seem suspicious. Okay, well, he probably could have phrased that better. Criminal files. Define what you mean by specific type. Wait, no, why do you need them at all? Shota opened his mouth to reply but shut it just as fast. Yes, he could give a lengthy answer, and waste his breath trying to dumb things down for All Might. Or, he can snap his fingers at the analytical green bin next to him and allow the kid to let out the mumblings that he has been repressing ever since Shota told him the plan. Yeah, he'll go for the latter. Plus, it's been a day since he last did it, and he's getting quite antsy as it has quickly become his new favorite thing to do. Shota did the snapping, pointing gesture at Midoriya and smirked as the kid shot up in his seat, a gleam in his eye. It's for Social Awareness Day. Midoriya did a small jazz hands motion. In about 4 hours, all of the students will be gathered in the assembly room for a mandatory presentation on villain psychology. Normally you'd think that only Hero Corps students would need to see this, but this is a matter that involves everyone. It'll be on the villains' crimes, their motives, their personal life, their work life, their school life, whether or not they should actually be defined as a villain, and so on. Now that the kid says it, it's quite a long list. How long is this presentation going to be, again? Do they even have enough time to scratch that? Of course, they do. Midoriya always has this supernatural way of accomplishing things that no one else should be able to. Villain psychology. You want the students to try and understand the villains. There was some unknown emotion lacing All Might's voice, one that the underground hero didn't know how to feel about. One thing's for sure, though, if the emotion is anything short of negative. Yep. No one is inherently evil, there's always an abundance of circumstances that caused them to do what they did. Jesus Christ, is this kid actually a mind reader? This SHT shouldn't be normal. The goal of this presentation is to make others realize that way they can learn how to prevent these sort of things from happening to people. After all, it's better to nip the problem in the bud rather than watch it fester. I see. There it is again, that little edge of emotion in All Might's voice. Except this time it didn't stop there. The man's usually hollow eyes began to shine an icy blue, his slouching form morphed into something more confident as he slightly rolled his shoulders back, and the concerned frown lifted into a small smile. Shota doubted anyone else would have noted the change, but he did. And he could say with 100% certainty that the mystery emotion wasn't disappointment or disgust. It was pride. Pride for Midoriya, to be exact, not that the Erasure hero is surprised. Everyone in the staff room has seen that expression on All Might before, especially when it came to the kid. Hell, they've probably felt it themselves at one point. And it was getting easier and easier to tell since lately, Aizawa had been feeling it himself. What? In that case, I assume you need the files for examples of said villains. All Might continued. I already have some of the more well-known villains, like Toga Himiko, Twice, Darby, God, he hopes Todoroki doesn't kill him for this, Spinner, Stain, he hopes Ida doesn't kill him for this, Shigaraki, and so on. But for this to work, I can't just have major ones, I need small-time ones, too. So about your last question, for what Aizawa-sensei means by specific type, there are quite a few factors. Criminals that have a quirk which someone could describe as villainous, ones that have a history of bullying claims in school, ones who filed abuse claims for their home but went unchecked, and ones who seem to have been in financial debt of any sort. As far as Shota could tell, those were the 4 major motives of the villainous world, but Midoriya wasn't done. Oh, and just anyone quirkless. The child said innocently. For a split second, time felt like it froze for Shota, but that wasn't a particularly bad thing. He wanted Midoriya to include the quirkless. He wanted him to understand that no matter how much he downplays his time as a late bloomer, it had tremendous effects on him. The point of Social Awareness Day was exactly as the green-haired kid said, but that didn't mean the underground hero didn't have a few ulterior motives of his own. He promised himself that he was going to help these kids, Midoriya, Todoroki, Shinsu, and anyone else who needs it. Which is most likely a lot. But like he said last time, he can't be too upfront about it and just shove some facts in their face, that would scare them away. For one of the first times in his teaching career, logic isn't going to solve this. He needs his students to find the strength to ask for help on their own. To realize that just because they were strong enough to endure the things, although he doesn't know exactly what that is, yet that happened to them, that didn't make any of it okay. And these presentations are the perfect excuse for that since he and Midoriya were already planning it in the first place. Time kept moving as quickly as it had stopped. You're right, that's quite a hefty amount. Are you sure you'll be able to go through all of the files, choose the people you want to talk about, and merge them into your speech all within the time limit of a few hours? All Might asked, a tad bit concerned, but Shota could tell that feeling washed away as soon as the kid flashed a predatory smile with excitement and determination pooling in the forest hues of his eye. The glorified skeleton smiled, he really is proud of him for everything he does, here. Once again, not judging, and pulled out his phone. In that case, I'll call Naomasa right away. Just be aware that it may take a little under an hour for one of the officers to get the files you need. The blonde-haired man was about to hit the call button but paused for a second. Jesus Christ. What's with all these pauses today? If you don't mind me asking, why would Naomasa not have faith in your request? Oh, right. He didn't tell All Might the reason why his relationship with the detective was strictly professional. He didn't tell Midoriya, either, which is pretty weird since he thought the kid would ask at some point. When he told his student that Tsukochi wouldn't trust any request that came from Shota, the kid hadn't even questioned it, just immediately moved on to finding a solution. He can't be that blindly trusting, can he? And furthermore, he agreed when Shota said that All Might would have a better chance as if he'd known about the two's friendship. Which is weird, right? That's weird. In any case, he might as well answer to set the record straight. The last time he did, Vlad wouldn't look at him for a month, all of his rolling chairs were vandalized by being covered in fake BLD, and his windows had the words "Redrum" on it. Once again, in fake BLD, the blonde-haired man gave him a wide-eyed stare, and even his student spared a glance from his notebook to look a tad bit horrified. Shota rolled his eyes. What? I'm just gonna call. The former symbol of peace went back to his phone, Midoriya went back to writing, and Shota continued to drink his coffee in the tense silence. Peace and quiet. Furious smiley, Shota watched silently from the back corner of the room, his presence cloaked by the shadows, as students began filing into the auditorium seats. The speech preparation was a tad bit more grueling than he had originally assumed, but nothing he and the kid couldn't handle. The one thing they almost weren't able to handle, though, was keeping a straight face at Tsukochi's suspicious tone as his voice filtered through the call's speakers. All Might had asked him for the files, which then resulted in a not-so-subtle interrogation over why he'd need them at all. Something a little more specific than UA businesses. The detective had probably heard the first syllable of the school's name and immediately had war flashbacks to the last time he'd been involved in the heroics teacher's logical ruses. And thank God Shota and Midoriya were there to write down excuses and cover stories for All Might to use, or else Tsukochi would have blocked all three of their numbers and never looked back. In the end, they got what they needed, so that's really all that matters. Although, that wasn't where their slight misfortune ended. After a couple cross-referencing among criminal cases, as well as background checks to make sure the information was not only correct but also not out of context, the principal and secretary duo were left with one more conundrum. And that was the question of who was going to present this whole thing anyway. Midoriya had the audacity to take the notebook containing the speech and the computer containing the PowerPoint and slide it over to Shota. As if the black-haired man would ever be caught dead participating in a public speaking event. The underground hero had then narrowed his eyes and slid the items back over the desk to the kid, who then said, as if I'd ever be caught dead directing a speech at people a year younger and a year older than me. There's only room for one age group. Shota didn't exactly understand what he meant by the last statement, but he was determined to win. Shota argued that if he was the one speaking, it'd be identical to a class lecture, which no one would pay attention to. Midoriya rebuked the statement by saying that if he was the one speaking, he'd stutter so much that people would give up even looking at him. The underground hero said that as the principal, he had the authority to give the kid the responsibility. The kid then shot back that as the principal, this was his responsibility. It went on like that for a little while, and it probably would have gone on longer if their 30-minute warning alarm hadn't gone off during the 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽. And when he says 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽, he means Midoriya was about to give a supercharged flick to his favorite coffee mug, and Shota was a second away from using his mini machete to slit the neck of the kid's chibi Miko keychain. The heroics teacher, realizing they were making no real progress and that time was running out, finally found a new way of winning. Shota said that since there was absolutely no way he'd ever take a step on that stage, there were two ways he could compromise. The first way, they could force All Might to make the speech. It'd be easy enough to inspire or guilt-trip him into doing so, and it was guaranteed that the kids would give the former number one hero their full attention. They'd probably take his word as gospel, too. The only downside was that Yagi was physically incapable of teaching without checking flashcards, stuttering, and coughing out BLD+. He couldn't actually relate to the things said in the presentation, and that would just make the people who needed to hear it hurtfully resigned. Yeah. They quickly tossed that idea to the side. The second way, Midoriya could do it. Yeah, his mug got quite a few death threats at that. If the kid were to do it, Shota promised that he could use an earpiece to ask the man for advice, just in case a student caused a ruckus or asked a particularly difficult question. He also promised that if the situation became too dire, Shota would pull the fire alarm and bolt out of there with the rest of the school, effectively ending Social Awareness Day. The green-eyed kid still didn't look too convinced, so Shota raised the bid a little more. He'd get a piece of hero merchandise of his choice. He'd never seen his student accept so fast. And that brings him to the present moment, listening to the business course debating over what heroes would be nice to work with, the support kids telling wild tales of their latest lab explosion, the general ed students complaining about Bakugo, the hero kids complaining about Bakugo, and the panicked rambling in his ear. Oh right. The panicked rambling in his ear. Midoriya, Shota said through the earpiece, lifting his eyes to face the stage, specifically the person on it. The green-haired child had apparently just finished setting up the screen projector for the slideshow and was now waving his arms around to capture his teacher's attention. What's happening? Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's kind of loud in here. And the presentation is supposed to start in just under a minute, but I don't think they'll be able to hear me start over the talking. Even with my yes, the struggles of grabbing teenagers' attention. Usually, he'd just activate his quirk and glare at them till they quieted down, but there were hundreds of kids in here, and the majority of them wouldn't even notice the faint red shine of his eyes or his floating hair. Well, giving them a hard look won't work, so you're gonna have to gain their attention another way. Let's see what other intimidation techniques could apply to this scenario. This may sound a bit unrefined, but the only other way would be to create a loud noise or a bright light. Preferably both at once. And, even better, scare them so badly they'll be too on edge to risk looking away. Oh, okay. Jesus, so blindly trusting, but I don't really know how. You judge from past experiences and be resourceful, 𝐿𝐴 stated helpfully. Well, 𝐭𝐚 does it by screaming and exploding things, but I don't exactly have any grenades on me. Endeavor is constantly fuming and on fire, but that's not the image I'm trying to portray right now. All Might doesn't even have to try, don't he know it? Hawks has wings, so he just flies. I don't even know why I considered that. And last time the only thing you did was throw a chapter O. 𝐿𝐴 froze, immediately catching the attention of his two extroverted friends. Midoriya, what are you planning on doing? He asked quickly. You'll see. Jesus Christ, problem child, that's not an answer. The earpiece then made a small beeping noise, signaling that the kid had disconnected the call. 𝐿𝐴 cursed and pushed off the spot where he was leaning against the wall, ignoring Zash's and Nemuri's looks of concern. The kid wasn't going to do what the underground hero thought he was going to do, right? But as soon as a small hint of that same toxic color entered his view, he knew he was. At that moment, everyone in the auditorium turned their heads in time to see a flash of green lightning on stage. The Viridian sparks, crackling with pure, unadulterated power, zipped towards the nearest, largest object, which of course, was a goddamn chair. The chair creaked as it was lifted into the air by a scarred hand, wielded for just 2 milliseconds before suddenly soaring through the air and crashing out of the Fing window, shattering the glass into a million pieces as a large gust of wind broke out through the room. Silence. Complete and utter silence was the only thing left in the auditorium, interrupted only by Zash's barely restrained wheezing, Nemuri's high-pitched oaths, and the sound of Vlad signing his will. But that wasn't even the best part, no. The best part was that everyone were focusing their wide-eyed, stunned stares at Midoriya. Midoriya, in his super strength, bushy-haired glory, smiled. Welcome to Social Awareness Day. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and today we'll be discussing the psychology of villains. And before he knew it, 𝐿𝐴 was grinning. Furious smiley, would you steal a loaf of bread in order to feed your family? Izuku states, his voice captivating and calm as he addresses the audience. The same words are written on the slide projected behind him. An age-old mantra that has been asked millions of times before as an accurate depiction of an ethical dilemma. On one hand, you could choose not to, and remain as an upstanding citizen who abides by the law, but at the cost at your starving, dying family. On the other hand, you could steal that loaf of bread, keep your family alive and healthy, but forever live with the knowledge that you have committed a crime and now must go on as a criminal in the eyes of the public. So, how about it? Show a raise of hands for those who would steal at their loved one's expense. After a few seconds, a few hesitant hands lifted, which then sparked the flame for everyone else. Even the hero students and teachers had a go at it. Izuku smiled. I'd thought as much. I can't blame you, though, no one can. After all, it's what most of us would do in a desperate situation. We'd ignore the rules just to accomplish what we need to be done. It's just human nature. Izuku paused for effect as his smile became a bit more predatory. So, what makes villains any different? Outbursts broke out among the crowd, people yelling out protests of what they thought was rightful indignation. Terms excuse me, and villains. And what are you implying were the loudest of all. Finally, a brave student stood up with his hand raised, the frown on his face telling the green-haired boy that he clearly had something to say. So he pointed at the boy and nodded, signaling for him to speak. I'm sorry, but are you really comparing us to villains? Ugh, the stupidity of some people. Hey, wait a second, since when did he start speaking like Aizawa-sensei? No, I'm comparing you to fellow human beings. Izuku rolled his eyes and ignored the boy's offended squawk. In any case, I guess the question is pretty easy to answer when the stakes for stealing the bread isn't that high. At most, if you get caught, you'll be banned from the store. A small price to pay for the life of your family. So let's change the question up, shall we? The one for all user strode across to the opposite side of the stage, still speaking. Let's say, I don't know, your father was dying of an extreme disease that has destroyed the majority of his lungs' function. Another burst of noise, most coming from how blunt he was about such a horrible subject. He can't blame them, he shocked even himself at his nonchalant tone. You want your dad to live, you're gonna need a lung transplant. Unfortunately, those aren't easy to come across. Now, you could put your father on the waiting list or Izuku was cut off by a shrill sound. Yes, put the father on the waiting list. There shouldn't even be a second option. This way is the most effective and ethical way to help the father. She couldn't have raised her hand, either. The One for All user held back a groan of annoyance and vaguely wondered if this is what Aizawa-sensei felt like whenever Vlad-sensei opened his mouth. At that thought, he risked a glance towards his grumpy teacher, immediately noticing the not-so-subtle irritation on his face that was directed at the girl. Well, it's nice to know he's not being dramatic over the interruption. Is it effective? After all, he's sitting at the bottom of the list, under hundreds if not thousands of other patients. It'll be a miracle if any organ donors are available to him while he's still alive, let alone be the same type as him. And furthermore, is it actually ethical? Because now you know that your father's chance of survival is slim to none, yet you still place him on this list and do nothing else to help him. He saw dawning realization take over the face of not just the girl, but the students around her, too. Some still looked unconvinced, though, so he figured it was time to get to the point. There is, however, another way to help him. No matter what, you're going on the wait list, but it's commonly known that the more money you have, the higher your placement. So if you want him in first place, I'd estimate about 11 million yen. Gasps broke out, as well as a familiarly preppy voice shouting, "Beach? I'm broke." He's pretty sure he knows who that came from. Exactly, no average person would have that much money lying around. But you have to get the money no matter what. So what do? You hatch a plan with a couple of other thugs and you rob a bank. There has to be another way to get that money. Maybe just pick up a couple more jobs. Ida yelled out desperately. Izuku can't say he's surprised, but he can definitely say he's feeling nostalgic. It's like he's getting flashbacks to the first time he saw Ida in the entrance exam. Pick up a couple more jobs. But how much do your quick jobs pay per hour? Probably not a lot. It'll take months, if not years, to get the money you need. And by then, it'll already be too late. So now, I'll ask the question. Would you rob a bank to help your father get a lung transplant? He finally stopped pacing back and forth to stare at the audience, an expectant look on his face. It took a while, much longer than the first time, but eventually a single hand raised from Uraraka. And just like that, it spread like wildfire. 2 hands, then 3, then 10, then 30, then suddenly the whole room was nothing but a sea of people willing to do anything for their family. Of course, there were some people who refused to give in, but oh well. He can't just force people to change their morals. In all honesty, he expected more people to be like that. Guess he underestimated his school. Well, I'm glad the majority of you think that way, and in a split second, his friendly aura was gone, replaced with something much too predatory. For his liking as he smirked at the audience, because that's exactly what happened to our dear friend and official villain, Kenji Mariko. An image of a brown-haired boy, no older than 17, popped up on the screen behind the green-haired student. Kenji had a bright smile on his face as he ate what appeared to be cold soba, sitting at a restaurant table with his sister, mother, and father. Blissfully unaware of the dark turn his life was about to take. Izuku carefully observed the reactions of his peers as they stared behind him with wide eyes and opening and closing jaws. He knew the scenario he created was high stakes and extreme, but everyone in here had been under the impression that he purposefully made it that dramatic. As if it wasn't realistic. An ignorant move on their part, really. And no, he wasn't trying to trick them. After all, he gave them the details, and not once had he used the word hypothetical. Now that he thinks about it, it sounds like a logical ruse. Because now they are faced with a photo of a boy, a student, that could have been any one of them who had to go through this situation. And he's painted as a villain. Someone evil and disgusting when really, he's just a doting son. This wasn't a hypothetical for him, and none of them should ever see it that way. Now, can anyone tell me what the 2 types of motives are? Furious smiley, Shota smirked in his small corner of the room, sipping the iced coffee he bribed 13 to get him. He would have gotten it himself, Lord knows he's only comfortable when he takes his own order, but he'd rather die than miss this absolute shitshow of Social Awareness Day. The kid had already gained their attention when he threw the chair through the window. Yeah, Shota still hasn't forgotten that, and honestly, he never wants to, but his speech is what kept it. Also, how did he not stutter once during this whole thing? Starting off with Kenji was pretty extreme, but the Erasure hero would be lying if he said it wasn't effective. It unraveled their rose-tinted view of the world with just one tug of a string. And after that, they were much more open to hearing the rest of Midoriya's speech. But that didn't stop their eyes from getting wider and wider with every single word. It was pretty funny, by the underground hero's standards. His green-haired student spoke of the first kind of motives, which was for the sake of others. It was simple and summarized it pretty nicely, but Shota was still very disturbed over how the kid had the exact same thought process as he did this morning. For the sake of others was the more selfless end of the criminal spectrum, like Kenji. Midoriya gave examples of villains who were backed into a corner for money. Paying their daughter's tuition fees, hiring a lawyer to win a custody battle, acquiring the funds to get a specific medical treatment for their husband, or just getting enough money to scrape by on the street. Anything you could think of, it was in one of those files and by default, in the kid's PowerPoint. All of which ended in some sort of tragedy, dying by an officer's gun while robbing a store, getting a long sentence in prison for distributing illegal substances, or getting sent to juvie after being caught pickpocketing. Now I'm not saying this excuses their actions, cause it doesn't. They committed these crimes, and no matter how much sympathy anyone has, they have to serve their time. Is the problem child reading his mind? He has to be. This has gone past the line of what Shota can call a coincidence. But it does help us understand why they did it and how they weren't pure evil, just desperate. Of course, it'd be pretty meaningless to tell you all of this and not explain how we should all try to do something about it. A magenta-haired girl somewhere in the crowd of Hellspawns raised all 4 of her hands, and Shota had never been so thankful for something so minor. He made a mental reminder to make another assembly sometime this week to educate these kids about the importance of waiting your turn to speak. Without any more wait, Midoriya called on her. No offense, but I don't think we can stop it. We can't get rid of other people's debts, they are supposed to pay it off themselves. Once again, I'm really not trying to sound rude, I just don't think we understand. That's a good point. Actually, Shota didn't read the entire speech, so technically he had no idea where his student was going with this. But Midoriya simply nodded. No, you understand perfectly. Unfortunately, as you said, there are some crimes that can't be helped. There will always be people that we can't save who commit these felonies. Can't have heroes without villains, after all, but I guess my point is that if it is able to be stopped, we have to nip it in the bud. For every single criminal I told you about, no one else was the cause of their destruction, that's on them. But what about the people who were doing okay, doing great? And others decided to step in and ruin it. What about the people who were given a motive on a silver platter by other human beings? Oh, Shota thought, so this is where the second type of motive comes in. I still don't get it. The girl said, and others nodded in agreement. But not to worry, they will soon. Yeah, I figured as much, my phrasing can be quite messy at times. So I'll put it in simpler terms. The first kind of motive was for the sake of others, but the second, and more depressing kind, is because of others. You may be thinking that those are the exact same thing, but I promise you it's not. Midoriya then hit a button on his computer, causing the screen to shift to the next slide, where a long bullet-pointed list was projected for everyone to see. The list had almost every kind of discrimination that a person could think of, and then some: sexism, racism, homophobia, xenophobia, religious prejudice, classism, and even lookism. And that's just a small portion of it. As you can see, it's quite a long list, but these are what make up the base of the second type of motive. Since I'm running out of time, I'll focus on the one that's become most prominent in this day and age. Another computer button was hit, and a bright red circle formed around the word quirk discrimination. The underground hero smirked. He was more than a little excited to see his secretary confront today's controversy about quirks. And UA students and staff of all people were probably the ones who needed to hear this the most. It shouldn't come as a surprise to any of us about the prejudice targeted towards villainous, Midoriya put bunny ears around the word and the Erasure hero had to suppress a snort at the glare the kid shot at Vlad, or mutant quirks, nor the favoritism towards what they call heroic quirks. But in case it was, I'll provide some statistics to show you how it exists. Another press on the keyboard and suddenly there were 5 charts projected on the screen. Those with villainous quirks were arrested 5 times more often than those with innocent or heroic quirks. Those with mutant quirks have an unemployment rate of 8% higher than others. People with villainous and mutant quirks are 10 times more likely to experience abuse at home from family members. The wage gap between them and the people with heroic quirks is 72 cents for every $1. And finally, people with villainous or mutant quirks are more likely to experience in-school bullying. Don't Shota know it? He grew up with all the kids staying as far away from him on the playground as possible, with teachers purposefully staying behind him with a watchful eye. They isolated him, and they did that to make sure he could never see them, and by default, never use his quirk on them. He thought it was normal as a kid, that it was the right thing to do to him. After all, he had a villainous quirk, didn't he? Just a single glance could erase a person's quirk, one of the most important things to them. When he reached middle school, he realized it was pretty stupid. But whatever, he digressed. He told himself it was just prepubescent teens being prepubescent teens, and that sooner or later they'd grow out of their immaturity. Even if that immaturity was cruel enough to make them force a BLNDFLD on him in a dark alley after school. But then he handed in his high school application sheet to his teacher and got the loudest laugh he'd ever heard when the teacher saw the word "you" in the first slot. Pretty degrading, if he's being honest. Then he reached high school, UA to be specific 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐿, Hachiro Sensei. And things were better, not okay, but better. They might have been the first place with serious anti-bullying rules. But still, isolation didn't as bullying if there was nothing explicitly verbal or physical involved. Somehow the hero course was worse, though, with students and agencies whispering behind his back why he would even bother joining if he would be better off as a villain. And they were real smart about it, too, disguising all of their insults with passive-aggressive, friendly advice from your seniors. He never let it get to him, though he'd built some pretty strong mental walls by that point. He also had friends for once in his life, so yippee for a small support system. Although, when he told Hisashi all this, the loud blonde said he needed some serious therapy. But whatever. One thing was for sure, though, and it's that they never grew out of it. It wasn't a teenage thing, it was a society thing. One he'd come to accept after hearing it from fellow pro-heroes and police officers. Well, at least he thought he did. Then he became the temporary principal and realized he could strangle prejudiced fools with his scarf if he wanted to. Oh, and solve it in a politically correct way too, of course, but he mostly enjoyed the scarf thing. All in all, it's scared. And he'll be DM'd if he lets it happen to anyone else in this school when he had a chance at preventing it. When he and Midoriya had a chance at preventing it. As you can see, very clearly, there is still a gap in equal rights between those with quirks that society considers ugly and villainous, and those with quirks deemed acceptable or heroic. Sadly, there isn't much we as a student body can do help the first 4 charts, but the 5th one we might be able to dash a boy with silver hair shot up, cutting his green-eyed student off mid-speech. For the love of God. Excuse me, but I don't really see why this is a problem. Is he for real? Shota was about to glare at the kid when a quiet scoff drew his attention. The tired man turned on his left to see an equally as tired kid. The hell? How did Shinsu get back here? Jesus, those stealth lessons are really paying off. But still, the lavender-haired kid had a scowl on his face as he balled the fabric of his blazer in his fist, a clear sign of frustration. Not that he can blame him. The underground hero was about to check in on the kid when Midoriya started speaking again. Oh. Yeah, that's anger. His student is angry. Dear God, spare no mercy of Metallica kid, he deserves it at this point. And why is that? These charts are like this for a reason, those. Things get treated like that for a reason. Well, SAT, now Shota's angry. And if his eyes weren't failing him, a lot of other teachers and students were. Too. Of course we wouldn't treat them the same way we do as others, they are dangerous. Their quirks are a risk to anyone around them, and if it was up to me, they'd be locked up or kicked out by now. Better out on the streets than in our homes. Shota knew there were two options for what could have happened next. 1. Midoriya stays civil and presents them with reasonable logic and facts to try and convince them otherwise. Or 2. He goes rabid and tears their entire life apart. So of course, the kid chose secret option number 3, both. Yeah. No. That's literally so stupid I don't even know where to begin. Shota heard a snort from Bakugo. Now that's a first. So I'll just start with what I hope will get through to your hard-headed brain. You think these charts are justified because these villainous and mutant quirks are dangerous. Well, newsflash, all quirks are dangerous if you're smart enough to figure it out. Should I give you a few examples? Okay. The kid pulled out his notebook, paused for a second, then closed it. And Shota didn't know if he should be relieved that he's going off script, or really excited. Who's your favorite hero? Midoriya asked innocently, giving nothing about his inner turmoil away. Wow, he should give the rest of his class some acting pointers too, 'cause right about now it seems like a useful skill. Endeavor. Metallica kid offered. Typical, the Erasure hero thought with a scowl. He vaguely noted that Todoroki did the same. God, he knew that was a cause for concern. The guy who had the ability to burn a man alive since he was 4 years old. I'm not even surprised. Hey, ever heard of the villain Darby? 'Cause he can do the exact same thing. Oh, so that's what he's planning. The underground hero smirked, ignoring the choked snort he heard from the Todoroki kid. What? That's not fair. He's a hero, he's strong, he uses his powers for good. Darby is a murderer whose only goal in life is to be destructive. Blah, 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 whatever. Doesn't change the fact that his quirk is dangerous. Shouldn't he be, as you said, locked up? And if circumstances were different, Darby could have used his powers for good too, right? Well, fine, if you're gonna be like that. The silver-haired kid thought for a second before continuing. Miko. One especially powerful kick at your spine could paralyze you for the rest of your life. H-Hawks. Oh, I got a lot for this. He can telekinetically control each individual feather, but he only needs 2 to stab your eyes out. And don't even try to say he wouldn't do that, 'cause I'm pretty sure all of us have seen the video where he wielded his feather like a freaking sword. Who else used swords? Stain. Mount Lady. Any photos you've seen of the aftermath of a hurricane, Mount Lady could probably do the same. Or more. And worse. In a few minutes. He hadn't noticed it before, but most of the kids and teachers were hiding their laughs behind their hands at this point. Except Vlad, of course, because for some reason he just feels the need to be the worst all the time. Why were they even hiding their laughter at all? In Shota's opinion, they should make it as loud as possible, do maximum damage to the Tin Can Boy's ego. Speaking of Tin Can, he was looking pretty red with anger, might as well be steaming at the ears. With what appeared to be the last of his fight, he said the only thing he could. All Might. Shota didn't know what he was expecting to happen, but it was something along the lines of Midoriya ignoring the name and continuing like the boy had said nothing. After all, it was a low blow, for multiple reasons. All Might was the symbol of peace. The former number 1 hero. Japan's golden boy. And most importantly, Midoriya's all-time favorite hero. It's gonna be hard for the kid to try and pass him off as a potential villain, and clearly, Midoriya's friends and All Might himself agreed. Or so they thought. PFFFT. He could cripple me with the flick of a finger. Now, are there any other lame excuses you want to bring up, or are you done? Silence. Good, because I was hoping to wrap this little argument up. What does society define as villainous, if all quirks have the potential to be dangerous? What kind of idiotic checklist do they use to create these double standards? Midoriya was getting louder and more frustrated with every word, then he pointed at the boy. And you. Them and their quirks aren't the problem, it's people like you who are too stubborn to see past their prejudice. That kind of thinking is what causes these guys to get hurt. Do you even know what kind of treatment of them you're enabling by continuing on with that train of thought? No. Then I'll tell you. Oh, this is the part his ulterior motive has been waiting for. Shota clenched his fists in anticipation, just a little more. Let's start with what I was going to say before you interrupted, in-school bullying. Day in and day out, these kids that have what you call villainous quirks are forced to go to school and deal with people who are immature enough to have the same thought process as you. They hear people whispering insults behind their backs. They have people tripping them in the hallways and vandalizing their desks. Midoriya's hand, still outstretched and pointing, began to quiver ever so slightly, but it made all the difference to Shota. They get laughed at for every little thing they do. Their classmates illegally use their quirks on them as just another way to make them feel pain, as if the verbal abuse wasn't enough. They have people taking their most precious belongings and ripping them to shreds before throwing them out windows. The underground hero side. He knew it, the kid was speaking from personal experience. The passionate conviction in the kid's voice began to melt into something more cold and detached. They have no one to rely on during this, not even friends, because of course they don't. No one would become friends with them just to live with the constant threat of facing the same abuse. Others are scared at both the idea of being near them and the idea of living the same life as them. No one believes in them, and no one ever will. They're alone. His student's voice cracked ever so slightly, not that anyone else noticed. This was worse than he thought. Eventually, all of this becomes too much. They get sick of the constant abuse, the constant use of the word villain wherever they go. So you know what they do. They stop fighting. They stop trying to ignore the hate because no matter what they do, no one will believe them. So for once in their life, they give in. They become a villain, and they wreak havoc among the people who made them this way, among the society that let it happen. You know why? Because they know that the best revenge is proving their tormentors right, and making them wish they were wrong. Okay, well, now Shota himself is a bit stumped. He wants to deny the claim, he's sure a lot of people in this room do, but the sad part is that the kid is completely right. He didn't become a villain, he was too spiteful to do that, but he'd be lying if he said he never considered it. Considered letting go, that is. As you can see, he didn't, but he still remembers how much satisfaction the thought of doing so gave him. Just a little bit less than becoming a hero. Unfortunately, that's just him. There are millions of other people who weren't as lucky, people who lived their life exactly as Midoriya described it. Thing is, Midoriya wasn't done. Deep down, they know they didn't want this. All they wanted was to live a happy life, free from the judgment of others. But as I said, there was no one to help them get that life. No one at all. So the next time somebody tells a kid like them to take a swan dive off a roof and pray for a better quirk in their next life, there won't be anyone there to talk them down. Once again, the room fell into stunned silence. The more sensitive of the students and teachers had tears forming at the brims of their eyes. Others looked angry at the thought of such an injustice. Shota himself was just as angry, but not just at the inequality. He was mad at himself for not knowing just how deep Midoriya's scars cut. The kid looked like a wreck, to Shota at least. His eyes were wide as if he was equally as shocked at his speech as everyone else was. His chest was rapidly moving up and down, showing the signs of what might be the early stages of a panic attack. His arm was still shaking as he directed it at the metallic boy, who looked pretty regretful right about now. But worst of all, he just looked so sad. So tired. He just poured his heart and soul out into his speech, after all, and no one but Shota knew about it. Or at least, he thinks so. Shinsu was staring incredulously at Midoriya, no longer scowling or glaring or clenching his fists. In fact, one could say that his eyes looked a bit awestruck, hopeful and inspired, even. The same could be said for Todoroki, too, as well as other students. But one, in particular, was quite strange. Bakugo. It's like he couldn't decide whether his complexion should be pale as a ghost or sickly green. Either way, he looked like he was about to throw up from terror. He'd been expecting this reaction from some people, but Bakugo. It's one hell of a shock. And if he really thought about it, he could say the kid looked guilty. Guilty for what? It's not like he did anything bad, right? Actually, didn't Bakugo go to the same junior high as Midoriya? His student cleared his throat and schooled his expression. As I was saying, clearly it's very bad. And that's just one kind of discrimination out of many. Not one of them deserved what happened to them, no matter what anyone else says. And I hope this answers all your questions about the second type of motive, because of others. These motives could have been prevented if the people around the person were just a bit more mature and open-minded and just less of a JRK in general. So, going forward, I must ask the final question: what steps will you take to be a better person, prevent the preventable motives, and make society a better place for us all? A place where we no longer have to deal with the torment that is discrimination. No one said anything, but their silence was all Shota's student needed to know that he had moved all of them and made his point. Midoriya then smiled for the first time in what seemed like ages, and gave a boyish thumbs up to the crowd. My name is Izuku Midoriya, thank you for listening to Social Awareness Day's Villain Psychology. Furious smiley. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, just outside the auditorium's back exit doors, twiddling his pencil between his hands. He wanted to write, analyze, plan, anything, but he just couldn't. He couldn't stop thinking about what his junior high teacher said all those years ago. That his notebooks were just a way to distract him from reality. He'd told himself that wasn't true, that it was just his teachers being rude again. But now, he thinks they might have been right. His reality was horrible. He started off his speech with just basic facts that anybody could assume, but the more he spoke, the more he realized how familiar it sounded. And from that point on, it was just listing the daily schedule of his 13-year-old self. He honestly doesn't know why he's so shocked right now. He knew his life was bad, he was quirkless, after all. But saying it out loud really put it into perspective. Could those people have been him? The criminals. If All Might hadn't told him he could be a hero that day, would he have become a villain? When he was growing up, he knew being a hero was the only option for him, no matter how unrealistic it was at the time. If he didn't become a hero, he didn't have a backup plan for anything else. But does anyone really plan to become a villain? It's more of an in-the-moment thing that happens after a desperate, psychological snap. But he didn't snap. He might have, but he didn't. Truth be told, he came pretty damn close. His teacher exposed him, his classmates laughed at him, 𝐒𝐻 destroyed his notebook and told him to kill himself. That's mean. Why is he just realizing how mean that is? He almost got killed by slime. All Might told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, other heroes yelled at him when he tried to save 𝐒𝐻, and it was really freaking hot outside. If All Might hadn't confronted him later and chose him to take on One for All. Hey! Izuku's head snapped up at the voice, coming face to face with a bored Shinsu. Or at least, he thinks he was bored. His hands were fidgeting a tad bit more than usual and he looked quite nervous. Hi. He replied quietly. I heard your speech. It was good. Here. It was really, really good. It was such a short phrase, and a weird one at that, but Shinsu still looked conflicted. Thank you. Sorry, wait, are you okay? The purple-haired boy's eyes grew wide as he fumbled for words. Wow, this is incredibly awkward. No, actually, I'm not. Your speech was great, it was accurate, too. Way more accurate than what I would have expected from someone with such a powerful quirk. Oh, so that's what this is about. Shinsu didn't believe him. It's ironic if he's being honest. His whole life people didn't believe him when he said he'd be a hero, and now people don't believe him when he says that they didn't. It's all very complicated, and the green-haired kid didn't even realize he was laughing and saying his thoughts out loud until the boy before him pointed it out. What do you mean they didn't believe you could be a hero? A quirk like that, they must have been falling at your feet. Izuku laughed again, much louder this time. What are you laughing at? I'm sorry. Really, it's just that I dash another wheeze. God damn it, stop it, Izuku. Do you really find this funny? Your quirk is constantly compared to All Might's, no one in their right mind would call it villainous. So was everything you said up there a lie? Just some pity for people you can't even relate to. Shinsu's brows were furrowed as he spoke with a scowl. Oh, he's mad. Well, the jig is up, he guesses. You're right. No one would ever call this quirk villainous. This quirk, not my. Because this isn't his quirk, it's All Might's, and he still hasn't done anything to earn it. And I don't know what it's like to live with a villainous quirk. I'm not you, so I really can't attest to your experiences. I can only speak from my own. Were his experiences honestly that bad, though? Or is this just some cry for attention? Is he being dramatic? Oh. And what might that be, hero? Izuku gave a sad smile. There's no use hiding it. I was a late bloomer. Later than what most people consider humanly possible. At most, you'll see some kid develop his quirk at 5 or 6. But for me. He paused, taking 1 second to consider if this was a good idea. I got mine at 14. The tired boy's eyes were wide as he let out a small gasp. You what? How is that even? Shinsu knelt down to be face to face. Possible. I don't know, he really doesn't. He doesn't know why All Might chose him to carry on his legacy. Did he even want this legacy? Point is, I'm a living fluke. I had an extra joint in my pinky toe, one that's commonly found in quirkless people. So that, combined with the fact that I was the last one in my kindergarten class to not have a quirk, I was classified as quirkless. And I lived that way for the next 10 years until Izuku powered up one for all in his index finger to make his point. So, in elementary and junior high, people thought you were that. One of the strongest students in UA's hero course, a quirkless kid. Izuku glared. Don't say it like that. There's nothing wrong with being quirkless. Shinsu looked taken aback at his new cold tone, immediately backtracking. No. I didn't mean it like that. I know there's nothing wrong with being quirkless, it's just shocking, that's all. The boy with prominent eye bags gave a lazy smile. Guess I should apologize, heh. Must have sounded like a complete JRK earlier. It's okay, you were justified. I'd be pretty annoyed too if someone who didn't truly know what it was really like to begin spewing stuff like that on stage. All Might once told him he knew how hard it was to be quirkless, that he too was teased as a kid. But it wasn't the same, not really. All Might had grown up during a time when being quirkless was more normal and less hated. Izuku felt horrible about the bitter remark resting on his tongue that day, but he couldn't help it. No, not just for that. The sports festival, too, and basically every single day afterward. I was always under the impression that you had it easy, just coasting through life carefree. Little did I know that you probably had it worse. That didn't sound right. Truthfully, I don't think I had it worse than you. I don't think we should even compare our hardships. Were they hardships? I don't know. I think it'd be best if we all just try to move on from it. Nothing comes from feeling sorry for ourselves, after all. Maybe you're right, nothing good comes from pity. But I don't think we should move on. Hey. What happened to me, you, anyone like us, it wasn't okay. So we shouldn't forget about it. If anything, we should confront it. Shinsu, I hope you don't think I'm about to hunt down my junior high teachers. He got a snort at that, and Izuku counted it as a victory. Nah, not that kind of confrontation. I just mean that we should probably talk it out. Work through anything unresolved. God, I sound so cheesy right now. I'm starting to sound like MIC Sensei. It was Izuku's turn to snort. But MIC Sensei isn't exactly wrong. Lately, I'm realizing that I can actually trust teachers at this school. UA certainly is unique. Yeah, he's got that right. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna take my teacher's invitation, and hopefully, after that, I can stop feeling pity and just feel happy. Happy. Yeah, he liked the sound of that. Izuku flashed a small smile at the taller boy. Well, in case MIC Sensei gets too cheesy for your liking, I'm always here to talk with you. Shinsu paused for a second, ears turning a faint red and eyes widening by a fraction as it filled with an emotion Izuku couldn't place. But it left as quickly as it had come. Yeah, like that statement alone was any less cheesy. Shinsu probably meant to laugh, but he still had something on his mind holding him back. What is it? I'm gonna talk to MIC Sensei, and I'm going to get help. Because let's be honest, I need it. But you need it, too. The green-haired boy tilted his head in confusion at that, signaling the boy to continue. I heard your speech, Mido, all of us did. But I think I'm one of the only people who know the truth behind it, how it was basically just a retelling of your quirkless days. And if I'm right about that, then that means your school allowed all those horrible things to happen to you, and that someone legitimately told you to take a swan dive off a roof. That's not okay, and no matter how much you deny it, I know that had lasting damage. Izuku wanted to speak up, but Shinsu wasn't done and he couldn't find the right words anyway. As I said, UA is different, and I'm positive that the teachers here are different from the ones you had before. Are they? So, I don't mean to go all present MIC on you, but you need to tell someone. Preferably to a teacher you trust. Shinsu's eye flitted to the side, and Izuku heard the faint sound of a door opening behind them. And I think we both know who that is. With one last reciprocated smile, the lavender-haired boy was gone, leaving Izuku to sit alone and stare at the floor as he replayed Shinsu's words over and over again in his head. Or at least, he thought he was alone. Heavy footsteps got louder, and he'd only noticed the presence of his teacher when the man has already kneeled beside him. Aizawa-sensei didn't ask why he was sitting there in the first place, instead giving him a few more seconds of silence before he spoke up. You okay, problem child? Ha, problem child. What an accurate nickname that is, right about now. Never gets a moment of rest before another crisis pops up before him. Is that what this was? Was he having a crisis? Or was he always having a crisis, deep down in the pit of his chest and the very back of his mind, and he just refused to acknowledge it until now? Until someone finally came up to him and told him he needed help, that someone could finally help him. Izuku got his answer a second later when small drops of water splashed against the cold tiles underneath his feet. And suddenly he was shaking, both hands clutched over his mouth as he choked back sobs and desperately tried to breathe in air through his clogged nose. His eyesight got all fogged with tears and Izuku became hyper-aware of just how tired he was. Finally, he controlled himself enough to be able to remove his hands by a few centimeters, just long enough to utter a few, quiet words. Aizawa-sensei. I think I need help. And just like that, he was crying again. Choked sounds resonating through the empty hallway that he didn't even bother trying to cover up anymore. Not even a second had passed before Izuku felt a small weight on his head, spread out through the center. It came, then left, then came again, and slightly shook the bush-like hair on his head. It took him longer than he'd like to admit to realize that his teacher was patting his head and ruffling his hair. Mostly because that small, comforting action, paired with the words that came next, was enough to send him into a second wind of sobbing. I know, Izuku. I know. In the time it took Shota to transfer his student from the floor of the hallway to the couch in Nezu's office, he realized several things. The first is that normally, a scary-looking teacher walking next to a crying student typically doesn't garner the best kind of attention. He had to spend 2 minutes engaging in an aggravating eye conversation to convince Majima that no, he was not expelling his student. He gets that he has a reputation for that kind of thing, but seriously, what reason could he possibly have to kick out his own secretary? The second is that Nezu's office had a lot more furnishing than he had originally thought. Aside from the desk and kitchen, he also had a large couch with quite a few fluffy blankets and throw pillows. If the underground hero didn't know any better, he'd say this room was deceptively warm and comforting so Nezu could trick the misbehaving kids sent to his office into thinking he would go easy on them, instead of making them wish they were dead. Yeah. He didn't know any better. Finally, the third was Shota realizing that he had no idea how to deal with crying kids. Well, actually, Midoriya wasn't crying anymore, just a few sniffles from time to time. He seemed to have calmed down during the walk there, as well as the few minutes Shota spent analyzing everything he realized. By no means did that mean the kid was in a good state, though. Midoriya, knees tucked into his chest as he sat on Nezu's sofa, managed to get a hold of one of the blankets, and wrap it around himself as he stared at his hands. And that, combined with the suddenly prominent bags under his red-rimmed eyes, allowed anyone within range to see how tired the kid was. And not the kind of tired the Erasure hero feels, which is usually the result of a non-existent sleep schedule, but the kind of deep-rooted weariness that came after such a mentally exhausting experience. Oh, now that's interesting. Shota didn't know how to deal with mentally fragile kids, but he did know how to deal with exhaustion. As if a light bulb had lit up over the underground hero's head, he walked over to the bridge and began rummaging through the top shelf, pulling out the item he was looking for and lightly tossing it into Midoriya's hands. The boy reared back slightly in surprise before examining the label on the juice pouch. Mango Tango, the bright side of the sweet sun. Midoriya quirks an eyebrow at him and he rolls his eyes. I didn't choose the names, Shota grumbled out before plopping down on the sofa across from the kid. Midoriya didn't look too convinced, but he screwed off the cap and began slurping anyway. The underground hero sighed and tried to organize his thoughts. Yes, he knew how to deal with exhaustion. First, the cold juice pouches contained just the slightest hint of caffeine in them, and that combined with the sharp fruity flavor would be enough to give Midoriya some of his energy back. It's what he used after a particularly draining patrol, except 5 in a row because they clearly didn't have as much caffeine as he would have preferred. Second, he focused on what he knew, the facts. He hated having to wait to do his job just because some hero kept beating around the bush using fancy words with dramatic pauses, and he assumed Midoriya may feel the same right about now. Just a tad bit more fragile. Not wasting another second, Shota began to speak. So, while you're eating, I'm going to state what I understand about the current situation. You can disagree on anything I say, but keep in mind that there will most likely be no valid reason for that. Wow, he really did sound like a robot. Still, the kid nodded, slurping away in sniffling silence. The speech you made on stage about 15 minutes ago was about you. Midoriya raised his hand. Not even 2 sentences in. Well. Technically the speech wasn't actually about me. Jesus Christ, and they made so much progress earlier. It was about kids who got bullied for villainous and mutant quirks. And I didn't have either of those. No, you didn't. In fact, you didn't have a quirk at all back then, however far back then is to you. You were a late bloomer. Midoriya twitched at the term, but Shota assumed it was because it was a difficult time in his life, and I assume you experienced the same things the kids in your speech did because of that, if not worse. How could it have been worse, though? Yeah, some people were mean, and they might have gotten a little too rough with the teasing sometimes, but besides that, I was mostly ignored. Ignored by a lot of people. The kid's eyes flashed with something akin to melancholy for just a second before it disappeared again, and that's a good thing. If anything, this is just me being dramatic. Oh hell no. Problem child, you are not being dramatic. What you went through wasn't okay, and you should know that your feelings about the matter are valid to have. Just because it wasn't everyone that harassed you, doesn't make it any better. What counted as some anyway? I still don't know the full length that this teasing went to, although I'm assuming it's much worse than you're making it out to be, but whether you believe it or not, being ignored by the majority of people in your life is another form of bullying. There's no excuse for negligence. Shota chose to ignore how he was neglected for the most part, too. Shouldn't light teasing and isolation be considered a blessing on the bullying spectrum? What a painful mentality to have, and it's going to be even more painful to break. My life as a quirkless kid was probably easy when compared to Shinsu, Shoji, or anyone else with those kinds of quirks. I shouldn't complain about it. This quirk isn't considered villainous and it isn't mutant either. I didn't suffer before I had the quirk, and I'm surely not suffering after. The heroics teacher opened his mouth to argue that any type of discrimination is still discrimination, but paused, fully processing everything the boy had said. Something about the wording of those sentences seemed off. Why do you keep referring to your quirk as this and the instead of my? Midoriya froze with wide eyes, which did absolutely nothing to tame Shota's suspicion. And nothing, I just didn't think it made a difference. Lie. I don't know what age you got your quirk at, but either way you're going to have to accept that it's your quirk. The black-haired man found it a little weird to say since it's the exact same phrase Todoroki mutters to himself during particularly difficult training sessions ever since the first-year sports festival. Being a late bloomer doesn't make that any less true dash, but I'm not a late bloomer. It's not my quirk. The green-haired kid yelled in frustration before he realized what he had said. The scarred hands that were clutching his hair then dropped down to rest over his mouth in shock, as if he couldn't believe his own outburst. Shota sure as hell couldn't. Midoriya, what do you mean by that? The underground hero asked carefully, making sure he didn't accidentally scare the boy into silence with his urgent tone. Nothing. I didn't mean anything. I was just Midoriya. He says again, a lot firmer, and the kid sighs. Shota almost thinks he's gonna fess up, but then he realizes nothing is ever that easy with a stubborn student that has enough determination to watch paint dry without complaints. I can't. It's not my secret to tell. Secret? Yeah, 'cause that totally makes him feel better. Then whose is it? All Might's. Shota had to suppress a scowl at that. Of course, it would be All Might that drags his student into the most complicated messes. Does the buffoon have anything else to do in his free time? He should pick up knitting, that way he can make himself some highly absorbent handkerchiefs the next time he decides to burst a lung and spew BLD. Taming the endless sea of insults in his mind, the underground hero spoke. Kid, if this secret directly pertains to your quirk status and revolves around you, I'd say it's well within your right to tell whoever you want. Plus, this is All Might, I'm sure the guy would understand if the situation was urgent enough to call for it. Shota held up a single hand to his heart. I promise not to tell anyone. Hesitantly, the green-eyed boy looked up. Does this count as urgent? You bet your mechanical pencils it does. He groaned, but in a way that made sure his student knew he wasn't angry. Because really, he's not. All he cares about is his student's mental health right now, nothing else. Midoriya seemed to consider it for a few seconds before hardening his resolve, and Shota couldn't help but feel relieved. So, his student began, and the Erasure hero felt the faint urge to grab some popcorn. About 10 years ago, Dr. Tsubasa did an X-ray on my foot. Aizawa Shota has never felt more dead inside until this very moment. He thought he'd heard the worst of it working as an underground hero, but clearly, he was wrong. So wrong. The story not a secret, a secret should have been a stupid rumor, not whatever the hell this is. Lasted for about 10 minutes. And in those 10 minutes, Shota has yelled things that should not be heard by a child. However, on the less XPLCT side of the yelling spectrum, he made several reaction responses such as, tell me the name of your Fing school. Bakugo said what? All Might said what? And on a roof of all places. The slime fight heroes said what? So that's why the beach is clean now. You had to swallow a you-know-what. No. That's disgusting. I knew the 0-pointers were a stupid idea. All in all, it was horrible. His thoughts were all jumbled once the kid had stopped speaking, and now he couldn't decide which course of action he should take at the moment. He could either fight tooth and nail to shut down Aldera Junior High, kick the SHT out of Yagi, expel the SHT out of Bakugo, or stop considering his options and just help the shaking student in front of him. Yeah, he'll go with the latter. And do everything else later tonight. Well, that was certainly interesting. The kid flinched and Shota mentally berated himself for starting with that, but I'm glad you told me. Midoriya's head whipped up. What why? When you first came to UA, your quirk did nothing but destroy everything in its path, including your bones. Of course, after 2 years that no longer happens, but everyone assumed you had poor control over your quirk, and I agreed. But that's because we all thought you had it since the age of 4. When you said you were a late bloomer, I thought that some of your lack of control was justified, because maybe since you were past the age of a toddler, you didn't get a chance to see a quirk specialist. Now, however, I learned that not only did you get a quirk when you were 14, but the first time you even used it was the day of the entrance exam. If possible, the kid wilted even further. God damn it, Shota, just get to the point already. Point is, if you had simply told us in the very beginning that your quirk had just developed, we would have been able to get you the help you needed instead of watching you blow up your limbs. I wasn't allowed to reveal the secret back then, though. Curse you, All Might. You burdened a kid with a legendary secret and no one to help him with it. He told me that if it were to get out, a bunch of chaos would be caused by villains trying to steal the quirk. Not to mention everyone would lose faith in the symbol of peace. That's true, but there are other excuses you could have come up with. You started training for UA 10 months in advance because your body needed to be able to at least partly handle the quirk, right? Then say that. The quirk needed specific conditions to be met to come in. Or, if you didn't have any other ideas for an excuse, you could have told just some of the stuff. If not me, then Nezu. Lord knows I wouldn't question it if he told me you needed specialized quirk counseling. The underground hero doesn't question anything the rat tells him, and he'd like to keep it that way. He's pretty sure that if he found out the motive behind all of his boss's actions, he'd have to be assassinated. Nezu does know, though. I'm sorry, what? And not just him, a lot of other people, too. Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, Detective Tsukochi, Kachan de Shota's confusion got bigger and bigger with every name listed. All of those people knew, and not one of them bothered to tell him, the kid's homeroom teacher. And why does Bakugo know? The dark-haired man pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled, trying to tame the anger. He wasn't mad at Midoriya, if anything, he's proud. For once, the kid had done what he was supposed to do, tell an adult. But of course, that's also the one time all the adults around him are psychopaths, idiots, or bullies. Fing rat, he muttered. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows. Are you gonna expel me? Oh, for the love of Dash. Why does everyone think I'm gonna know? I'm not going to expel you. But ignorant co-workers aside, I am going to give you the quirk counseling that you should have gotten in the first place. His student looked relieved, but still a bit confused. Quirk counseling. Why would I need it, though? During internships last year, Gran Torino taught me how to not break my bones anymore. And I can handle anything under 40% of one for all. That's only 40% of his power. What the hell kind of feral but quirk is this? Midoriya, you just told me your quirk was made by the most dangerous supervillain, passed down to his not-so-quirkless little brother, passed down through 8 other corpses. All Might's not a corpse. No, but he's a walking one, and that ever since last year you are somehow able to communicate with their spirits. Midoriya suddenly smiled with excitement, the kind of excitement one could see on him whenever he found a new quirk to analyze, and Shota knew that meant nothing good. Not just communicate, I'm getting their quirks too. He what? What do you mean you're getting their quirks? You know how halfway through last year, during the joint training exercise, a bunch of black tendrils just shot out of my body. It's called Black Whip, and it's from the 5th one for all user. Oh no, oh god please no. Please someone just jump out of a trash can and tell him this is all some elaborate prank. It's hard enough dealing with Midoriya on, or he guesses, 2 quirks, but apparently he's going to develop 5 more. Lord have mercy on their property damage bill. And this is what I mean by you needing quirk counseling. I'll be DM'd if halfway your career as a pro hero you suffer from brain damage cause all of a sudden a dead person's quirk started strangling you with their creepy tentacles. He groaned, but the bushy-haired kid just pumped his fist in the air and exclaimed, right. Really, just like that. No complaints about having to stay back extra time after school. Most teenagers would probably be attempting to sue him by now. Quirk counseling is just analyzing your own quirk and applying your theories right away, right? That's basically what I do after school anyway, and Shinsu only texts me after 12 a.m. First of all, he's going to need to have another talk with the purple-haired kid about proper sleep schedules. And yes, he's aware of the irony. Second, you can count on Midoriya to be excited about extra analysis. Shota gave a subtly amused huff. Sure. And suddenly he paused as a random thought burst into his head, one he hadn't considered before. Wait a sec, you were registered as quirkless after your diagnosis, but you would need to register your new quirk to get into UA. And any changes made to quirk registration are always logged down on personal files, so technically, I could have known from the very beginning. The kid stopped smiling as he put his fingers to his chin in thought. Yeah, you're right. You could have known. From the first day, and all my excuses would have been useless. Why didn't you, by the way? The boy asked, and Shota cursed under his breath. I don't read my students' files at the beginning of the year, helps prevent biases. He highly doubts that he would ever have favorites in his class, but least favorites. That's way more reasonable for him. He's looking at you, Mineta. But apparently, as always, this class is a different story. If I missed that big of a detail from one section, what else could I have missed? Personal files would include medical records, grades, personal notes from teachers, and even some family history. He didn't want biases, but knowing what he would be dealing with for the next 3 years wasn't a bad idea either. behavioral issues, mental diagnoses, previous suspensions. All of them would have been useful to know, and the heroics teacher hates himself for not realizing until over a year had passed. In any case, he can deal with that later. Right now, he had Midoriya to deal with, and not just the enigma of his quirk. Right, well, next week me and Nezu will come up with a plan for your quirk counseling sessions. And we're going to have to do some serious background checks. Background checks, that's it. Everyone in this goddamn school needs background checks. Wow, dawning realizations feel great and SCK at the same time. Into previous users of One for All, just so we know what other powers might spring up in the coming years. But quirks aside, we are still very off track about what happened today. Right. And just like that, Midoriya retreated back into his shell with a look of deep dread on his face. Shota slid off the couch and into a kneeling position as he held his hands up in a mollifying gesture, that way he was at eye level with his student. Hey, kid, there's nothing wrong with what you said today. If anything, you should be proud. The green-haired kid widened his eyes in surprise. It's not easy speaking about your personal experiences like that, but you managed to do it without cracking under pressure. And in the heat of the moment, you were still rational enough to look at your situation from an outside perspective, and smart enough to admit you needed help. You weren't being dramatic when you asked, either, and no matter the lengths your discrimination from the people around you went to, it shouldn't be compared to others in a way that makes you want to invalidate it. Getting help is one of the healthiest and hardest decisions a person can make, but you did it, and you should acknowledge that. Hesitantly but surely, Midoriya slowly began to nod, the tears that were gradually building up in his eyes starting to dissipate. And Shota waited for a few seconds before dropping the bomb. And to help you, we're going to need someone who has the qualifications to do that. He took a deep breath. So tomorrow, I'll be setting up an appointment for you and Hound Dog. His student shot up into a ramrod straight position, green eyes flashing with something akin to betrayal, and didn't that just twist the knife in his heart to see? Hound what? No. I'm not therapy. His breathing started to speed up and Shota prepared for the slight chance that this may trigger something worse. Shinsu said all I needed to do was tell someone, but I don't want. Wasn't this supposed to be the end of it? I know you want it to be, and believe me I do too, but these kinds of things are never easy. It'll take time, yes, but the end results will be worth it. It won't. I've tried guidance counselors before and they all kicked me out. God damn you, Aldera, he'll tear you to the ground. They either blamed me or pitied me, and I don't want their pity. Does that mean he wants the blame? I want to be a hero so no one ever has to worry about me. He whispered the last part, but Shota heard him well enough. Well, whether you like it or not, they will. Shinsu, Todoroki, me, your mother, All Might, and tons more. By completing this session with Hound Dog, it'll help ease that concern a bit, because they'll know you're in good hands. Midoriya seemed a tad bit more open, but still not fully convinced. Besides, it won't just be you. You're not alone when it comes to facing this kind of cruel treatment, as I'm sure Shinsu told you before I walked in today. Doing this will help set an example for others who aren't too open about it yet, and you'll be the person that gives them that final push they need to ask for help. Of course, all meetings with Hound Dog tomorrow are mandatory, but still. Way more open at the prospect of helping people, but once again, not quite there. With a resigned sigh, Shota gave in, and right after you can get the hero merch. Midoriya accepted in the blink of an eye, and somehow faster than yesterday. He really has to keep this bribery tactic in mind for the future in case he ever needs to bypass public speaking again. Glad to hear it. Now Dashi wanted to speak more, most likely to tell him that just because he says he can buy merch, that does not mean Shota will ever be seen in the same area as a person wearing an All Might Odyssey, but a weird look in Midoriya's eyes stops him. Oh geez, he better not be trying to make it 2 pieces of merch. Yes. I was just wondering, now that you know the whole story with 𝐭𝐻 and All Might. The kid fidgeted. You're not gonna do anything, bad, right? Like, break all the bones in All Might's body and blacklist Bakugo from every hero school in Japan. Midoriya, slightly disturbed at the specificity but not at all surprised, rapidly nodded. No, unfortunately even I don't have enough power to do that. His voice darkened into a whisper as his eyes gained a faraway look, staring at the wall. I am going to do something much, much worse. Anyway, I have to make arrangements with Hound Dog, so off you go. Wait, what? Shota eyes glowed red as he activated his quirk, using his capture weapon to shoo Midoriya out the door, who was still frantically asking questions. What do you mean much worse? Endless possibilities for what you could do in the span between now and tomorrow's counseling session. Read a book, paint a canvas, pet a cat, you only live once. The kid was still trying to push his way back into the office, but the door was already closing. Will you at least go easy on them? The kid asked desperately. The underground hero looked up from his recently grabbed phone to grin evilly into the distance. No, I don't think I will. The door shut with a slam. And that's what brings Shota to the present moment, straightening out a stack of personal files on his students on the desk as Midoriya scribbles in his notebook at the other end. It's Friday morning and he still hadn't been able to come up with proper revenge teaching lesson plan for All Might and Bakugo. He wants something incredibly dreadful and dramatic, but not enough to get him arrested. And unfortunately, he hasn't got any ideas, nor do his friends. In fact, they seemed pretty disturbed when he called them at 10 p.m. for advice. But he guesses it was partially his fault for phrasing the question as what's the most convenient way to torture a middle-aged skeleton and angsty teenage grenade at the same time with minimal casualties and lawsuits. He would have called Nezu for advice, but currently, he's a bit annoyed at the rat. Anyway, he can figure that out later. Back to the files. He's made a plan to read through each file, which is in the order that the students will be taken in for counseling, and suggest specific topics for Hound Dog to bring up when he speaks to them. And along with that, he'll also be taking notes of any further details he should investigate. He originally planned to have Midoriya integrate back into his classes just for today, but immediately squashed that. The kid's life had changed enough yesterday, and he was probably going through enough stress, no need to freak him out more by sending him off without an explanation. And besides, taking diligent notes does seem like a healthy method of relieving stress. That doesn't mean he's going to keep him here forever, though he will need to go to Hound Dog eventually. But luckily his secretary's appointment is at the very end, that way he won't be here when Shota goes through his own file. That'd just be awkward. And while the underground hero doesn't know what's in the file yet, he has a sinking feeling it won't be anything good. Sighing, he opened the first file. Todoroki, born January 11th, 20XX, is currently 16 years old. His quirk is half hot half cold, which honestly sounds a little too convenient given his parents' quirks. Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, is his father. Rei Todoroki is his mother, and locked in a mental institution. The hell? Already one pointer to suggest. His older sister is Fuyumi Todoroki, his older brother is Natsuo Todoroki, and his other older brother is Rshin Tuya Todoroki. Deceased. 2 pointers. Moving on, Shota went beyond the first page of basic information and struck the most disturbing gold he'd ever seen. Todoroki was homeschooled by a tutor, meanwhile the rest of his siblings were sent to some fancy academy their whole lives. He's not surprised about the prestige of the older Todoroki school, their father is the #1 hero after all, but he is more than a little concerned about why his student was singled out and isolated after leaving preschool. After his quirk came in, more specifically. 3 pointers. After the age of 4, his medical results took a drastic turn, but only the most basic information was recorded: height, weight, vaccinations, etc. But nothing on injuries. With a quirk like that, it's bound to happen, so why isn't there anything written down on his file from the Shizuoka private treatment facility? Not the general one. Another pointer, but just for himself to investigate. With a sigh, Shota turned the page. Why did so much change after he gained his quirk? Or did the same thing happen to Tuya before Endeavor moved on? Shoto Todoroki session, administered by Hound Dog. So, Hound Dog began, gruff voice contrasting his current position of leaning back in an armchair and holding a pencil above the clipboard. To begin, I was hoping you could tell me a little about some of your at-home hob. The hunting dog hero was cut off immediately. I don't know why I was brought in here, but I am not going to discuss my home life with whatever your position is. I only came here because it was mandatory, but I refuse to participate in anything else. A blanket of silence draped over the room after Todoroki's statement, but the guidance counselor didn't let it last for long. Okay. The red and white-haired boy's eyebrow twitched. We won't discuss your home life. We won't. You're really not going to fight me on that. The hero shook his head, a funny action for a dog. I won't fight you, and either way I'm legally not allowed to. You were forced to come here, but I can't force you to answer my questions. The heterochromatic-eyed boy seemed a tad bit suspicious, but ultimately untensed in relief. However, our session does last for another 30 minutes, and I doubt it'll be fun for either of us to sit in complete silence the whole time. I won't ask you to speak about your life unless you consent to it, but how about a different topic? Like what? Todoroki asked, and Hound Dog thought for a moment before answering. Well, for starters, you could tell me about your notebook of theories. The boy lit up in excitement, albeit barely noticeable. Sometimes I overhear young Midoriya and Uraraka speaking of it, and occasionally Eraserhead, too. I must admit I'm a bit curious about the contents of it. So, mind listing a few? The hero student smiled, once again in a very subtle way, but certainly there. Todoroki listed everything he could remember from his notebook, which was quite a lot. Momo is Fat Gum's niece. Tokoyami is Hawk's nephew. Tamaki Imagiki is Midnight's son. Toga Himiko is Vlad King's daughter. Midoriya is All Might's secret love child. Shinsu is Aizawa's and Hisashi's secret love child, with Kiyoma acting as the surrogate. Dabi is his long-lost older brother. Shigaraki, knowingly, and Midoriya, unknowingly, both robbed the same clothing store, and the only reason the former is a villain is that he's the one that got caught. Finally, after what seemed like centuries, the boy had finished, and the hunting dog hero spoke up. I see, that's quite a lot you've got there. In fact, I noticed a common trend within all of your theories. In one way or another, two or more people are related. Any specific reason why, or was it just by chance? He asked, subtly clicking his pen as the student broke off into a tangent. I hadn't noticed it before, but I assume it's because it's the easiest to spot. But why exactly? What makes it so simple? Usually, I can tell because of the multiple traits they share. For example, Shinso's theory would work because he has the same eye bags and grin as Aizawa-sensei, has a voice-activated quirk like Hisashi-sensei, and has purple hair and eyes just like Kiyoma-sensei if mixed with a lighter, blonde, color. Todoroki explained easily. While that would make sense, there are some flaws in your deductions that have come apparent to me. While Yorozu's and Fat Gum's quirks are similar, they both have very different purposes. One is used to create materials, and the other is meant to be used as a defense mechanism. And besides, there are many people in Japan whose quirks would also rely on their lipid cells. Hound Dog took a breath before continuing. As for Midoriya and All Might, they both have strength-enhancing quirks. But as I'm sure you've seen, All Might does not have the same black liquid-type material that sprouts from his body like your classmate, and plenty of other people in the world have strength enhancement quirks as well. And I'm sure those other people aren't all related, right? The hero student seemed to process all of his guidance counselor's critique, deciding whether to listen or not. The obvious answer is no, and I'm 100% positive you knew that too. So what makes these pairs of people so special? What is the missing variable you use to come to these conclusions? Hound Dog asked, preparing to write another sentence on his clipboard. In that case, I guess the missing variable would be how they act around each other. The fire and ice user said quietly as if trying to determine whether what he said was enough for the hero to understand or not. It wasn't care to elaborate. For this year's internships, Momo made the wise choice to intern for Fat Gum instead of Uwabami again. A wise choice, indeed. And during the footage of one of their fights, I could see how well they worked together. It might have just been because their quirks required the same materials to function, but it seemed like they really understood each other, like they knew what the other was going to say or do before they even did it. The same goes for Midoriya and All Might Sensei, Shinsu and Aizawa Sensei, and Tokoyami and Hawks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you saying that being a family goes beyond just physical appearances and traits, and revolves around the people's trust and love for one another? Hound Dog asked thoughtfully, already knowing the answer. Todoroki paused, but after a few seconds had passed, grew a small smile, and nodded, and that's all Hound Dog needed to know. The student was ready for his second question. Good, and I'd like you to keep that in mind from now on, as well as for the next question. Feel free to shut it down and stay silent, but I am still a guidance counselor. Now, judging only by that new piece of information, would you say that you have a family? Forget about bloodlines and think of your mother and siblings when you ask yourself, does your relationship with them revolve around love and trust? The red and white-haired boy seemed like he had wanted to glare, to tell the hunting dog hero to go fetch a different bone and storm out, but in the end, all he could do was dig deep into the question and give an honest answer. Yes. I used to think my mother had hated me, but after a visit to her last year, I know now that that's not the truth and it has never been. As for my siblings, it appears that I had underestimated them in the past and that they understand my struggles much better than I thought they would. Although I guess it's my fault for assuming anyone would ever envy me for spending more time with our father, neglected or not, they both know there were less ideal alternatives. I see, and I'm glad to hear you feel that way, Todoroki. Hound Dog gave a smile, which suddenly morphed into something more somber. On the other hand, would you say the same for your father? His trying to be a better person. And I can tell that both my mother and Fuyumi are rather proud of it, encouraging it, even. They seem almost ready to forgive him. Hound Dog noticed Todoroki didn't look even the slightest bit happy about that, just conflicted. Is it just them? He asked, and the boy nodded. Yes, Natsuo doesn't seem like he'll side with them anytime soon. He's still glaring at my father whenever they are in the same room. So your mother and sister are ready to move past whatever your father has done to your family in the past, and your brother is dead set on never letting go. Hound Dog tapped the pen twice against his chin. But what about you? Are you ready to forgive him? To move on? The heterochromatic-haired boy clenched his fists. I know they all want me to, and I know it would just be so much easier for everyone in Hero Society if I did, but I can't. Not yet, and maybe not ever. It just doesn't feel right, not making him pay for all the pain he's caused. And not just to us, but to Ia too. He needs justice, we need justice. You need him to face the consequences of his actions, whatever they may be, and I agree. So I'll ask again, judging only by the last piece of information, do you consider Endeavor your family? Your father? There was silence between the two that could have lasted millennia. Then, all of a sudden, no. The boy said softly, and then, much louder and firmer, no. Hound Dog smiled as he wrote everything down, not missing a single word and underlining specific details to elaborate on in the last 15 minutes and any future sessions. Once the scribbling had stopped, he lifted his head to face the hero student again. Okay. Now, let's talk about why not. End of Shoto Todoroki's session. Shoto was halfway through reading Kirishima's file, and halfway through subtly making remarks to Midoriya as to why he shouldn't use the merch negotiation to get anything related to All Might when a ding sound came from his phone, drawing both of their attention. The heroics teacher furrowed his eyebrows as he read the contact name, Hound Dog. He hopes the man remembered that the rule of doctor-patient confidentiality still applies even to a hero school. Quickly, he picked up the phone and read the text. Awayo Aino, Yorozu gave me the go-ahead to tell you this information. Thank God, or else they would be dealing with a lawsuit from one of the richest families in Japan. Mineta has been constantly sexually harassing the girls in Class 1 since their first year, using his quirk to stick their clothing against the chairs, touching them inappropriately, clinging to them, and making SXL remarks, all without their consent. I ask that proper actions by UA be taken as a result of this. HD Shota inhaled, exhaled, used the rest of willpower to force down his murderous intent, and maintained a stoic face. So, the gruff man began, we need evidence to expel Mineta, and hopefully send him to juvie, preferably taking place within the next 30 minutes so we don't waste too much of our time on that brat. Take a pic, witnesses or security footage. The boy grinned, and the underground hero wondered when his grins became less sunshine and rainbows and more of showing off how sharp his teeth could be. The boy could still light up a room with it, but still, Shota never knew he had multiple variations to choose from. It was also pretty jarring how he hadn't even questioned why the Great Beach was being kicked out in the first place. I've been practicing my hacking skills recently, and my said I'm a fast learner. By now it wouldn't take me longer than 5 to 10 minutes tops to get 𝐂𝐴's video feed. So I'll take care of security footage. Okay, great, so Shota will handle the wait. Hacking skills. What? And myheroacademia is in on this. The Erasure hero gave the green-eyed boy a weird look. You practiced hacking into 𝐂𝐴's security footage with the support course girl? He asked slowly. Yes. Good, it's a useful skill. And it is. Shota remembers when he was back in high school, and 𝐒𝐲 interrupted his class just to give him a rundown computer so he could practice breaching the local police station's case files from any type of equipment. Although, now that he thinks about it, it was a weird thing to assign to a 17-year-old. But it did assist him in a couple cases. Plus, more practice never hurt anybody. This could be a learning experience. I'll take care of his testimonies, then. Right. And if by the time 20 minutes had passed, 6 incredibly relieved eyewitness accounts, as well as a bucket load of video evidence, were sent to the Musutafu police station, and a purple-haired brat was dragged out kicking and screaming by a smug midnight with 2 pairs of eyes staring at him from the principal's office window and internally cackling, well then. They hoped every DMN girl in that school knows. Well, this is certainly a smaller file than Shota had expected. At first glance, and every single glance after that, Bakugo was probably one of the most problematic children in his class, second only to Midoriya. The only difference between the two is that where Bakugo is loud, feral, sadistic, and powerful, Midoriya at least tries to hide it during class behind stuttering, bashful phrases, and extreme politeness. So, really, can you blame him for expecting the explosive blonde's file to be at least 5 inches thick and filled to the brim with behavioral complaints and a long list of recorded detentions? Yeah, that's what he thought. Sign, he flipped it open. Born April 20th, 20XX, is currently 16 years old. His quirk is explosion, fitting perfectly with his personality, by the way. Masaru Bakugo is his father. Mitsuki Bakugo is his mother, and oh boy do they make quite the couple. One visit was all Shota needed to see the dynamic of their relationships. Where Masaru was calm and meek, Mitsuki was temperamental and brash, and it's obvious to see who wears the breathes in the family. Although, that in itself is slightly concerning. It's obvious that Masaru is the peacekeeper in the household, but when did it ever seem to work? At best, Mitsuki would only barely listen to her husband and lower her voice a bit, but carry on with the exact same words that she was going to use in the first place. And if no one is there to hold her back when she goes too far, then how bad have Bakugo's and Mitsuki's fights gotten before? And Shota knows they must fight, because how could they not? 2 deafening personalities in a single household are just bound to stir up chaos, and the underground hero isn't too happy about the effects that chaos might have had on his students. But even so, Shota read on. And promptly lost a little more of his will to live. The boy's grades were perfect, as expected, but that wasn't the weird part, no. The weird part was that his reviews were practically glowing. A pleasure to have in class, absolutely not. Shota almost always wishes he was dead. A quiet and attentive boy, sure, he's attentive, but who whacked a baseball bat against her head and gave her enough brain damage to think he was quiet. The term inside voice does not exist in Bakugo's vocabulary. But perhaps the most confusing review, and believe him that's a high standard, was when his homeroom teacher in the 3rd year of junior high said the boy was always sticking up for his classmates. Bakugo is a hero student, and while everyone knows he'll never admit to friendship, they also know that he would protect his closest comrades if worse came to worse. However, that's Bakugo 2 years after joining UA. Bakugo in junior high. It most likely wasn't. I know, scratch that. It definitely wasn't a pretty sight to see. Or, if you are Midoriya, to experience firsthand every single day. So seeing that the bully was painted as some sort of savior by his teachers made Shota more than a little concerned, and most of all suspicious. So far that's, 3 points to check up on. 3 to discuss, and 1 of them to personally investigate with 𝐒𝐻𝐲. And that's just a surface level of information. There's still plenty of things he doesn't and might never know about. And really, that's fine with him. As long as Bakugo can work through these issues, he doesn't need anyone's validation other than his own. But still, may God have mercy on Hound Dog during this session. Katsuki Bakugo Session, administered by Hound Dog Bakugo, a pleasure to meet with you today. Hound Dog said politely to the ash-blonde boy. I know you're probably confused as to why -it. The boy exclaimed madly, kicking his legs up on the coffee table and submerging himself deeper into the soft cushions of the grey couch. His hands were stuffed into the pockets of his unbuttoned grey waistcoat, and only those who paid attention could see the way the fabric shifted in that area, signaling the flexing and unflexing of his hands. Interesting. The only thing I'm confused about is why you feel the need to be a sugarcoating mutt. Pleasure to meet with you, my butt. Why would you think I was lying? Hound Dog inquired with a quirk of a lip, and the hero student huffed. Why wouldn't you be? You think I'm naive enough to think teachers like you enjoy my presence. This is obviously some poorly thought out tactic of manipulation to get me to answer your creepy questions. Hound Dog lifted two placating hands, a calm expression on his face showing he was undeterred by the boy's attitude. Of course not, Bakugo. I can assure you that I am in no way trying to manipulate you into answering the questions, and if it'll make you feel any better for the remaining of this session, I promise to be straight and blunt with everything. The boy, still seething, managed to calm down a little bit at that statement, spitting out a TCH in begrudging acknowledgement. Now, with that in mind, may I ask why you think I wouldn't appreciate your presence? Why the F do you think? Is it not already obvious? That's still not an answer, Bakugo, and it's not as obvious to me as it may be to you. The hunting hero said. Bakugo's mouth morphed into a snarl as he leaned over the table. Hey! You looking down on me from under your wet butt snout? Want me to compare the dog to human ratio of brain size? Ha! I would never look down on a student, let alone a patient. This office is meant to be a safe space where you can feel comfortable speaking what's on your mind. The blonde boy muttered, a safe space, my butt. So, I'll ask again, why do you think your teachers don't like being in your presence? You little. Ah. Bakugo grunted but answered nonetheless, I don't know, I'm loud. You think I don't realize my own volume? I ain't that naive, you wannabe air bud. Hound Dog clicked his pen for what must have been the 20th time that day. Never said you were. The hero scribbled something down on his clipboard and Bakugo noted the action with narrowed eyes. But back to the original topic, you think teachers don't appreciate your presence because you're loud. I sincerely doubt that. Ashido and Kaminari are quite the loud duo, but all of their classmates and teachers claim they're a pleasure to be around, to talk to and share experiences with. So is that really it? No, P-Brain, stop misunderstanding my words. Sure, Pinky and Dunceface are loud as 𝐿, but they're a bunch of excitable puppies. Gross, if you ask me. Something tells the guidance counselor that Bakugo didn't entirely believe his own words, and I'm not like them. I insult people, rude as 𝐿, and blunt as 𝐿, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If they start sobbing 'cause I hurt their feelings, that's on them. I'm just telling them the truth their delusional brains refuse to see. Once again, nothing special. The ash-haired boy bristled at the phrasing. You're not the only one in your class or even this school to be overly blunt without caring about the consequences. Todoroki, for one, isn't afraid to speak of his theories to everyone who shows even a little bit of interest. It lets people know he'll never talk behind their back. Bakugo reluctantly respects the statement, and he says reluctantly because Hound Dog knows the boy is still annoyed from the time when the heterochromatic-eyed boy asked if Miko was his babysitter or neighbor growing up. Hatsune, from support course, is always upfront about her motivations and aspirations. Not once has she ever lied about her true intentions. And in those cases, all of their close friends appreciate it, as well as their teachers. That's not the same thing, idiot. They're still nice about everything they say, and everyone knows they're pure as a freaking angel. Why won't you just accept that teachers don't like me and move the hell on? Don't you have a job to do? The hero student yelled. I appreciate the consideration, Bakugo, but this is my job. I'm supposed to ask questions on anything I deem important to your mental growth, and right now this seems pretty important. So no, I'm not going to move on, I'm going to make sure you understand that your teachers, friends, and classmates appreciate your company and wouldn't mind having a little more of it. Besides, if the staff here really didn't like you, then how would you have been accepted? Seriously. You think I got accepted because of my smelling the roses attitude and the beam of sunshine shining out of my butt? Ha! Tough luck, you third-rate PND puppy. Did this kid ever run out of nicknames? I got into UA because I'm strong. My quirk is strong. And I can use that strength to beat the living hell out of those slimy villains. Everyone here knows I'm gonna be the #1 hero, and that's why I got in. Bakugo smirked his signature smug smirk. Nothing more, nothing less. We done. Far from it, actually. You didn't get accepted into UA because of your strength. Obviously, that was a big part of it, but you're ignoring another major detail. If a strong quirk and the number of pounds you could bench press were the deciding factors for becoming a hero, then this society would have been screwed decades ago. I know that, you know that, Japan knows that, and most importantly, your teacher knows that. Bakugo lifted an eyebrow, but the disbelieving frown was still firmly planted on his face. Here. Aizawa-sensei. Why the hell are you bringing Hobo BSTRD into this? Because despite his questionable fashion sense, he's a hero and he's your teacher, Nezu's favorite teacher, might I add. Do you know why? The student obviously hated being asked a question that everyone knew he didn't have an answer for, so the hunting hero continued without being prompted. Because Nezu trusts him to make the right decisions. Many people have criticized Aizawa's teaching methods in the past, saying his numerous expulsions were impulsive and unfair, but they are wrong. Aizawa knows exactly what he's doing at all times, knows who he's expelling and who he's allowing to stay at all times. If he kicked you out, that's because he knew you wouldn't make it as a hero in one way or another, but if he kept you, that's because he saw potential. And his idea of potential doesn't just rest in a person's quirk or muscle mass, it lies in their heart. If they have the heart of a hero and a true calling to help others, then you can bet your life he'll fight tooth and nail to keep you in his class. And time after time, his teachings have always produced the best results. Bakugo isn't one for expressing emotions other than anger, annoyance, rare stoicness, and pride. But now, Hound Dog could say with 100% certainty that the explosive hero student was shaken to his very core, giving what he guessed counted as wide eyes to the esteemed guidance counselor after his small speech. It only lasts for a second, though, before the look is replaced with his perpetual frown, but with an unusual tinge of sadness radiating from it. You're wrong. He states simply, and Hound Dog huffs, I don't. You do, Bakugo, and I'm hardly ever wrong when it comes to matters concerning Aizawa. Bakugo gives him another confused glance at that but moves on as if he never even spoke. Well, this time you aren't. I don't got this heart of a hero siaping, okay? The red-eyed boy flexed his hands again. What is that? An anger reflex. The hunting hero has seen the boy do it before, and it's usually followed by a small explosion, but by keeping his hands in his pocket, it effectively wipes off all the sweat. If it's an attempt to control his emotions, that shows the potential for progress. I've done too much SHT for that to be a possibility for me. Bakugo, if this is about Kamino and All Might's retirement dashi. Yeah right, that was last year. I know I'm not responsible for that whole stunt anymore, that's on HNDJB, Staples, BLD Beach, and Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The only thing that still sizz me off about that time was that some D-listers like them were able to get a leg up on me. Last time I was too weak to take them down, but this time. The hero student started to cackle in SDSM, hands shaking more noticeably as if he was physically repressing the instinct to blow something up. But personally, Hound Dog couldn't care less about that right now. Too weak. Whoever said you were too weak? Tisich, my old hag. Beach was cranky but she wasn't wrong. Old ha, does he mean his mother? His mother called her own son weak when he was kidnapped by the League of Villains. No extreme feelings of protectiveness or relief when Katsuki came home, just the need to victim blame her son. That's not right, and he shouldn't have had to experience that. And that's exactly what he said to the boy. Victim blaming, here. The explosive blonde laughed, a rough, harsh sound that told anyone within the range that he didn't actually find it amusing. He found it hard to hear, because maybe, just maybe, it was the truth. I guess it runs in the family. The hero tilted his head at the phrase. You've targeted a victim before. A slow nod, and is that one of the things you're referring to when you say you've done too many things for you to have the heart of a hero? Another node, faster and much harsher. I see. Well, the only way to make up for those things is to talk about them. So if you don't mind me asking, who was it? Hound Dog had never seen the boy so quiet before, so thoughtful and raging with inner turmoil. It seemed like he was deciding whether or not to respond, to give in, to spill his heart out during what might be the only time he can. Bakugo was flexing his hands even more, stretching them as wide as he could before clenching the fabric of his pockets again. It was clear he was trying to forget the counselor's question, to forget he ever came here and continue on with his life without any revelations or changes. But as he said, he wasn't naive, he was a hero student who after 2 years finally understood the best decision to make in this kind of situation. So he took the olive branch. Deku. I knew him since before you, since we were sticky but toddlers, BFFs, and before. Hound Dog motioned him to continue, before he got weak. Midoriya. Weak. Are we speaking about the same boy here, the one who beat Overhaul into SBMSN? He saw some video footage taken from one of the officer's body cameras, and my God, it was a terrifying sight to see. It's not often the boy has that much hatred in his eyes. That's now. You didn't see him back in junior high. When he was a short little twig who shook like a leaf the moment a person even looked at him. You think that kind of person could be a hero? Nothing but a delusion. When we were younger I tried to knock some sense into him, but that stupid little nerd just stood back up again. I'm telling you, I tried everything. Hound Dog didn't appreciate the implication of that, but he also didn't appreciate how in some disturbed, messed up way, Bakugo was trying to protect him. What a dumbass. Couldn't do anything, he was a worthless, useless no. I do want you to spill your thoughts, Bakugo, I really do, but it seems like this mindset may be the thing that's holding you back. The ash-blonde boy snarled at that, seemingly ready to leap forward and attack at any moment, but Hound Dog was a hero. And furthermore, he's a therapist. He knows how to deal with these kinds of patients the moment he sees them. No human being is useless or worthless. Not a single one. I don't know who told you that some were, or that it was okay to verbally call someone that, but they were wrong. Frankly, I'm more than a little concerned about the influences they had on you that still exist to this day. The hell do you mean, you knockoff dog with a blog? The people who agreed with me on this, which by the way is everyone. My teachers, classmates, even some drunk BSTRD on the street agreed. That's how right I am were telling the truth as it is. Didn't you say you appreciated the truth? Of course, there are worthless people out there, just look at all those villains. Those villains, at some point in their lives, felt like they had worth. Felt like others thought they had worth. And they did. Until, of course, someone came in and beat them down till they broke, and now they feel like they don't, and their actions are the result of that. Actions that have caused quite a big ripple effect in society, by the way, so not useless for their own motivations either. So no, you and your teachers and classmates were wrong. Weren't you there for Midoriya's villain psychology speech yesterday? And, he said quickly, speaking slow enough for Bakugo to coherently understand him but fast enough as to not give him a chance to interrupt, speaking of Midoriya. If you repeatedly beat down on him again and again, just to force your own beliefs on him it wasn't my own beliefs. He couldn't be a hero when the boy paused, frustrated at something that apparently he was not allowed to tell Hound Dog. That's okay, he guesses, if it's personal information regarding someone else that can't be shared so lightly. He just couldn't. He had this major disadvantage. One that nobody can, or has been able to, make up for in this day and age. Yes, because that is totally not suspicious. You never know until you try, Bakugo, and it seems to me that Midoriya wanted to be the first to try. You say you wanted to knock some sense into him, but did he really need that? You've seen Midoriya, he's always been one for analyzing situations to find numerous solutions, this week especially. He didn't know what side of the boy Aizawa was beginning to bring out in him, but he knew it was terrifying. I doubt he would claim to be a hero without a plan to back it up. And even if the plan wasn't foolproof, can you really imagine I smile at villains while I beat them to shreds, Midoriya being anything other than a hero? Bakugo opened his mouth, most likely to scream something like garbage man, deadbeat cop, McDonald's cashier, or maybe even dead, but no words came out. Because deep down, he knew the answer was no, no matter how much he hated it. Midoriya was born for this career. Kids too determined to settle for anything less. The hero said, and the red-eyed boy huffed, guess that means the shitty nerd has the heart of a hero, here. Well, yes, but what's with the spiteful scowl and tone? Yes, Hound Dog stated simply, scribbling down how the boy had squeezed his eyes shut for a millisecond, but you do, too. I don't care how many times you deny it, Bakugo, but you do. I'm going forward with the assumption that when you were younger you bullied Midoriya for trying to be a hero with whatever disadvantage he had back then, and while that can never be excused, it can be understood. Not right in any way, but understood. It seems as if your teachers never told you that this kind of behavior was wrong and that they turned a blind eye to when you teased your classmate and they turned a blind eye to a hell of a lot more than that. And I did a hell of a lot more than that. You think I just teased him? Seriously. I tortured him. The boy's voice cracked at the end and Hound Dog held out a hand to I don't know, hand him a tissue. Comfort him. Can one really comfort Bakugo without getting their hand bitten clean off? But the boy kept speaking. You asked if I was there during Deku's villain psychology speech. I was, right in the back with the best view and the speakers right behind me. I heard every word of it. I heard him describing what it was like for a kid with a villainous quirk to be at school as if the idiot wasn't drawing from his own experiences as whatever, I can't tell you what he was, but you get the point. And you know that stupid thing people say about how looking at your experiences and actions from an outside perspective can give you a whole new understanding of it. It's true. So true. Everything people did to him I did to him was listed out for everyone to see, and it was disgusting. What I did to him was disgusting, and he didn't deserve any of it. But the teachers praised me for it, and they ended up labeling him as a troublemaking child. All because of me. The boy was shaking now, hands out of his pockets and gripping each other like a lifeline that turned his knuckles white as they were pressed against his downward tilted forehead. After a few deep breaths, he put his hands back in his pockets and looked up, red-rimmed eyes and all, and muttered, "Still think I have the heart of a hero?" Yes, I do. Right now I'm just trying to show you why I'm right and that there's an error in your judgment of yourself, but it's clear my tactic isn't working. So how about we start from the beginning, okay? You think Midoriya has that kind of heart, but you don't. You think he has the one thing you apparently never will. Am I right? One thing he has that I don't. What a load of bullshit. The hero student leaned over the coffee table, desperately trying to quiet down his small sniffling. He has everything I don't, and it pisses me off. He's determined, he's nice, he analyzes quirks and fighting styles like it's his second quirk, and his All Might's golden boy. And guess what? He managed to do all of that with his major disadvantage. I had the one thing I knew or I guess thought he never would, and yet he was still ahead of me. He leaned back into the chair again. Little Beach knew it, too. He'd prance around like he was the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 with that dopey smile on his face and screaming 𝐒𝐻𝐿, with his squeaky butt voice as a constant reminder of my failures. He was looking down on me, and he did it for 12 years straight. Maybe that's why I hated him so much. Not because he was weak and worthless, but because he had the nerve to be everything but. He didn't fit into the world you had created for yourself, he was the nail you tried to hammer down to hang up the masterpiece of your future as a hero, or just a member of society at all, but couldn't manage to keep down. You couldn't control him, and you hated him for that. The boy nodded, resigned to his psychological breakdown, but not for long, except. You didn't hate him. Not really. You on crack or some SHT, Scooby? I just said I hated him, and I do. I hate everything about the piece of it on why you dared to tell me that I don't. I'm sorry, but explaining people's feelings to them is sorta in the job description. Bakugo rolled his slightly watery eyes. You may think you hate Midoriya, but you don't, you just didn't understand him. And when I say that, I don't mean you misunderstood his feelings about you or his desad. Actually, you did, but that's not what I'm referring to. You just didn't understand how someone like him could exist. How someone who had so much less than you managed to have so much more, even with your constant berating, and managed to be the one outlier in life that you couldn't predict. This confused you, but you perceived that confusion as anger. So instead of trying to sort things out with your classmate, you lashed out at him, bringing us to this very moment. It what? No, that's stupid dash. And furthermore, do you honestly think he was looking down on you? Because the Midoriya I know would die before he did something even remotely similar to that. He said hi to you in the hallways, he smiled in your direction, and he keeps calling you by what I assume was a childhood nickname that was a symbol of your friendship. No matter how many times you blew up his stuff, insulted him, and told him to take a swan dive off a roof, which by the way, we will be talking about that. Suicide baiting is wrong. I don't care how angry you were at the time, it messed up. He still came running back to you. And you know why? The boy shook his head, the slight tremors in his body and the wavering eyes giving away his fear and anticipation for the answer. Because despite all your flaws and shortcomings, he wanted to be your friend. That's how much you meant to him. And that's when the dam broke. But it didn't break in the way most people would have expected it to. For them, they'd most likely break down crying as years of denial finally caught up with them and they were forced to face the truth. Either that or they'd start yelling until their vocal cords broke, and that's probably what Bakugo seemed like he'd do. Except he didn't. For once, he was quiet, face carefully blank as he bit his bottom lip till it drew blood and clenched the fabric of his inner pockets. Somehow that was even worse. Then suddenly, he spoke. And of course, let if thing SHD bloody F hell. The boy's hands finally left his pockets as they gripped his spiky blonde hair, his head facing the ground as his breathing got louder. You're lying, right? You're lying. I hate him, he hates me, that's it. End of story. This story is a lot more complex than a single sentence, Bakugo, and I can guarantee you it's not over yet. Well, why the hell not? If you're not lying, that means that Deku actually what? That he liked me. That he honest to God wanted to be my friend. And that would mean that this whole time, while I was kicking him in the gut and telling him to kill himself, that he just wanted to SHT he might have no, he would have been the only one to want that. Even after all that SHT I pulled on him he can't just forget that. You're right, about all of that. Through it all, he just wanted a fresh start, but that's not to say he will forget about everything you did to him. Because what you did, whether either of you would like to believe it or not, left lasting damage. And before the end of the day, I'm going to speak with him and try to work out that damage, and hopefully lighten the load. The boy's red eyes widened at the statement about his next appointment, but still, Midoriya does not hate you. He never has, for reasons even I can't explain. But I assume it's because through your entire lives, he saw something in you that others didn't, the real you. The part of you who is determined, kind, analytical, and an all-might fanboy just like him. The part of you that has the heart of a hero. And he did all of that is because he wanted to restore that part. So there you have it, that's my answer. You've made mistakes, that much is clear, but just the fact that you're sitting here right now and trying to understand it shows that you feel regret, and that's all I need to know for me to call you a hero. The explosive blonde choked at Hound Dog's words. It was a sorrowful and raw sound. Heh, what's regret gonna do? It's too late now. He said that whole speech yesterday, and probably realized it was stupid to keep his expectations set on me. Now it's just a lost cause to keep thinking about it. So can we move on to whatever the F you were saying about teachers not completely hating my presence dash? Midoriya doesn't consider anything to be a lost cause, those words simply don't exist in his vocabulary. And when have you ever known him to give up? I don't know exactly what his disadvantage was, but it seems to me like he had enough stored up willpower to climb over the obstacle. If the result of that was becoming a hero, then I doubt he'll give up on something as simple as becoming friends again. Or, if that's too major of a step for you, then maybe you can just become classmates. Start over. But what if he does give up on it? The hero student pressed, anxiety lacing his voice. Do you want to give up? Hound Dog asked as a response, "Are you deaf, you shitty dog-human hybrid dash?" Good, then show him that. If he sees even a little bit of reciprocated hopeful feelings from you, then your chances of having him continue his goal will raise. So work on doing that. But how? It's simple, really. Hound Dog clicked his pen once more and placed it above a new sheet of paper. "We are going to list out everything you regret from yours and Midoriya's past. After all, seeing your actions written down allows you to confront it and work on how to make up for it in the only way you can, saying you're sorry." End of Katsuki Bakugo's session. Time had passed by faster than Shota or his secretary realized, and before they knew it, it was 30 minutes till the end of school. Just in time for Midoriya's session. Of course, as soon as his green-haired student had noticed the time, he immediately retreated in that familiar bush of anxiety, falling back into old habits. Wringing his hands, shallow but rapid breathing, eyes darting towards every escape route he could find, which by the way included the window, and for some reason, Shota wouldn't mind if the boy did end up throwing another chair because the expression on Vlad's face would be worth the property damage. Snapping out of his daydreaming, Shota closed the file he had just finished reading, which belonged to the one and only Kaminari, who according to Hound Dog, who had once again been given permission by the blonde-haired student to disclose this information to the underground hero, had ADHD, numerical dyslexia, and auditory processing disorder. Shota once again cursed himself again for not realizing something was wrong when Kaminari struggled to understand topics from class or apply them during tests. But he's glad he knows this now. It'll allow him to make the necessary preparations to help his student, and hopefully, others will come forward so he can assist them, too. Problem child. The green-eyed boy's head snapped toward his teacher. "You ready to go?" Stupid question, he already knew the answer was no. Well, yeah. Totally ready. I just need to check through all of my notebooks before I go because I think I left a 1,000 yen bill in the middle of a couple pages and that's like my only allowance, so I'm gonna take that as a no. Shota leaned back into his chair to give off what he hoped was a relaxed vibe, deeply contrasting his inner panic. He was worried about the kid, of course he was. He had a mental breakdown the other day after speaking of his quirkless experiences just once, so forgive him if he's more than a little concerned about how he's gonna react being forced to speak to a professional that's he never held a real conversation with. In all honesty, you have nothing to worry about with Hound Dog. The guy is as trustworthy as they come. You could cuss him out for all he cares and he wouldn't even bat an eye. Midoriya made a small scandalized gasp at the prospect of cursing at a teacher, but in a few years, he bet the boy will just be dreaming of having a go at Vlad. It's what he does, anyway. Isn't Hound Dog known to be pretty hard on students though? I think he growled at Kirishima once during lunch. Well, that's 'cause Kirishima stole the last of the grilled meat while Hound Dog still hadn't had a chance to eat yet. But as long as you don't steal any of his lunch, you'll be fine. He thinks so, at least. What would happen if he stole the guy's favorite pen? Would he growl at him for that too, or he's starting to ramble almost as much as Midoriya? Do you speak from experience, or is this a theory you plan on using the scientific method for? Great, the kid's got him in a box here while he was attempting to be even a little bit reassuring. He knew the whole smart but analytical genius thing would come back to bite Shota in the butt one day, he just never thought it'd be right before a therapy session. Both. I'm planning on nicking a couple of his office supplies and seeing his reaction after, but I was also forced to have a session with him during the second trimester of my second year. The green-haired boy's eyes widened tenfold. I told him to go choke on a chew toy before storming out and he didn't rip my head off, so I count that as a win. The point is, he's more understanding than you'd expect, and is not the kind of person to pressure someone into answering a question. If you say you can't answer, he'll back off. If you say it's uncomfortable, he'll never mention it again. If you repeatedly rant at him about why cats are superior and that you'd be much more inclined to talk if you were being interviewed by one instead, he'll very kindly move you back to the original topic and do you a favor by never mentioning that again. Oh, well, that's good, I think. But if I'm hearing this right, does that mean you never actually sat through a complete session with him? He lasted 5 minutes before his newly developed personality kicked in and forbid him from sharing any repressed feelings, not that he had any, and that had to count for something. Do as I say, not as I do. A little too late for that, don't you think? A voice whispers in his head, and he shuts that down as quickly as he can. Sure, he was pretty happy that the legacy of his chair window damage lives on, but he'd rather die than see the day where Midoriya becomes the new him. He's got nothing against the kid, he just has everything against himself. No sleep schedule, an unhealthy addiction to caffeine, probably repressed emotions, and living under Nezu's watchful gaze 24 sounds like a terrifying life to him, and he doesn't want to pass that down to anyone. Okay, the boy mutters, and God, if that doesn't just break his heart. Hardening his resolve, Shota speaks. And just remember, Hound Dog. Will never theoretically judge you more than I ever will if I'm forced to buy a piece of All Might merchandise with my own money. He got an ugly snort at that, and the Erasure hero counted that as a win, no matter how much he hated giving in to Fukukado's habits. The kid eventually stood up, albeit reluctantly and carrying his notebook like it was a lifeline and comfort object, and left Nezu's office to go see Hound Dog. It was only when the disappearing footsteps had completely stopped did Shota open up Midoriya's file. And felt another urge to break something. Born July 15, 20XX, is currently 16 years old. His quirk is registered as superpower, but it shows the previous title of quirkless right under, and while Shota's starting to wonder how he didn't realize the secret of one for all sooner. Inko Midoriya is his mother, Hisoshi Midoriya is his father, and the underground hero will be thinking about that man's name for the next 2 days like the paranoid hero he is. Both numbers are written down, despite Inko being the only one present during hospital visits and parent-teacher meetings, so he's at least relieved to know there are no underlying abandonment issues in there. But that's not the issue he was talking about. The section of the boy's grades is exactly how he expected it to be, straight as, but it's the teacher's personal notes on him that makes him want to rip his hair out in confusion. Always picking fights, you mean getting physically harassed by the students. Disruptive and loud in class. Is this the same kid who took a month before he could confidently answer a question or raise his hand without yanking it back down in anxiety? Doesn't take schoolwork or career counseling seriously once again. Is this the same kid who wrote a 5-page essay on what was supposed to be a 2-page essay on the importance of having an aesthetic in public? And that last comment was probably referring to him wanting to be a hero, which Shota can safely assume he got a lot of CRP for. Goddammit. Aldera, he will burn you to ashes. All in all, he's mainly confused as to why this record is the complete opposite of the boy everyone else at UA knows. The blatant favoritism to Bakugo and unjustified hate towards his green-haired student is frankly sickening. Getting victim blamed for everything that happened to him couldn't have been good for Midoriya's mental health. He just hopes Hound Dog can show him that, and be there to pick him back up when he falls. Izuku Midoriya session. Administered by Hound Dog, 𝐼𝐭. Usually I'd start these sessions by asking you some beginner, disarming questions and slowly ease you into the topic I want to discuss, but something tells me you already know what you're here for. Mind telling me? Hound Dog asked, a comforting smile on his face that Izuku didn't know whether to trust or not. He didn't even know whether he should answer or not. He knew exactly what he was here for, but no matter how trustworthy Aizawa-sensei said this guy was, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just another scam. Another adult trying to tell him it's his fault when he tries spilling his problems. He already knows it is, he doesn't need the constant reminders. I'm here because Aizawa-sensei and Shinso said I should be. He said carefully, not wanting to potentially anger the hunting hero. I was quirkless for 14 years of my life, and apparently that's important to them. They said I needed to talk about it. You keep saying them and they as if you don't agree with their judgment. Am I right? Well, I don't know. I know I probably do need help, as they said, I just don't understand why. It was a bad time, but it's not like it killed me or anything. Aizawa-sensei keeps insisting that I wasn't overreacting when I told him, or freaked out about it yesterday. Izuku admitted quietly, you freaked out yesterday. The hunting hero asked, and wow, congratulations Izuku, because you have just ruined the rest of the session. Yes. The green-haired boy gritted out, it was a slip-up. I was just overwhelmed after the speech, but that's it. I agree you might have been overwhelmed, but if anything that's exactly what you needed. It brought you here, didn't it? Izuku nodded, unsure of where he was going with this, And here, I am going to do my absolute best to help you understand everything you find confusing about your situation. So, to start off, let's start with the facts. You were quirkless until your first year of UA. Yes. How did the people around you react to your quirk status? Hound Dog asked, clicking his pen and scribbling something down on his clipboard before underlining it. What had the guy already deemed important enough to make a note about? But questions aside, the one for all user answered. There were mostly just two reactions. Either they pitied me and saw me as something fragile that needed to be protected and isolated to stay safe, or they just hated me. Both scared if is being honest, but somehow the first one hurt more. Most of the people who did the latter thought my quirklessness was some sort of ugly disease. They thought if I even breathed in their area they would contract it. But other people were a little more, harsh about it. Can you elaborate on that? Well, DMN. Others weren't afraid to get close to me, but not in a friendly sort of way. I think they found it amusing to mess with me and make my everyday life just overall, I don't know, inconvenient. They'd try and trip me in the halls, make me drop my stuff so I'd be late to class. They'd write some questionable things on my desk every day with a permanent marker, and since Makoto-sensei wouldn't let me leave without cleaning it off, I was always pretty late to get home too. They'd put tacks in my shoes, slam me into the lockers, rip up my notebooks. That one hurt, not gonna lie, all that jazz. Which people reacted in which way? Hound Dog asked curiously. For the first way, it was mainly adults. The doctor told me he was sorry, my elementary teachers told me they were sorry, my mother told me she was sorry, he loved his mother, he really did, but those words won't stop ringing in his head. Izuku noted how Hound Dog wrote something down. Even All Might told me he was sorry. For the other way, it was people my own age. Tsubasa, Riki, Ayura. They went from being my closest friends to the people who whispered behind my back. Kachan too, but he was less of a whisperer and more of a, well, he took a more physical approach. It wasn't always like that, though. When you say it wasn't always that way, do you mean they'd occasionally stop whispering about you? There was judgment in Hound Dog's voice, but something told Izuku it wasn't aimed at him, and rather at his former classmates. And that was a new experience. Yeah. They'd eventually get tired of me ignoring them, so they'd just say it to my face. Izuku slightly regrets getting his guidance counselor's hopes up about his past. I see, and I hope you know it wasn't all right to do that. They should have been punished for their actions, and were they? Izuku shook his head, and the hunting hero furrowed his eyebrows. Did you ever report them? I would understand if you didn't, but I'd still like to know. When it first started happening, I tried to tell my teachers about it. I didn't want to be one of those snitches that got others in trouble, especially since I was their whole motive for doing what they did in the first place, but I guess I was really bothered that day. So I told my homeroom teacher about everything that had been happening lately, and she said. Izuku's heart started to beat loud in his ears. She said I shouldn't have egged them on. And she might have been right. So after that, I just stopped asking altogether. You think you egged them on? Hound Dog emphasized the think, and Izuku didn't know how to feel about that. I probably did. When you're quirkless, you have a different set of rules to follow. The green-haired boy looks up, but the hunting hero still didn't seem to understand, so he continued. You can't speak too loud or make big actions, because it's just drawing more attention to yourself, and that makes it seem like you're an attention seeker despite your low status. If you hunch in on yourself, it's obvious that you don't want to be noticed, and that makes them want to pester you, so you know you can't get away from them. You can't speak about your interests or hobbies, it gives them ideas of what to insult you about, and they won't stop insulting until you never bring it up. You don't complain about anything, or else they'll show you how much worse it could be for someone like you and tell you to be grateful. And most importantly, you don't try to be anything else than what they think of you. If they call you stupid, don't get good grades. If they call you weak, don't walk faster than them, and if they call you a social pariah. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to calm the BLD roaring in his ears. Why was it roaring in the first place? Don't try to be anything but alone. I'm guessing you didn't follow your own rules. The counselor asked solemnly, and the hero student shook his head. I muttered a lot, I hunched and stuttered, I never stopped bringing my hero analysis notebooks, I never became what they wanted me to be, and I never stopped trying to be their friends. Now that I think about it, it was a pretty stupid move, thinking any of them would ever like me back. Hound Dog twitched made a deep frown at those words, but it seemed like there were multiple reasons for his sadness, ones Izuku himself didn't even know about. So yeah, I egged them on. It's my own fault, really, and I can't blame them for reacting the way they did to my diagnosis. I'm going to say the same thing to you that I did to one of your classmates. I'm here to listen to you, and I'm glad we are already making a significant dive into your past, but I won't sit back as you continue to live with this self-deprecating view of yourself. What self-deprecating? It's just the truth, isn't it? By not following those rules, you weren't encouraging them, you were being a human being. In a way, you were standing up for yourself. You shouldn't have to turn off your personality, everything that makes you you, around others just because some of them don't appreciate it. So no, it was not your foul. You don't understand. Izuku yelled, his voice cracking at the end from just how raw it sounded. His vision was getting blurry, but he would not cry, he won't let this stranger see that. It wasn't just some people, it was everyone. No one liked my personality, no one liked me. Not the teachers, not my classmates, not Mom, not All Might, not Kachin. I was alone and I was being stupid by standing up for myself. I should have just shut up. You shouldn't have, and I'm glad you didn't. If it weren't for that determination, you wouldn't be half the hero you are today. Trying to limit yourself is what's holding you back from growing. And clearly, you have people that like you at your do I? Izuku asked quietly, but repeated it much louder the second time, do I? Ida yelled at me the first day we met, Uraraka always gets creeped out by my notebook, Todoroki hated me during the beginning of the school year, and with all the bones I used to break whenever I use my quirk, I'm sure Recovery Girl and Aizawa Sensei hated me too. I got a quirk, I made it to Yue, I'm going to be a hero, and I'm still alone. This personality of mine is what's holding me back, and it's a burden to everyone around me. Midoriya, listen very closely, you are not a burden. You weren't back then, you aren't one now, and you will never be. Ida was only HAD on you that first day because he's merciless when it comes to rules. You inspire Uraraka to try her best in hero training, you help Todoroki use his left side, Recovery Girl just cared about you and she's obviously very proud that you don't injure yourself anymore, and Aizawa. Are you kidding me? He took you on as his secretary this week because he sees potential in you and your analysis skills, in your personality. Izuku choked out a sob but bit his lip before any more could come out. You have to start accepting that. Things are different now, that you aren't alone anymore, and that UA isn't like your previous schools. You also have to stop blaming yourself for others' actions. But it is my dash, it's not. Hound Dog said firmly, but no trace of malice in his voice, your classmates were cruel to you out of their own volition, your teachers turned a blind eye to that treatment even though they should have done their jobs right as adults, and none of that is on you. After years of them telling you it was, I can see why you may think that, but it's not, and I know that deep down you agree. I also know that you hated the way things were back then, given how passionate your speech was yesterday. Izuku's eyes widened, he knew it was about me. But because everyone kept telling you it was your fault, you felt like you couldn't be angry. You thought you could feel the way they wanted you to feel, defeated, and when you didn't, you felt ashamed and guilty. And now, I think I know why your teacher said you needed help. Why? After your speech and freakout, Aizawa must have realized that it was the only time you let your true feelings on the matter show. All those emotions you shoved under layers of enthusiasm and smiles were finally starting to seep out, but the very next day it stopped. And that's not a good thing. Your teacher knew that the only way for you to make any true progress, not for hero work but just for your personal life, was to let them out again. Because if you didn't do it now, then they're going to build up, and in a few years the carefully crafted jar you made for yourself is going to crack in the most devastating way possible. None of us want that to happen, so he sent you to me. Sent you to get the help you need and deserve. Deserve, that's a funny word. Izuku lived his whole life being told he deserved nothing except his corpse splattering on the concrete next to a high building. And now, after just a 10-minute session with Hound Dog, he's being told he deserves help. It really is strange how life works out sometimes. So, What? I'm just supposed to be angry and sad all the time. Should I scream at anyone who comes near me and start crying every 5 minutes? I might get fired for saying this, but yes. Hound Dog said honestly, obviously you shouldn't start lashing out at people for no reason, but you could try confronting your feelings about them and start being honest. And those emotions aren't just limited to anger and sadness, you know. Sometimes it's just confusion. But hey, screaming is a good tactic for some people, helps their soul feel lighter. So if that's what you want to do, go to a gym and bring your computer, start playing the notebook and punch the hell out of UA's equipment, then scream and cry till you feel better. That sounded really nice, actually. Maybe he can get Mina's advice on other sad romcoms to watch, too. When I went to therapy I expected some homework, but I didn't know it would be to immerse myself in pre-quirk pop culture and vent. The forest-eyed boy chuckled. Well, I am a professional, after all. Now, to make sure you understood everything I told you today, repeat after me, you are not alone. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. I am not alone. Izuku stammered, focusing on the floor below him as eyes got slightly dizzy. Good. You will no longer repress your emotions. I will no longer repress my emotions. The bushy-haired student said a little firmer, opening his mouth to get more air when his nose began to clog up. Doing great. You did not deserve what happened to you. I did not deserve what happened to me. He felt wet, hot tears springing out of his eyes and rolling down his cheeks, and he blinked hard to let them splash against the carpet. And finally, it wasn't your fault. Izuku lurched forward, choking on his own sobs and trying to ignore the little hiccups that came with it. He considered bringing up a hand to cover his mouth, asking for a tissue to wipe his eyes, or making what was probably the smartest decision of running out before he could humiliate himself further, but he did none of it. Instead, he sat there on the plush, grey couch in front of Hound Dog, and cried his eyes out without bothering to cover it up. You know why? Because he has the right to feel sad. He's 16, he's faced more things than he ever should have at this age, and no one is allowed to tell him what he can and can't feel. Finally, Izuku smiled, feeling lighter than he ever had, and spoke. It wasn't my fault. End of Izuku Midoriya's session. Shota leaned against his car, trying and failing to get in the shade under the trees as he watched his students filter their way out of the front doors of UA. Some of them were struggling just as much as him when it came to being under the sun, some were stalling going home by huddling up in groups and idly chatting away, and the last 3 looked like they had won the lottery and had their entire family murdered in the same day and didn't know which facial expression to choose. The underground hero hoped it was an analogy other people would use, and not just something his demented mind came up with. But the disturbing train of thoughts aside, Shota felt oddly satisfied, happy, even. And while that emotion was especially rare for someone like him, he didn't mind the warm presence it had in the pit of his stomach. He sure as hell had a reason for it today, too. Originally he had been worried about these counseling sessions, worried that the students would start rioting about how it was absurd to force them to attend a session and speak about their feelings. He put quotation marks around that word because he knows for a fact that all of his students would say it in a whiny, sarcastic voice before proceeding to make random meme references at him. He knew it was necessary for students like them in the hero course, but still. And then, like always, they had proved him wrong. His students took it like champs for the whole day, and he knew that wasn't easy. Hisashi had told him that all of them had been scrayed to Hound Dog's office with anxious expressions on their faces, wringing their hands, dragging their feet, attempting to negotiate with the blonde cockatoo into letting them skip, trying to take their clothes off in the middle of the hallway so they could be completely invisible and make an escape, etc. But by the time their session was over and they got back to class, looked more content than they ever had in the past 2 years. With permission from all the students, Hound Dog had given him the information he needed for some of the students. Asui would be attending sessions once a week from now on, as her experiences at the USJ last year still hadn't completely healed. He can't blame her, his didn't either. Uraraka was dealing with financial problems at home and occasionally couldn't afford to eat all 3 meals, and there was no way Shota was letting his students go hungry while they are training to be heroes. So he made a couple calls to UA's financial department and managed to set up a fund for students who needed some money for school uniforms, lunch, and any other basic necessities their parents' salaries couldn't manage on their own. Kaminari, as he said earlier, had ADHD, numerical dyslexia, and auditory processing disorder, so Shota decided to talk with the teachers sometime this weekend and organize additional tutoring or a specialized education program for him as well as any other students that have the same issues. Koda is selectively mute, and Shota can't even say how grateful he is that the hero students were supposed to be learning JSL this semester anyway for when they have to work with deaf or mute civilians or co-workers, or else he'd be doing a lot more self-loathing tonight. Tokoyami needed a night in his room as well as bi-weekly sessions. Mineta was kicked out and sorry, the Erasure hero just can't stop smiling at that today. And judging from the other female students in this school, he wasn't alone with that. Grape Beach was one of the only students who didn't come out looking happy from his class, and Shota wouldn't have it any other way. There were, however, 3 students that also didn't come out smiling, and they just so happened to be the same 3 involved in his demented analogy from earlier. Todoroki didn't exactly look happy when he came out, but he did seem less tense than usual. Hound Dog had said he'd be attending weekly sessions from now on, and that although he wasn't 100% sure about a confidential theory he had, Shota should look into Endeavor. And Jesus Christ, if that didn't make his heart plummet. But Todoroki wasn't the only one who would be visiting Hound Dog that often. No, Bakugo Katsuki himself shared the honor with weekly anger management sessions. The explosive blonde came back as he normally did, slouching with his hands in his pockets and a perpetual scowl etched across his features. He still yelled at people, he still made a small explosion in their faces when they pestered him, and he still called them by those ridiculous yet understandable nicknames, but something was different. He definitely wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, that much was true, but he did seem a bit more, how should he say this, controlled. As the tired man said, he still yelled, cussed, and exploded at people, but he always spared a second of hesitation before doing so. He'd get this calm expression on his face, as if he was thinking over something, nod a bit to himself, and proceed with the explosion. And as if that wasn't a jarring enough sight to witness, the boy kept taking stealing glances at the problem child when he thought no one else was looking. All in all, Shota thinks he should be terrified of what's to come, but is also incredibly proud of whatever development the boy had made for himself. And last, but certainly not least, we have Izuku Midoriya with weekly sessions as well. The boy waltzed back into Nezu's office with a scowl that somehow seemed to fit perfectly on his face and the trademark petrifying glare that sent Vlad sprinting in the other direction. At first, Shota had a small panic attack at the idea that this mandatory counseling session actually made things so much worse for the boy, and that he might have permanently ruined him, but upon closer inspection, he realized he was wrong. His student, who had the rage of 1,000 suns backing him up, was radiating pure joy. It was terrifying, but whatever Hound Dog said to him must have been pretty good to spark that kind of reaction. However, Shota doesn't have an explanation for the kid, no matter how goddamn proud he is of something he doesn't even know the full extent of. Because while he's good at making psychological breakdowns of almost everyone he has ever come across, he's not a thing god at them like Aizawa sensei. Jesus Christ. The gruff man suppressed a flinch at the sudden noise and looked over to his right, seeing the bright-eyed boy himself, who temporarily shut off the scowl for this conversation. Problem child. Hello. He said dully, but his student didn't even bat an eye. How was Hound Dog? He was awesome. Oh, thank God, he didn't force me to answer questions, he wasn't mean or judgmental about anything, yeah, he better not have been. Shota likes the guy but he'd pummel him into the ground without hesitation if he wronged one of his students, and he gave me great advice. Oh yeah? Like what? The underground hero asked with a fond smirk, amused at the vibrating boy's antics. Not only was he genuinely curious to know, but the boy would have spontaneously combusted if he didn't get to share. He told me I should be angry. Wow, that's blunter than he had expected, good job. And well, actually, he said it in a better way than that, I think, but that's basically the gist of it. He said that the smartest thing I could do was stop repressing emotions. He gave a couple ways to do that, and most I could probably do anytime I wanted, but one required me to get specific items in a specific place. Shota listened as the boy talked on and on about his 30-minute session, relaying exactly what Hound Dog said to him, occasionally lowering his voice to mimic the tone that was scarily accurate, describing how anger and sadness weren't the only emotions he was told to experience more often, and asking him if he could get a 5-hour gym pass next week as well as bring popcorn with him. He didn't exactly understand why he needed those last items, but he decided it would be a wise decision not to question it. Sure. Just don't litter. And Shota received an enthusiastic nod in return. Finally, when the boy had come to the end of his speech and was about to run off to ♀by the gates, he paused. Aizawa-sensei? He asked quietly, shifting his feet and staring at his hands. I just wanted to say, thanks. I know it's technically your job to send students to the guidance counselor if they are shown to be needing it, but it's just that the teachers in my last school didn't ever do things like that. Especially since I was quirkless. But you already knew about my quirklessness, and you still did it, for the rest of the class, too. So it was really Shota patted the kid's head a couple times, effectively silencing him and getting a surprised look in the process. Yeah, kid, you're not the only one who's shocked. Since when did he start patting people's heads? But instead of saying that out loud, he decided to be a responsible adult for once. Anytime, problem child. The underground hero chose to ignore the way the kid's eyes became slightly watery. Now get going, I'm sure if you make him wait any longer ♀will abandon you for a cat. His kid got whatever his kid gave a dramatic thumbs up and a megawatt smile in his direction before running off to the lavender-haired boy. Yeah, the kid may be trying to expand his horizons emotionally wise, but he was a happy-go-lucky onion at heart. A loud voice cut Shota out of his thoughts. Shota! Ah, there he is. Hisashi sprinted over to where he was standing before draping himself over the hood of the car. You had a car this whole time and you didn't tell me. Of course I have a car. Jumping over buildings every time I want to go somewhere gets tiring sometimes. Especially when he's running on 30 minutes of sleep. I just don't use it as often because I hate the concept of parallel parking. And he does. So, why'd you bring it today? His friend asked curiously, eyebrows knitting together. The tired man gave him a look. You have to carpool with me at some time, right? A second passes. Then two. Then suddenly Shota is regretting all of his life's decisions as a dopey grin overtakes his blonde-headed friend's face. Stop. Stop it. Stop making that face, you knock-off banana. What face? The JRK was smiling even wider now, practically had stars in his eyes. The Erasure hero wanted to be mad, he really did, but for some unknown reason, his glares weren't containing their usual spite with him today. Must be the goddamn sunlight draining his life force away. He sighed, God, never mind. Just get in the car before I run you over. Hisashi cackled like a witch but quickly rounded to the passenger seat because they both knew Shota was tired enough to commit manslaughter at any given moment. Still, though, he'd be lying if he said his friend's laughter wasn't contagious, and the underground hero eventually found himself suppressing a few snorts of his own. Yeah, being happy is an unfamiliar feeling to him, but maybe Midoriya was right about repressing emotions, and he'll be DM'd if he doesn't enjoy the warm tingly feeling while it lasts. Oh, by the way, Hisashi said after buckling in his seatbelt, how could you feel about fostering a 16-year-old boy? It was a rare occurrence for Shota to have nothing to do. His life was a never-ending cycle of teaching, patrols, dragging Midnight out of clubs when she was too drunk to realize she was still wearing her hero costume, dragging himself out of clubs when Midnight tried to score both of them a job interview, and so on. And through it all, he dealt with it by consuming copious amounts of black coffee, silently cursing out Vlad's existence, and logical ruses. He also dealt with it by carrying the small idea with him that every second he spent teaching was one less hero trainee that would die in the field, not that he would ever say it out loud, or even to himself. But here he is, a cup of coffee on one side of him and one of the only people that could carry out logical ruses on the other, and he had nothing to use them to get through. No paperwork, no assignments, no nothing. He was actually free for once, and he had no idea what to do about it. Should he just be grateful and sleep for the rest of the day? Should he spend the next 6 hours trying to give Vlad a heart attack? Who knows, certainly not Shota. But in all honesty, he should have seen this coming. It was like the perfect storm if you considered free time a storm. After counseling sessions last week, most of the kids here were pretty at ease, and they already had the whole weekend to think things over. Vlad was covering for all of his graded assignments. His patrol hours were cut down due to his new employment position. And most of the issues he and Midoriya wrote down had either been solved along the way or are unable to be done at the current moment. Like his extremely elaborate revenge on multiple people. So yeah, that's what brings him to now. Bored as hell and apparently wishing he had something to do. God, what is wrong with him? Probably a lot of things, but he'll save the crisis for later. Right now, he wants to forget his non-existent sleep schedule and be busy again. Looking away from his mug of coffee, he spun in his chair to face the kid. The same kid who immediately looked up from his notebook, that now had an All Might sticker on it, as if he sensed his teacher's thoughts like a dog senses a tsunami. Problem child. The underground hero began. Status report on anything you can think of at this school. Most would find that question horribly general and overwhelming, but this is Midoriya we're talking about. Overwhelming isn't a word that fits in his vocabulary. Right. The green-haired boy flipped to a page in his notebook, and Shota had long since learned.